Elizabeth Montagu, the Queen of the Bluestockings. Her correspondence from 1720 to 1761. Transcribers, note. Words in italics are marked with underscores. Words in small capitals are shown in uppercase. Volumes 1 and 2 of Elizabeth Montagu are also published separately at Project Gutenberg. This combination of the two volumes consists of Volume 1, Volume 2 Index, and the Robinson Pedigree. Please also see the note at the end of this book. Volume 1. Illustration, C.F. Zink, Pinks, Emery Walker Ph. Sc. Mrs. Montagu. Née Elizabeth Robinson. From a miniature in the possession of Miss Montagu. Elizabeth Montagu, the Queen of the Bluestockings. Her correspondence from 1720 to 1761. By her great-great-niece, Emily J. Climenson, authoress of History of Shiplake, Historical Guide to Henley-on-Thames, Passages from the Diaries of Mrs. P. Lybpowis, etc., etc. With illustrations. In 2 volumes. Volume I. London, John Murray, Albemarle Street, 1906. Printed by William Clowes and Sons, Limited, London and Beccles. Affectionately dedicated to my cousins Magdalen Wellesley and Elizabeth Montagu, by the authoress. Preface. From my early youth I heartily desired to know more of the life of my great-great-aunt, Mrs. Elizabeth Montagu. Every scrap of information I could pick up respecting her I accumulated. Therefore, when my cousins, Mrs. Wellesley and her sister, Miss Montagu, in October 1899, gave me the whole of her manuscripts contained in 68 cases, holding from 100 to 150 letters in each, my joy was unbounded. In 1810, my grandfather, the 4th Baron Rokeby, her nephew and adopted son, published 2 volumes of her letters. These were followed by 2 more volumes in 1813. To enable him to perform this pleasing task, he asked all her principal friends to return her letters to him, beginning with the Dowager Marchioness of Bath, daughter of the Duchess of Portland, who gave him back the earliest letters to her mother, many carefully inserted in a curious gray paper book by the Duchess, who placed the date of reception on each and evidently valued them exceedingly. The Reverend Montagu Pennington returned her letters to his aunt, Mrs. Elizabeth Carter, the learned translator of Epictetus, Mrs. Frayne those to her husband, and many other people did the same. From General Pulteney, at Lord Bath's death, she had asked for and received her correspondence with Lord Bath, which she carefully preserved. At the death of Lord Lyttelton, the executors, at her request, returned her letters. Those to Gilbert West and other correspondents were returned in the same manner. Meanwhile, she kept all letters of her special friends, as well as notabilities, so that one may deem the collection quite unique, though doubtless many letters have disappeared, notably those of Sir Joshua Reynolds, many of whose letters were destroyed by an ignorant caretaker of Mrs. Montagu's house, Denton Hall, near Newcastle-on-Tyne. There are none of Horace Walpole, S., from whom she must have received some, and those from several other celebrities she knew well are missing. Née Elizabeth Cavendish, born 1735, died 1825, at 91. Owing to the enormous quantity of letters undated, the sorting has been terribly difficult, and I spent one entire winter in making up bundles and labeling each year. My grandfather made a variety of mistakes as to the dates of the letters. I hope I have atoned for some of his deficiencies, though a few mistakes are probably inevitable. He nearly blinded himself by working at night, and my grandmother had constantly to copy the letters in a large round hand to enable him to make them out. After my grandmother's death, he discontinued arranging them, though they might have been continued till 1800, the year of Mrs. Montagu's death. Née Elizabeth Charlton. In the present volumes, only her early life is presented, interwoven with portions of her most intimate friends' letters to herself. Were the whole of this vast correspondence printed, a large bookcase could be filled with the volumes. In order to consult the varied tastes of the general reader, I have endeavored to pick out the most interesting portions of her letters, such as relate to customs, fashions in dress, price of food, habits, but I have often groaned in spirit at having to leave out much that was noble in sentiment or long comments upon contemporary books and events. If life should be spared me, I hope to be able to continue my narrative, for, like the ring produced by a stone thrown on the water, her circle of friends and acquaintances increased yearly, and not only comprised her English friends and every person of distinction in Great Britain, but also the most distinguished foreigners of all nations, notably the French. It has been asserted that Gilbert West was the first person to influence Mrs. Montagu on religious points. That his amiable Christianity may have strengthened her religious opinions, I do not deny. But I hope it will be seen from this book that from her earliest days, when at the height of her joie de vivre, the religious sentiment was existent a religion that prompted her ever to the kindest actions to all classes, that had nothing bitter or narrow in it, no dogmatism. Adored by men of all opinions, and liking their society, she was the purest of the pure, as is amply proved by the letters of Lord Lyttelton, Dr. Monsey, and others, but she was no prude with all this. Her worthy husband adored her, and no wife could have been more devoted and obedient than she was. His was a noble character, and doubtless influenced her much for good. As a wife, a friend, a camarade in all things, grave or gay she was unequaled. As a housewife she was notable, beloved by her servants, by the poor of her parish, and by her minors and their wives and children. She planned feasts and dances and instituted schools for them, and fed and clothed the destitute. With Mr. Raikes, she was one of the first people to institute Sunday schools. She was as interested in Betty's rheumatism as she was in the conversation of a duke or a duchess. A discussion with bishops and Gilbert West on religion, or with Emerson on mathematics, or Elizabeth Carter on Epictetus, all came alike to her gifted nature. She danced with the gay, she wept with the mourner. Her sympathies never lay idle, even to the very end of life. And in a century which has been deemed by many to be coarse, uneducated, and irreligious, her sweet, wholesome nature shone like a star and attracted all minor lights. Where in the 20th century should we find a coterie of men and women of the highest rank and influence in the world, either from intellect or position, so content and devoted to each other, so free from the petty jealousies and sarcasms of the present fashionable society, so anxious for each other's welfare, socially and morally, so free from cant or prudery, so devoted to each other's interest? Robert Raikes, born 1735, died 1811. The first Sunday school instituted by him in 1781. A great and terrible break in this book was caused by the death of my beloved husband in May, 1904, after a long, lingering illness. I doubt if I should have taken courage to resume my pen if it had not been for my friend Mr. A. M. Broadley, whose interest in my literary work and affectionate solicitude for myself has been a kindly spur to goad me on to action, so as to complete the present volumes. To him I tender my thanks for past and present encouragement, as well as many other kindnesses. Emily J. Climenson. Contents to Volume I. Pay. Preface Roman 7. List of illustrations Roman 15. Chapter 1. The Robinson, Stern, and Morris families' birth and childhood of Elizabeth Montagu correspondence with Duchess of Portland, Passam, Dr. Middleton's second wife, Fidget, A. Summons, Tunbridge Wells, Mrs. Pendarv's Lady Thanet, Miss Anstey Bevis, Mount the Wallingfords a suit of clothes, Anne Donnellan, 25. Chapter 2. Correspondence with Duchess of Portland, Passam, Sir Robert Austin the Goat story The Frane's Country Beau Thomas Robinson. Barrister Lady Wallingford Duke of Portland's letter a coach, Adventure Influenza Smallpox Cottage, Life Bath Lord Noel, Somerset Dowager Duchess, of Norfolk Frost Fair, on the Thames the Plunge Bath. Long. Sir Thomas Robinson Lord Wallingford's, Death the Menagerie at Bulstrode Lady, Mary Wortley Montagu Princess, Mary of Hessmonkey Island Lydia, both a Mrs. Pendarv's Lord Oxford Admiral Vernon Anne Donnellan Charlemagne Doctor, Young's Night Thoughts Duchess of Kentminster, a chard 62. Chapter 3. Hairdressing Correspondence with Duchess of Portland, Passam. Sarah Robinson attacked by smallpox Hayton Pharma Country Squire Handel Doctor, Middleton Lawrence Stern Duke of Portland's Lettera Brothers Tribute Carthagena the Westminster Election, A. South Sea Lawsuit Lord Oxford's Death Panacea of Bleeding a One Horse, Shays a Windsor Hatter Lord Sandwiches Marriage Ducal Baths Domestic Service Sibbers, Life Peg Woffington Dowager Duchess of Marlborough Revolution, In Russia New Year's, Day Lord George Bentink Northfleet Fair Sir. R. Walpole Duchess of Norfolk's Masquerade Sir, Hans Slona House of Lords, Debate the Opera Garrick 63 107. Chapter 4. Love triumphs Sir George Littleton Edward Montagu Anne Donnellan's advice Elizabeth's engagement and marriage correspondence with Duchess of Portland. Delia. Dashwoodod honeymoon etiquette Mr. Robinson's letter Dr. Middleton's letter Collie Scott Mrs. Frayne Peer Kerr Works of Manor the Dales Whig Principal's correspondence with Edward Montagu Hanoverian, Troops Handles, Oratorios Youngs, Night Thoughts a Country Beau, and Rawea Bolus the Lord Chancellor Dr. Sandyza Cook, 140. Chapter 5. Journey to London the Floodsa Faithful Steward the Rogers. Pedigree a Curious Letter Mr. Montagu's Visit to Newcastle Birth of Punch. Inoculation Baby Clothes Sandalford Priory A. Parson. And his wife Countess of Granville correspondence with Duchess of Portland Courierwoman's Education Lord Orford's letter to General Churchill preparation for inoculation Elizabeth's letter to her husband Darmy Discipline Physicians Fees Pope's Grotto a Highwayman Dangers of a Postchaise Punches Chariot a Bathball Mathematical Insuration Midgum a Footpad the Ministry Pope's Dunchid Mrs. Pocock Sugar tax the Pretender Sir Septimus Robinson Hyde Park Gowns and fans the wearing of Punch A Wet Nurse Aprons Orange Trees Lord Anson Clothes and Table Linen Stow Thorsby Death of Punch Loss of an only child Submission to God's Will Duchess of Marlborough's Deatha Rary Show Cattle Disease Mrs. Robinson's Illness 197. Chapter 6. 1745. At Tunbridge Wells Letters from Mr. Montagu and others about the Jacobite campaign. The first letter of any interest in 1745 is from Mrs. Robinson to Mrs. Montagu, dated May 8. In this, she alludes to the death of the second Mrs. Coniers Middleton, née Miss Place, who had died on April 26 in her 38th year. It appears the marriage had not been a very happy one. Mrs. Robinson remarks. The Dean of Canterbury hears the Dr. Middleton is going to Ireland with Lord Chesterfield. I take it for granted, if he goes he is to be an Irish bishop. It is very strange that no one can be contented with their present state, for though the doctor is neither great nor rich, he has more than he wants, and can spend his time in such studies as he chooses, and his vacant hours in the company he has been used to, which I think to one between 60 and 70 would be no small consideration. The 4th Earl of Chesterfield, born 1694, died 1773. He was just made Viceroy of Ireland. A letter of July 24 from Mrs. Montagu at Sandalford to the Duchess of Portland gives an interesting account of Donnington Castle, near Newbury. One day this week we rode to Chaucer's Castle, where you will suppose we made some verses no doubt, and when they showed us Chaucer's well, I desired some Helicon, hoping thereby to write you a more poetical letter. But the place having been, during the last civil war, besieged, the muses were frightened away, and forbade this spring to flow, so it is entirely choked up, and where flourished laurels and bays, grows only uncouth thorns and thistles. Where erst the muses and the graces played in the best room of the castle, now stink a few tame partridges. In short, the present owner, having none of the divine enthusiasm of poetry, has turned the castle to barbarous uses. Above it is a partridge mew, below a court is kept for paying fines and fees. Donnington belonged to Thomas Chaucer, son of the poet, but likely enough the father visited his son there. Mrs. Montagu had been far from well this spring and summer, with lowness of spirits and nervous fainting attacks. Dr. Mead prescribed writing as a remedy, and finally advised her to take the waters at Tunbridge Wells. Mr. Montagu being obliged to go to the north about his own and Mr. Rogers' affairs, it was agreed that she should drink the waters whilst he was absent. Lady Wallingford, who had been paying them a long visit, set out for Bath. Mrs. Montagu left Sandalford, August 18, for London, with Mr. Montagu, and left for Tunbridge Wells on the 20th, Mr. Montagu leaving for the north on August 29. Writing from Tunbridge Wells to the Duchess of Portland on August 27 Mrs. Montagu says, I have great joy in Dr. Young, whom I disturbed in a reverie, and at first he started, then bowed, then fell back into a surprise, then began a speech, relapsed into his astonishment 2 or 3 times. I told him your grace desired he would write longer letters, to which he cried, ha, most emphatically, and I leave you to interpret what it meant. He has made a friendship with one person here, whom I believe you would not imagine to have been made for his bosom friend. You would not guess that this associate of the doctor, S, was old Cibber. Certainly in their religious, moral, and civil character there is no relation, but in their dramatic capacity there is some. But why the reverend, divine, and serious author of the Melancholy, Night Thoughts, should desire to appear as a persona dramatis here, I cannot imagine. The waters have raised his spirits to a fine pitch, as your grace will imagine when I tell you how sublime an answer he made to a very vulgar question. I asked him how long he stayed at the Wells. He said, as long as my rival stayed. I was astonished how one who made no pretensions to anything could have a rival, so I asked him for an explanation. He said he would stay as long as the sun did. Colley Cibber, actor and dramatist, born 1671, died 1757. On August 30, writing to Mr. Montagu, mention is made of Dr. Smith, his friend, being at Tunbridge Wells. Dr. Robert Smith was master of Trinity, Cambridge, a mathematician and professor of astronomy, and had been tutor to the Duke of Cumberland. He sat next me at the concert last night. Why he is so fond of this place, I cannot tell, for it seems not very agreeable to the nature of a philosopher. This is a life of idleness and dissipation. I spend great part of my day at home, but most people live upon the public walks. I have got up very early and generally read an hour before I go to the well. The greatest pleasure I have here is riding about to see this wild, rude country. Dr. Young dined with me today. Dr. Audley was much pleased with him, and we had a very cheerful meal. Dr. Robert Smith, born 1681, died 1768. Mr. Montagu desired much to see some wheatears, birds that abound in the downs still, and are delicious eating. I was sorry the wheatears could not be got, but the poulterer disappointed me. However, I have now got a couple stuffed, by which you will see their shape and feathers. It is now absolutely said the Duchess of Manchester is to marry Mr. Hussey. Isabella, daughter of the Duke of Montagu, and widow of 2nd Earl of Manchester. Mr. Edward Hussey, afterwards Earl of Beaulieu. Mr. Montagu writes from his brother's place, Newbold Verdon, where he stayed en route to the north. At Dunstable Hill, Jay met Mr. Stanhope with your friend Dr. Courier, and not far from Northampton my Lady Halifax going to London to lie in, and afterwards my lord, with whom Jay had some discourse, and who was so civil as to say he hoped Jay intended calling on him at Horton. I said Jay would take some other opportunity of paying my respects. We had yesterday the company of Lord Wentworth and a brother of the great Mr. Lyttleton, who is a clergyman, at dinner. The former of whom is a very pretty kind of man, and the other will be a bishop. Anne Dunk, a great heiress. George Montagu Dunk, 5th Earl of Halifax. Edward, 9th Baron Wentworth. Charles Lyttleton, afterwards Bishop of Carlisle. Arrived at Derby, Mr. Montagu writes, the town is finely situated, and the country good about it, but the famous engine for silk weaving being out of order, Jay am afraid we must go away without seeing it. Invented by Mr. John Lomb, one great wheel turning 99, 947 smaller wheels. On September 5, Mr. Montagu writes from Manchester. We lay last night at Buxton, which is a mean town, very romantic and surrounded with barren hills, and this morning, after traveling over about 10 miles of very hilly country, some of which afforded very delightful prospects, and about 12 miles over a rich, flat country, we came here. This town is in the general old, but some good houses have been built and are daily building. The collegiate church is very handsome. It is very populous, and contains, as they say, about 70,000 people, and drives a prodigious trade. Tomorrow we pursue our journey. We propose to lie at Skipton in Craven, which if we do, we shall reach Burton in good time the next day. Burton was Mr. Buckley's home, with whom the 3 younger Robinson boys had lived. We must now return to Mrs. Montagu. Tunbridge Wells agreed with her, her spirits mended, and to the Duchess's inquiries she states, I can eat more buttered roll in a morning than a great girl at a boarding school, and more beef at dinner than a yeoman of the guards. I sleep well, and am indeed in perfect health, and the waters have done me much service. With Dr. Young's company she was delighted, and she rode with him often. One ride she describes thus. I have been in the vapors these 2 days, on account of Dr. Young's leaving us. He was so good as to let me have his company very often, and we used to ride and walk and take sweet counsel together. A few days before he went away, he carried Mrs. Rolt and myself to Tunbridge, 5 miles from hence, where we were to see some fine ruins. First rode the doctor on a tall steed, decently caparisoned in grey. Next ambled Mrs. Rolt on a hackney horse lean as the famed Rocinante, but in shape much resembling Sancho's ass. Then followed your humble servant on a milk-white palfrey, whose reverence for the human kind induced him to be governed by a creature not half as strong and I fear scarce thrice as wise as himself. The two figures that brought up the rear, the first was my servant valiantly armed with two uncharged pistols, whose holsters were covered with two civil harmless monsters that signified the valor and courtesy of our ancestors. The last was the doctor's man, whose uncombed hair so resembled the mane of the horse he rode on, one could not help imagining they were of him. On his head was a velvet cap much resembling a black saucepan, and on his side hung a little basket. Thus did we ride, or rather jog on to Tunbridge Town. To tell you how the dogs barked at us, the children squalled, and the men and women stared at us would take too much time. At last we arrived at the King's Head. The loyalty of the doctor induced him to alight. We took this progress to see the ruins of an old castle, but first our divine would visit the churchyard, where we read that folks were born and died, the natural, moral, and physical history of mankind. In the churchyard grazed the parson's steed, whose back was worn bare with carrying a pillion seat for the comely, fat personage, this ecclesiastic's wife. Though the creature eat daily part of the parish, he was most miserably lean. Tired of dead and living bones, Mrs. Rolt and I jumped over a stile into the parson's field, and from thence, allured by the sight of golden pippins, we made an attempt to break into the holy man's orchard. He came most courteously to us and invited us to his apple trees. To show our moderation, we each of us gathered 2 mellow codlings. The good parson offered to show us the inside of his church, but made some apology for his undress, which was a truly canonical dishabille. He had on a grey striped calamanco nightgown, a wig that once was white, but by the influence of an uncertain climate turned to a pale orange, a brown hat, encompassed by a black hatband, a band somewhat dirty that decently retired under his chin, a pair of grey stockings well mendied with blue worsted, strong symbol of the conjugal care and affection of his wife, who had mendied his hose with the very worsted she bought for her own. When we had seen the church, the parson invited us to take some refreshment, but Dr. Young thought we had before trespassed on the good man's time, so desired to be excused, else we should, no doubt, have been welcomed to the house by Madam in her muslin pinners and sarcenet hood, who would have given some mead and a piece of a cake that she made in the Whitsun holidays for her cousins. Mrs. Rolt, a friend of Dr. Kinnear's Middleton. Tunbridge and Tunbridge Wells are separate towns. Mrs. Montagu goes on to say they invited the divine to join them at dinner, which he refused, but appeared afterwards with a large tobacco horn, with Queen Anne's head upon it, peeping from his pocket. After dinner we walked to the old castle, which was built by Richard de Clare, Earl of Gloucester, in William Rufus' days. It has been a most magnificent building. The situation is extremely beautiful. The castle made a kind of half-moon down to the river, and where the river does not defend it, it is guarded by a large moat. The towers at the great gate are covered with fine venerable ivy. It was late in the evening before we got home, but the silver Cynthia held up her lamp in the heavens and cast such a light on the earth as showed its beauties in a soft and gentle light. The night silenced all but our divine doctor, who sometimes uttered things fit to be spoken in a season when all nature seems to be hushed and hearkening. I followed gathering wisdom as I went, till I found by my horse, stumbling that I was in a bad road, and that the blind was leading the blind. So I placed my servant between the doctor and myself, which he not perceiving, went on in a most philosophical strain to the great amazement of my poor clown of a servant, who not being brought up to any pitch of enthusiasm, nor making answer to any of the fine things he heard, the doctor wondering I was dumb, and grieving I was so stupid, looked round, declared his surprise, and desired the man to trot on before. William Rufus gave Tonbridge to Richard Fitzgilbert, ancestor of the Earls of Clare, surnamed de Benefacta. Not till a letter of Mr. Montagu's of September 17, from Allerthorpe, is a word said of the rising in Scotland. This passage occurs. The affair of the Pretender has made a noise beyond what Jay at first imagined it would. If it is as formidable as some would have us believe it to be, Jay hoped by the care and vigilance of those at the helm, it will be soon crushed. We are hitherto in this country very quiet, and hope we shall keep so. The next letter of September 22 says, I intended being at Newcastle next Tuesday, but what has happened since has made that impossible, for on Tuesday there is to be a meeting of the gentlemen at York, at which Mr. Carter and J are to be there. The rebels have certainly entered the city of Edinburgh, as J suppose by the treachery of some there, but as the town of Newcastle has taken proper precautions, and that there are at that town 1,700 men, besides 1,200 at Durham, and J Hope with Cope are computed 3,000, and it is said that the Dutch transports have been seen off the coasts. J Hope there is no doubt this rebellion will be crushed. I hope, however, you will be under as little concern as possible, for J will run myself into no unnecessary danger, but behave as J hope you, if you were upon the spot, would approve. They entered Edinburgh on September 16. This letter frightened Mrs. Montagu much. She immediately wrote to propose joining Mr. Montagu and dispatched a messenger to London to ask advice from a person likely to know about the affair. This person was Mr. George Lewis Scott, eldest son of George Scott of Bristow in Scotland, by Marion Stuart, daughter of Sir James Stuart, Lord Advocate of Scotland. He was a great friend of George I, and had his names given to him by the Princess Sophia, who was his godmother. He was a most able mathematician, which formed a tie between himself and Mr. Montagu. He was a tall, big man, very sociable and facetious, an accomplished musician. In 1750 he was sub-preceptor to George Roman III, and in 1756 Commissioner of Excise. I give a portion of his letter in reply. His handwriting is beautiful. Hearing of an express said to arrive last night, I went out in search of news, but find nothing material since the account of the unhappy battle, or rather infamous flight, of Saturday last. We have as yet no authentic detail of the action. The common opinion is that the king's forces both horse and foot behaved scandalously. Enclosed I send you a list of some officers killed and wounded in this affair. We do not yet know what is become of the rest, excepting that the greatest part of the dragoons were safe at Berwick with Sir John Cope. The Captain Stewart of the Earl of Loudon's regiment mentioned among the slain was an acquaintance of Mr. Montagu, S., and a great friend of Mr. Spencer, S. There are 2 captains killed and regretted of Guise's regiment, the same corps in which my brother has a company. By good fortune he was not there, being just returned from Flanders, and this day upon the establishment as engineer, and ordered to attend Marshal Wade. We may once more call the east wind a Protestant wind. Had the English and Dutch forces, amounting to 12,000 men, been kept off by contrary winds, God only knows what the consequences of the loss of this, in itself trifling, skirmish might have been. As it is, the stocks have fallen considerably. There has been a run upon the bank, who have paid silver to gain time, and have been much blamed for so doing. But on the other hand, just reasons are alleged for their conduct. They say they had certain knowledge that those who began the run were disaffected persons, who, if they had been paid in gold, might with much greater facility have transmitted supplies to Scotland than when paid in silver. However this may be, it is certain that some of the most considerable bankers and merchants have agreed to support the bank on this occasion. I am still hopeful, notwithstanding all the bad rumors we hear, that the old English spirit, though confessedly sunk in deep slumbers for many years, may yet awake. Can anything be more ridiculous and more joyful to the French, more terrible and more shameful to ourselves, to see a nation which might raise 500,000 men, a nation worth twice 500 millions of property, frightened and disordered by 5,000 Highland ruffians not worth 5,000 pounds, if they, their wives and children, servants, goods and chattels, were to be sold in the market? In the days of Oliver, 6 times that number were near Dunbar dispersed by 10,000 English like chaff before the wind. But perhaps, as Voltaire says, Les Anglois dodgered high ni resemblant aux Anglois de Cromwell, non plus que les Monsignori de Rome, ni resemblant aux Scipiens et aux Catons. George Lewis Scott, born 1708, died 1780. Daughter of George I, married Frederick William, King of Prussia. Battle of Preston Pans, fought on September 20. Commander-in-Chief for Scotland. The last account we have of the rebels is that they are returned to Edinburgh, and it is supposed they will be audacious enough to call a parliament of that nation and dissolve the Union. This I think good news, as it will give time for the panic, with which too many are seized, to dissipate. It will also give the well-affected in the northern counties time to arm, and for the king's forces to assemble. Mr. Wade's army is to be 10 or 12,000 strong. The rendezvous, it said, is to be at Nottingham. I wish the Duke were sent for to command. He behaved incomparably well in Flanders, avoided no danger, no fatigue, was an example of regularity and discipline, and what is more considerable, of justice in rewarding merit. More troops are said to be ordered over. This is certainly a right step, but the consequences on the other side of the water, be what they will. We have a report that the castle of Edinburgh must soon surrender for want of provisions. What an unpardonable neglect! If this should be so, the consequences would be very bad, as it would furnish the rebels with considerable quantities of cash, plate, arms, powder, and artillery. What will happen, I know not, but if I were governor, I could soon fetch up provisions from the city by bombs and red-hot balls. The Duke of Cumberland, born 1721, died 1768, second son of George Roman II. Mr. Scott concludes his letter by saying he hopes Mr. Montagu will be in London for the meeting of Parliament on October 17. He also adds, "I could wish you further from the seaside than Mount Morris, though Mr. Vernon is the most vigilant of commanders. I have been assured that as soon as the news of his being appointed was known in France, the price of insurance was raised." Admiral Vernon, born 1684, died 1757. He concludes with messages to Sarah Robinson, who was with her sister, and who was destined to become his wife. Illustration: Emery Walker, Ph., Sc. Lady Lechmere née Howard. The next letter from Mr. Montagu from Allerthorpe, dated September 27, is thus: My dearest. Chapter 1. 1752, 1754, chiefly at Tunbridge Wells, Sandalford, and Hayes, beginning of friendship, with Pitt correspondence with Gilbert West. January 1, 1752, an interchange of letters and compliments from the Wests and Mrs. Montagu take place. Mrs. West sends a huge turkey and ham pie, half for Mrs. Montagu, half for Temple West, Gilbert's brother. Mr. Pitt, Lady Cobham, and Berenger were expected. In a letter to her sister, Sarah Scott, Mrs. Montagu mentions, My father is going to purchase a fine living for Willie. Indeed, he will not enjoy it till after the death of the present incumbent. But it brings in £470 a year, a fine reversion for a younger brother, and what, joined to another moderate living, will be a comfortable subsistence. This was the living of Burgfield in Berkshire, purchased from the Shrewsbury family for 2 lives, of which in after years William Robinson became rector, his son Matthew succeeding him. Further in this letter it says, I recommend to your perusal The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle. Lady Vane's story is well told. Mr. W. Robinson and the doctor called on me this morning. The doctor talks of Bath for his health, but he is the best-looking invalid I ever saw. An Irish bishopric will cure him entirely. Mrs. Delaney is not in England. Poor Mrs. Donnellan has lost her brother, Dr. Donnellan, and is in great affliction. In 1752, the new style began. I adhere to the dates as placed on the letters, as I have all through this book. Published in 1751 by T. Smollett. Née Anne Hawes of Purley Hall, Berks. Married first Lord William Hamilton, secondly Lord Vane. The Reverend Christopher Donnellan, a friend of Swift S. Mr. W. Robinson, afterward Sir William Robinson, and Dr. Robinson were her cousins, brothers of Long, Sir Thomas Robinson and Sir Septimus, and sons of William Robinson of Rokeby. Dr. Richard Robinson was chaplain to the Duke of Dorset, then Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, and had just been made Bishop of Killala. They were immense men, with fine features and rosy cheeks. Mr. Richard Cumberland calls Dr. Richard Robinson a colossal man. So attached was Sir William to his brother Richard that Cumberland says he imitated the Archbishop in everything, even to the size of his shoes, diet, and physic. The Reverend Dr. Richard Robinson, born 1709, died 1794. Afterwards Archbishop of Armagh and first Baron Rokeby. Richard Cumberland, dramatist, born 1732, died 1811. On February 10, Mr. West applied to the Bishop of London for further preferment for Mr. Botham, and writes to Mrs. Montagu. Wickham, February 10, 1752. Dear Cousin, enclosed is my letter to the Bishop of London, which I send open for your perusal. If you approve of it, be pleased to seal it and convey it to his lordship in what manner you think proper. I most sincerely wish it may have any good effect for my cousin Botham's sake, but we must not flatter ourselves too much. Great men often think their smiles sufficient favors, and you know there is a beauty in that of my Lord of London that must enhance its value. Dear cousin, your most affectionate and obliged humble Serv letter 1D57, G.W. Reverend Thomas Sherlock, born 1678, died 1761. The letter was sent to the bishop. Here is his reply to Mr. West. London, ye 18th February, 1752. Sir, I had the honor of yours of the 10 inst. And though I am disabled from writing myself with the gout in my hands, yet I will not omit to assure you that there are very few whom I should be better pleased to oblige than yourself, and the lady at whose instance you write. I feel very sensibly the distress of Mr. Botham and his wife, and judge as you do that it is a case that calls for and deserves assistance. But in considering where my patronages lie, I cannot find that I have any living within distance of Albury, unless it be in the city of London, where probably Mr. Botham would not choose to live. When I have the happiness to see you, you shall be more fully acquainted how far I am able to assist you. I am, sir, your very obedient, humble Serv letter 1D57, signed by himself, though, London. Mrs. Sherlock desires to join me in respects to you and Mrs. West. In March, Mr. Pitt obtained for Mr. Gilbert West the clerkship of the Privy Council, a lucrative office. On March 25, from Hayes to Wickham, Mrs. Montagu writes, Dear cousin, I thank you most heartily for immediately giving me the sincerest joy I have felt for this long time. May you long enjoy what you have so late attained. You cannot imagine the pleasure I propose in hearing your friends congratulate you on fortune's first courtesy. Base jade, to be so tedious and so sparing in her favors. With many congratulations to Mrs. West, etc., to which Lydia Botham, then at Hayes, added a few lines, Mrs. Montagu announces she will convey him and Mrs. West to London the next morning in her postchaise, and they shall stay in Hill Street, where Mr. Montagu was attending to his parliamentary business. And, she adds, to fix an hour, so as to be with the President of the Council at 12 o'clock. From London, on April 17, Mr. Montagu writes an account of the celebrated surgeon, Dr. William Cheselden's death. The papers, I suppose, have informed you of the death of poor Cheselden. I had an account of the manner of his death from one Mr. Verse, an eminent man in his own profession. He told me the poor man was with Jerry Pierce and others, telling them how soon after his being seized with the palsy he had been making a bargain with an undertaker to bury him. With this he was entertaining them with his usual humor, and in the midst of his story was seized with an apoplectic fit which finished him in half an hour. I forgot to add that Mr. Cheselden had eat a great deal of bread and drank a good quantity of ale. Being asthmatic, this was reckoned to be the cause of his death. It will be remembered that Mrs. Montagu was always opposed to her sister Sarah's marriage to George Lewis Scott. Unfortunately, her fears as to their felicity were prophetic, for in April 1752, after only a year's matrimony, they separated. Incompatibility of temper was alleged, but from the letters there was evidently much more below the surface. Mrs. Delaney, writing in April to her sister, Mrs. Dews, says, What a foolish match Mrs. Scott has made for herself. Mrs. Montagu wrote Mrs. Donnellan word that she and the rest of her friends had rescued her out of the hands of a very bad man, but for reasons of interest, they should conceal his misbehavior as much as possible. But entreated Mrs. Donnellan would vindicate her sister's character whenever she heard it attacked, for she was very innocent. Sarah was only 29. Her father and brothers separated her from Mr. Scott, as is shown in his own letters to Mr. Montagu, who had been his original friend. He acknowledged that Mrs. Montagu knew nothing of the separation till it was communicated to her. In truth, she was at Hayes at the time. Her letters indicate the enmity and rancor of a great lady whose name was kept behind the scenes. Mr. Scott wrote 2 letters to Mr. Montagu, dated April 29 and May 1, but both are so involved and mysterious as to shed no real light on his misdemeanors. Meanwhile, Mrs. Montagu received Mrs. Scott at Hayes, and in a letter to her husband, whom she was preparing to join in London, says Morris was urging Mrs. Scott to go to Albury. She says, "I could leave her at Hayes when I go to town, but her spirits are so bad and she is so ill she cannot be alone. Indeed, poor creature, her situation is miserable, allied to the faults and the infamy of a bad man, subject to his aspersions, and liable to the censures of his friends, for the worst have some. As in all disagreements in wedlock, blame falls ever on the innocent where there is no harmony. How happy to behold in wedded pair! Each has the credit of the other's virtues. They have double honor, united interests, and all that can make people strong in society. This, my dearest, is my happier lot, enriched by your fortune, ennobled by your virtues, graced by your character, and supported by your interest." Mrs. Montagu accompanied Mrs. Scott to Albury. She writes, "We had a very pleasant journey here, and our horses performed well. We found Lydia and Johnny in health and happiness, surrounded by 5 of the finest children I ever saw. The youngest boy is a little cherubim and has the finest white hair imaginable." Mrs. Donnellan in May writes from Delville, where she still was, to Mrs. Montagu to say that Lord Holderness was to give up her house in Hanover Square about August, and as it was too large for her fortune, and the lease was near its end, she wishes Mrs. Montagu to look out for a house for her not farther than Windsor from London. Soon after our return, the Dean and Mrs. Delaney go to Down, and I fear his affairs will not permit him to go to England this year. She adds, "I have writ to Mrs. Shuttleworth to bespeak me a chair of Vaughan. I would have it plain and light, lined with white cloth and green curtains, as white and green is my livery. If you should go to town, I should be obliged to you if you would send to Vaughan about it." I now come to the interesting part of your letter, the unhappy affair of poor Mrs. Scott. I had heard before I received yours that she and Mr. Scott were parted, but could hardly believe it. A match so much of mutual inclination seemed to promise mutual happiness, and the shortness of the time of their union hardly allowed them to find out they were not happy, so that you are unwilling to hurt the gentleman in his character. I must conclude he is very bad, since in so short a time he could force Mrs. Scott and all her family to come to such an eclat. I am extremely concerned for all the uneasiness you have had on the occasion, but you have had the consolation of showing yourself a most generous and kind sister in supporting her in her misfortunes, and especially as it was a match made against your better judgment. I beg my compliments to Mrs. Scott, and I heartily wish her health and spirits to support her situation. T said here she is returning to Bath to live with Lady Montagu. On these occasions, people love to seem to know more than perhaps they do. All I say is that you entirely justify Mrs. Scott, and I am sure you must know the truth. I hear, too, he has given her back half her fortune and has settled a £150 a year on her. This, I think, is a justification to her. Mr. Macartney took it on. Means a sedan chair. Mrs. Montagu had indeed a great deal of trouble at this time, for besides sheltering and endeavoring to cheer Mrs. Scott's failing spirits, she had, to say nothing of her own constant ill health, the additional trouble of her favorite brother Jack's illness, now continuing some months, of a nervous disorder, which he never recovered from. On May 26, from Sandalford, Mrs. Montagu writes to Mr. West, who is at her house in Hill Street, attending as clerk to the Privy Council. "Dear cousin, I was informed by Mrs. Isted that you intended to return to town in the middle of this week, so I imagine that by this time you are in the Empire of China. The leafless trees and barren soil of my landscape will very ill bear comparison with the shady oaks and beautiful verdure of South Lodge, and the grinning mandarins still worse supply the place of a British statesman. But as you can improve every society and place into which you enter, I expect such hints from you as will set off the figures, and enliven the landscape with rural beauty. I grieved at the rain from an apprehension that it might interfere with your pleasure at South Lodge. I hope it did not, but that you saw the place with the leisure and attention it deserves. If you give me an account of the parts of it which charmed you most, or of the whole, you will lead my imagination to a very fine place in very good company, and I shall walk over it with great pleasure. I imagine you would feel some poetic enthusiasm in the Temple of Pan, and hope it produced a hymn or ode in which we shall see him knit with the graces and the hours to dance, lead on to the eternal spring, through groves of your unfading bays. South Lodge, Enfield, was then the residence of Mr. Pitt, the grounds of which he laid out with great taste and designed the Temple of Pan. Mrs. Montagu had recently been on a visit to him here, as will be seen in West's answer. At the end of a long letter, which contains directions as to the ornaments of her room, comments on her bad health, in which she quotes Pope's saying, "Ill health is an early old age." She winds up with regretting that Sir George Littleton and Miss West were going to Tunbridge so soon, "for I fear they will leave the place the earlier, as they go at the beginning of the season." She finishes by commending her brother William, who was to spend a day or two in Hill Street, to West, saying, "I wrote my advice to him to take this opportunity to pay his respects to you, but possibly a little college awkwardness, added to natural timidity, may prevent his doing it. I assure you he is a very good young man, more I will not say, for having for some years had a mother's care of him, I have also a mother's partiality. Perhaps you may like him the better for his resemblance to your son." Mrs. Isted, Mrs. Montagu's lady housekeeper. She was fitting up her big room in Chinese style, and West was assisting her with hints. From Albury she had brought Lydia's second daughter, Bessie. Not so handsome as her sister whom you have seen, but she is fair and well-shaped, very sensible and of a sweet disposition, and though but 10 years of age, reads and writes well, and has made a great progress in arithmetic. To this letter, Gilbert West answers on May 30. Mr. Pitt, as you will easily imagine from your own experience, received and entertained us with great politeness, and something still more pleasing and solid, with every mark of friendship and esteem. He had provided for me a wheeling chair, by the help of which I was enabled to visit every sequestered nook, dingle and bosky bower from side to side in that little paradise opened in the wild, and by the help of my imagination doubled the pleasure I received from the various beauties of art and nature, by recalling and participating the past pleasure of a certain person, some of whose remarks and sayings Mr. Pitt repeated with a secret pride, and I heard with equal admiration and delight. The weather, indeed, was not so favorable to us as we could have wished. Molly, indeed, who has an insatiable ardor in viewing a fine place, and an almost implicit faith in Mr. Pitt's taste and judgment, stole out often by herself, and in defiance of wind or rain walked many times over the enchanting round. Kitty has seemed to be inspired with an unusual flow of spirits, which not only emboldened her to undertake, but enabled her also to complete the tour, which I was forced to make in my chair, attended by her, Molly, and Mr. Pitt. Mrs. Montagu, who had been on a visit to Mr. Pitt. Miss West, his sister. Mrs. West. In the reply occurs the following passage. "I am very glad you and Mrs. West went over every part of South Lodge. As you see with more judgment, you must see with more pleasure than I did, and I think there can hardly be a finer entertainment, not only to the eyes, but to the mind, than so sweet and peaceful a scene." I was surprised to hear Mr. Pitt say he had never spent an entire week there. This shows one that a person who has an active mind and is qualified for the busy scene of life need not fear any excess in the love of retirement. Captain Robinson returned from his Chinese expedition in the St. George the middle of June, and Mrs. Montagu and Mrs. Scott met him from Sandalford at her villa at Hayes. "He has brought me 2 beautiful gowns and a fine Chinese lanthorn. We are to go on board the St. George tomorrow," she writes to her husband. He also brought a gown apiece for Lady Sandwich and her sister, Miss Fane. The greater part of the Robinson family went to dine on the St. George, but on a stormy day, and Mrs. Montagu was very terrified at the tossing of the small boat they went in. Soon after this, in the beginning of July, Mrs. Montagu left for her annual visit to Tunbridge Wells, where she had taken the white stone house on Mount Ephraim. Sarah Scott returned to Sandalford to Mr. Montagu en route for Bath, where she was about to take up residence with her friend, Lady Bab Montagu. At Tunbridge were Sir George and Lady Littleton, Mr. West, Miss Charlotte Fane, Mr. Garrick, Mr. Bower, the Dean of Exeter, General Pulteney, etc. At a big ball, Mrs. Montagu says, "I shone forth in full Chinese pomp at the ball. My gown was much liked, the pattern of the embroidery admired extremely. Garrick had an incomparable letter from Beranger which he read with proper humor one day he dined here. I go every day to Mr. King's lectures." Brother of Lord Bath. On July 22, Mrs. Montagu writes to her husband, "Sir George and Lady Littleton went away this morning. As to the lady, She is so unsociable and retired, her departure makes no difference in the society. In all her manners she signified a dislike and contempt of the company, and in this, the world is always just, and pays in kind to the full measure, and even with more than legal interest at 4%. The second Lady Littleton, née Rich. Mr. West from Tunbridge visited his cousins, the Bothams, at Albury, and found Lydia in a terrible state of health, and worried with the preparation of her 5 children to be inoculated. He persuaded her to go to Tunbridge to consult Dr. Shaw, and writes from Stoke to Mrs. Montagu to suggest that Mrs. Botham should stay with her at Sandalford whilst the children are inoculated and left in their father's care. He mentions Mr. Hooke being in a cottage near Stoke, very busy writing. Lydia Botham, despite of all entreaties, returned to Albury to remain with her children. Mrs. Montagu contemplated a visit to Horton, alias Mount Morris, with her husband, to stay with her brother Matthew, but violent rheumatism attacked her in the shoulders. She was reluctantly obliged to let Mr. Montagu visit the brethren, as they termed them, alone. Meanwhile, West, not being satisfied with the tutor with whom his son was residing, hastened to Hill Street to remove him to Oxford. Mrs. Meadows writes from Chute on October 3 to say she had taken her nieces, the Miss Pulses, to see Sandalford, where they ate a cold loaf. And I was not a little exalted as a planter when I saw chestnuts I had set nuts, 45 feet high. She mentions that Mrs. Isted gave them a great many good things, and showed several pretty pieces of her painting, and one of your curtains finished, and a handkerchief the little girl you are so good as to take care of is making for you, that will look very like point. Mr. Montagu's sister. The usual expression for a picnic then. Mr. Montagu set out on October 2 to Horton and arrived at Canterbury, where he ascended the cathedral tower for the view, his first sight of that place. His first letter crossed one of his wife, S., in which she laments her inability to accompany him, and says, I suppose you will see the place with great veneration, where your consort's virtues, charms, and accomplishments were ripened to their present perfection, besides the pleasure of seeing my brothers, which would have been great. I should have reviewed the place where I spent the careless days of infancy and the more gay ones of early youth with satisfaction. To the fair, the years from 15 to 20 are very agreeable. She continues, When do my brethren come to town? I hear my brother Robinson stays to cultivate the maternal acres. As to the paternal, they will not come yet. I think he will think of the pure eternal when he does not say the Lord's Prayer. I design to go to Mrs. Donnellan tomorrow. She is at North End, where she designs to remain till her house is ready for her reception. These letters are addressed thus. To Edward Montagu Esker, and MEMR of P.A.R.L. Letter 1D57 at Matthew Robinson Morris Esker, at Horton, near Hythe, Kent. Morris Robinson, when not in town on business, lived with his brother. And it was a home to all the brothers as they required one, their gay old father, Mr. Robinson, preferring lodgings in London, where he was the life and soul of the fashionable coffee-houses. Mr. Montagu having complained of his horse not liking stony roads, his wife writes, I am sorry your horse does not like hard roads, for the ways about Horton are very stony. A dull horse is like a dull friend, one is safe but not much delighted in their company. She adds, I hope the sight of so many merry bachelors does not revive in you the love of a single state. Theirs is the joy of the wicked, not the pure comforts of a holy state like matrimony. Poor Mr. Brockman is the only man truly sensible of the evils of celibacy, and he weeps and will not be comforted, as all unmarried men should do, were they truly sensible of their misfortune. This is playfully malicious, as Mr. Brockman had been one of her earliest admirers. Her husband, on October 12, answers a long letter of hers about the monuments in Canterbury Cathedral, and says, Since I came here I have passed my time much to my satisfaction. The entire freedom and liberty that reigns here, the love and harmony that dwells amongst the brethren, as it is very uncommon, so is the more agreeable to me, as I cannot but take a part and be affected with pleasure and pain in everything that relates to you. If you had been here, you would have much added to our happiness, and I believe this not only to be my sentiments, but that of all the rest of the company. I have never before now had an opportunity of sufficiently observing this house, which is very large and perfectly regular, though it is not placed just where one could wish it. T's easy to see is capable of great improvement by openings and cuttings in a good deal of that fine prospect, which is now shut out by the walls and trees, and by grubbing up the bushes and hedges and making a kind of paddock on the south side of the house. A basin of water like that at Newbold might also be easily made. Some of these things the worthy owner is not without having some thoughts of doing, as well as cutting some walks and vistas through his wood. There is a picture of Mount Morris in Harris, History of Kent, 1719, a large square house with a cupola surmounted by a big ball and weathercock. In front of the house and round it are the small walled gardens, formerly planted, the fashion of the period. These were eventually pulled down by Matthew Robinson, the hedges grubbed and all thrown into one large park, in which his numerous horses and cattle roamed at large. Mr. Montagu seemed to have enjoyed some fine partridge shooting whilst at Horton. He also frequented Old Father Ocean at Hythe, with whose solemn, majestic look I am always delighted. A picture of Mount Morris as altered by Matthew is in the Kent volume of Beauties of England and Wales. Visits to the Scots of Scots Hall, the Brockmans of Beechborough, etc., are spoken of. In a letter of the same date, October 12, to her husband, Mrs. Montagu first mentions Archibald Bower and his wife. Archibald Bower, born 1686, died 1766, wrote The History of the Popes, etc., etc. To give the whole biography of Archibald Bower would take too much space in this book. An account of him can be found in the National Biography, volume Roman 6, p. 48. He was a Scotsman, was sent to Douai, and entered the Jesuit Society in 1706. In 1717, he studied divinity at Rome, became reader of philosophy and advisor to the College of Arezzo. Horrified at the hellish proceedings of the Court of Inquisition, where he witnessed the torture of 2 innocent gentlemen, he fled to England, and while there made the acquaintance of Dean Berkeley, the old admirer and friend of Mrs. Donnellan, who was afterwards Bishop of Cloyne. He entered, as tutor, the family of Mr. Thompson, Coley Park Berks, and afterwards that of Lord Aylmer. He revised the Universal History. In 1748, he was made keeper of the Queen's Library, and in 1749 he married a widow with 1 child, a niece of Bishop Nicholson. His first volume of his History of the Popes was published in 1748, the second in 1751, the third in 1753. Though renouncing the Jesuit order, he seems to have had business dealings with the Society, some of which brought him into considerable obloquy, but they are too lengthy to be detailed here. Mrs. Montagu, returning to Hayes, says, Mr. Bower and his wife are to come to me on Friday, and stay till Saturday or Monday. He is a very merry entertaining companion. He left all gloominess in that seat of horrors, the Inquisition. I breakfasted with him on Tuesday. He is but between 2 or 3 miles from Hayes. His wife is civil and silent, so I asked her to come over with him. I never saw any country more beautiful than about Chisleyhurst, where he lives. I cannot say much in praise of his habitation, which he terms his paradise, but indeed to a mind so gay and cheerful as his, all places are a paradise. He is much engaged with those old ladies, the popes, but says he will leave the Santi Padre for his Madonna. He will teach me the pronunciation of Italian, which he has reduced to a method, so it may easily be acquired. He taught it to Mr. Garrick at Tunbridge. Apparently Bower was introduced to Mrs. Montagu by Gilbert West. He was an intimate friend of Sir George Littleton. Both he and Sir George gave Mrs. Montagu the sobriquet of Madonna, but as Bower's first letter of 1753 addresses her as Madonna, with him probably the nickname originated. They corresponded for some years in Italian. In the next letter of October 14, she says, The Bowers came here yesterday. Mr. and Mrs. West met them here at dinner, and tomorrow we are all to dine at Wickham. This morning I shall carry Mrs. Bower to see Caesar's camp, the prospect from which is now in high beauty. The 5 Botham children had been inoculated. Their mother had been persuaded in her bad health to leave them in their father's care. Lydia, writing to Mrs. Montagu to thank her for a present of Madeira, says, You will desire to hear something of my babes. My letter from their good father today says they were well when he wrote, but that my kind and humane friends, Dr. Shaw and Winchester, who had both been with them in the morning, said their eyes were so heavy and their pulses so loaded that they would not hold up long. A postscript to this letter gives the next day's account in Mr. Botham's words. My dear babes are all drooping round me, and wonder not if I tell you I am glad they are so, since from the gentlest symptoms of the distemper I have a good foundation to hope they will do well. They are sometimes up and sometimes down, and sicken so gradually that Winchester doubts not that they will have a favorable sort of the smallpox. I expect they will be in their beds tomorrow. By November 16, the 5 children were well, and Mrs. Montagu writes to Mr. West from Sandalford. Mrs. Botham returns to her little family tomorrow. They are all quite recovered, and I hope this lucky event will hasten the recovery of my Lydia. I should indeed be glad to behold the happy smile that will illuminate her countenance at her return to her babes. Mr. Rogers is recovering from another mortification. I really believe he will live to the age of Methuselah, for he recovers of those illnesses which destroy the strongest. I find the Princess of Wales will have a drawing-room as soon as the King returns, and I hope you will consult with your friends whether it will not be proper you should appear there. Mr. Linnell brought me his bill the morning I left town, and I think I will send a copy of it as a proper warning to your Mrs. West, and if you will still proceed in spite of my sad and woeful example, I cannot help it. I shall repent my misdeeds, as the daughters of Israel did theirs in sackcloth and ashes. Adieu brocade, embroidery, and lace, and even the cheaper vanities of lutestring and blonde. John Rogers of Denton Hall, to whom Mr. Montagu, his cousin, was trustee, as he was a lunatic. Linnell had been decorating rooms in her house at Hill Street, and Mr. West was also employing him at Wickham. Mr. West took Mrs. Montagu's advice as to going to court and kissing hands, a ceremony which upon more deliberation I think it most advisable to go through, however glad I should have been to avoid it. In a letter to Miss Anstey from Mrs. Montagu of November 23, we gain a glimpse of the books being read then. Mr. Hooke has published a second edition of his Roman history, which is much admired. Mr. Brown's essays on the characteristics of Lord Shaftesbury are well spoken of. Lord Orrery has just published his observations on the life and writings of Dr. Swift. The Biographia Britannica will entertain you with the lives of many great men. Some of them are very well written. Mr. Warburton's edition of Mr. Pope's works contains some new pieces and some alterations of old ones. The Memoirs du Duc de Sully are very entertaining. The Duke of Cumberland has been dangerously ill, is now something better. Lord Coventry, they say, is to marry Miss Gunning. Some actors have appeared at the theatre, and their characters are not of the first rank. One of them imitates Mr. Garrick. This must have been Foote. John Brown, D.D., born 1715, died 1766. Eminent divine, indefatigable writer. R.D. Earl of Shaftesbury, born 1671, died 1713, wrote Characteristics of Men, Manners, Opinions, and Times. Charles Boyle, 4th Earl of Orrery. William Warburton, born 1698, died 1779, divine and writer, Bishop of Gloucester. Duc de Sully, favorite minister of Henry Roman IV, of France. Lord Coventry, married March 5, 1782, to Maria Gunning. Gilbert West was busied at this time planting his garden at Wickham with firs and laurels, and Mrs. Montagu teased him by letter about his evergreen garden, as she called it. She says, "Remember that while you avoid winter, you exclude spring, and forbid the glad return of the vernal season, as well as the sad approach of autumn. In your garden and in your life, may all that is necessary for shade, for shelter, and for comfort be permanent and unchanged. May the pleasures and aromatics be various, successive, sweet, and new. I shall be much obliged to you if when you see the incomparable Mr. Bower you will get of him the second volume of the History of the Popes. I have almost finished Mr. Hooke's history. I do not care to quit the city of Rome till I have seen the establishment of its spiritual monarchy. I have just received a collection of letters, wrote by Madame de Maintenon, though Voltaire has diminished my opinion of her in some degree, yet I have an impatience to open the book. I shall like to see what alteration there is in her from the wife and widow of poor Scarron to becoming the consort of Louis le Grand." On December 2, Lady Courtenay sent feathers and shells to Mrs. Montagu for her work. She was the daughter of Heneage, 2nd Lord Aylesford, and married to Sir William Courtenay, afterwards 1st Viscount Courtenay. She was a sister of Lady Andover, S., and a great friend of Lydia Botham, S., and in this letter expresses great concern at Lydia's sad state of health. On December 29, Mrs. Montagu writes to her sister Sarah that she had sustained the great loss of her lady housekeeper, Mrs. Isted, who had died very suddenly, whilst Mr. and Mrs. Montagu had been spending a few days with Lydia Botham. The latter was then supposed to be dying. From the letters it appears Mrs. Isted was a widow lady who had lost an only child and had been known to Mrs. Montagu in her more prosperous years. Lydia Botham rallied for a time. A great dispute was going on at Leicester House at this time on the subject of Prince George's tutors. Amongst the sub-preceptors, it will be remembered, was Mr. George Lewis Scott, Sarah's née Robinson, husband. Soon after this he was dismissed from the list of tutors. One reason alleged was that he was a Jacobite, but there was little ground for this supposition. Though a clever man, he seems to have been quite an unsuitable person to be tutor to the princes, and Mrs. Montagu comforts Sarah by saying his true character will now appear. You will see shortly that he and you will have justice done you, and with this difference, that to you it will be a guardian angel, to him an avenging minister. In the meantime, leave him to heaven and the thorns that prick his bosom, as says good Mr. Hamlet. On December 23, she had an assembly, and writes to Mrs. Boscon that the Chinese room was filled by a succession of people from 11 in the morning till 11 at night. The year ends with a letter to Gilbert West, who had had a terrible attack of gout, sending him Birch's Life of Archbishop Tillotson, which Mr. Birch left for you himself. Reverend Thomas Birch, born 1705, died 1766. John Tillotson, born 1630, died 1694. Archbishop of Canterbury in 1691. Opens with a letter from Mrs. Donnellan on January 2 to Mrs. Montagu, then at Sandalford. In this she says, 2 letters from Ireland informed me of a sort of determination both of Dr. Delaney's affair and my own. I had a very particular account of both from my 6th clerk and manager, Mr. Croker, who is 6th clerk to Delaney's adversaries, and a short letter from Mrs. Delaney. My Lord Chancellor has acquitted Dr. Delaney of a hard word in the law, called spoliation, but has ordered an account before 2 masters in Chancery to be taken of all the late Mrs. Delaney's personal estate, and what she was worth when she married the Dean. This lawsuit, which lasted some years, and was a great annoyance and expense to the Delaneys, was caused by his having inadvertently burnt a paper of importance belonging to his first wife. Mrs. Donnellan's brother had claimed the lease of the house lately belonging to their mother, in London, owing to a defect in the execution of the will. Mrs. Donnellan got the books, and some few £100, but, as she had been residuary legatee in the will, suffered severe loss which she bore with exemplary patience. It is probable that at this period her brother-in-law, Bishop Clayton, being wealthy and generous, gave up his wife's marriage portion to her sister, Anne Donnellan. Anne now took a house in Bolton Row, London. On January 3, Mrs. Montagu writes to thank Mrs. West for a portion of turkey pie and some verses of her composing with it. She says, January 3. Dear Madam, for your pie and your verses what strains are sublime enough to return proper thanks. You have held the balance of justice so exactly, and directed its sword so well where to fall that Mrs. Temple West and I are determined to divide the pie this evening according to the rules prescribed. Though our pie has not yet been toasted, your verses have been well relished by some of the greatest connoisseurs. About an hour after I had your letter, Miss West came to call on me. I communicated your poetic strains, and we were very merry over them. When Lord Temple and Sir George Littleton came in, we let them have a share, and they joined in the laugh and commendation. Lord Temple desired his best and kindest compliments to you and my cousin. He is not at all the worse for his late illness. Sir George and he were going to dine with Mr. Pitt, whose health, I believe, is in much the same state as when you saw him. Mrs. Meadows wrote on January 6 from Chute, Wilton, then her brother-in-law's residence, to wish the Montagus a happy new year, and in this letter she says, The Duke of C. Handos, our neighbor, kept his son's birthday with great magnificence. I was invited, and not foreseeing such an occasion for dress, I had neither manteau nor sack, and desired leave to come in a white apron in the evening, but the Duchess insisted on my coming with it to dinner. You may imagine how well I dined on 42 dishes, and a dessert of 21, very well ordered and served. But the Duchess's behavior was really an entertainment, not in the least embarrassed. She did the honors perfectly well, and seemed conscious she should make a good figure, and pleased with the opportunity. In the evening there was a ball, cards for the grave people. I am pleased to find that I can still see the young people dance, and with pleasure, our niece's pulses were the best dancers. I won 4 rubbers and passed for a good player. Content with this, I came away before supper. I was charmed with Mrs. Ironmonger. If you would have me think you well get a Vandyke handkerchief. Mrs. Ironmonger had one, and I am sure it will become you. N.D. Duke of Chandos. His only son by first wife, afterwards 3rd Duke. Mrs. Meadows' nieces. Probably Mrs. Ironmonger, of Wherwell Hants. The Duchess here alluded to was the second wife of the Duke, Anne Jeffreys, née Wells. In the Complete Peerage we read, see the story of her being sold with a halter round her neck by her husband, Jeffreys, an ostler at the Pelican Inn, Newbury, and purchased by the Duke of Chandos in N and Q, 4th L Roman 6, p. 179. She was married in 1744 to the Duke, and died in 1759 SB. January 18, Miss Anstey, writing from Trumpington, says, have you heard that Mr. Gray is going to publish his whole stock of poetry, which, though it will consist of only 1 volume, and contains but few things which have not been already printed, the price will be half a guinea. But what seems most extraordinary, it is expected there will be a very great demand for them, and I am told there is already a great number bespoke, for they are to be embellished and illustrated in the most curious and ingenious manner, with copper plates drawn and imagined by Mr. Bentley. I hear they are all very clever, and was told for a specimen that the little ode on the cat is to have in the frontispiece the fates cutting her 9 threads of her life, and the rats and mice exulting upon the death of their enemy. At the end, Puss is represented as just landed from Charon's boat, and in her approach towards Pluto's palace, she sets up her back and spits at Cerberus. How do you like the conceit? They are said to be very highly drawn, and Mr. Gray gives his poetry. Mr. Horace Walpole is at the whole expense of the printing and copper plates for the benefit of Mr. Bentley. I hear the scholar of St. John, S. who has admitted himself of the playhouse, performs much better in a personated than he did here in his real character. I suppose he does not regret his being expelled the university, as he finds himself well received by the town, for excommunication would not hurt him there. I hear he is really a good actor, which is a thing, I am afraid, much more rare than a bad clergyman, so I am glad he has taken to the stage instead of the pulpit. I hear there were 80 of this university present at his first performance, and that if he has a benefit, the whole body will be present at it. Thomas Gray, born 1716, died 1771. Richard Bentley, junior son of the Master of Trinity, Cambridge. Horace Walpole, younger son of Sir Robert Walpole, born 1717, died 1797. Is this Churchill? This edition of Gray was published in March, 1753, printed at Mr. Horace Walpole's private press at Strawberry Hill. Mr. West, attacked by his enemy the gout, was now a prisoner at Wickham. On January 24, in a long letter, these paragraphs are of interest. The joyous Beringer passed 5 days with us last week, read to us a play in Shakespeare and the Volpone of B. Johnson, and repeated innumerable scraps out of 100 others, laughed a great deal, said many droll and some witty things, and then disappeared, after promising to come frequently to strut upon the little stage of Wickham, which you may perceive has been lately graced with almost as great a variety of characters as are exhibited at Drury Lane. So that we have little occasion to run to the great city in search of company, much less for the sake of society, which indeed there is almost lost, in the various bustle of resort, the busy hum of men, the embarrassments of hoops interruptions of messages and ostentatious dinners and drums, trumpets, politics, etc., etc. But besides the pleasures of social converse, we have had amusements of a stiller kind, furnished by the obliging civility of some of my brother authors, among which are 2 new papers, The Adventurer and The World, by Adam Fitzadam. The writer of the former sent me the first 14 numbers with a very handsome letter. To the other I had indeed a kind of right, since I am informed that the judicious tasters of the town have declared it to be written by Sir G. Airge L. Ittleton, by Mr. Pitt, or your humble servant. With how much sagacity this opinion is formed I shall leave you to judge, for I doubt not but this character will recommend them to your perusal, as it precludes me saying anything in their favor. Of the former I may be so free as to declare I like them very well, but I will be still bolder in recommending to you Dr. Leland S. Observations of Lord Bolingbroke's letter, which was sent me by the author yesterday, and which I have read through with great pleasure and edification. I must transcribe a part of my boy's letter about the death of the Bishop of Cloyne. We have had a great loss at Oxford. The poor Bishop of Cloyne died on Sunday about 8 o'clock in the evening. Mrs. Berkeley was sitting by him, and spoke to him several times, and he never answered, so it is supposed he was dead a quarter of an hour before it was discovered, for he died without a groan or any sign of pain. He has received Roland, for which I thank you in his name. Edward Moore published The World. His son Richard, then at Oxford. George Berkeley, born 1684, died 1753, celebrated divine and author. To this Mrs. Montagu rejoins, how happy was the Bishop of Cloyne's exit, or rather entrance, one should call it into another, than departure out of this life, for it had none of the agonizing pangs of farewell. I pity poor Mrs. Berkeley, who had so little preparation for so heavy a stroke. I hope the constant conversation and example of a man so eminent in every Christian virtue may have given her an uncommon degree of fortitude and patience. I have heard her temper and understanding highly commended. She had a perfect adoration of the bishop. Dr. Berkeley had formerly made his addresses to Mrs. Donnellan. What were her reasons for refusing him I know not. Friends were consenting, circumstances equal, her opinion captivated, but perhaps aversion to the cares of a married life, and apprehensions from some particularities in his temper hindered the match. However, their friendship always continued, and I have always heard her give him for virtues and talents the preference to all mankind. Mrs. Montagu continues that she had neither health nor spirits to read with pleasure. The misfortunes I have suffered and those I have feared have worn me out. After the various turns of hope and fear on my poor Lydia's account, I am at last in despair about her. Mr. Botham sent to us for a milch ass for her some days ago. After a long lamentation on Lydia's behalf, she ends, I am that poor little selfish animal, a human creature, made more poor, more little, more selfish by the vapors. In all Sir Hans' museum there is not so ugly a monster as a woman in vapors. Lydia becoming worse, Mrs. Montagu wrote to inform her sister, Mrs. Lawrence Sterne, whose curious letter I give in full as a specimen of her style. Both she and her sister Lydia wrote large, legible hands, much alike. Sutton, March 9th. Dear Madam, I return you my sincere and hearty thanks for the favor of your most welcome letter, which had I received in a more happy hour, would have made me almost frantic with joy. For being thus cruelly separated from all my friends, the least mark of their kindness towards me, or remembrance of me, gives me unspeakable delight. But the dismal account I received at the same time of my poor sister has rendered my heart incapable of joy, nor can I ever know comfort till I hear of her recovery. Believe me, dear madam, you were never more mistaken than when you imagine that time and absence remove you from my remembrance. I do assure you I do not so easily part with what affords me so great delight. On the contrary, I spare no pains to improve every little accident that recalls you to my remembrance, as the only amends which can be made me for those unhappinesses my situation deprives me of. As a proof of this I must inform you that about 3 weeks ago I took a long ride through very bad weather and worse roads, merely for the satisfaction of enjoying a conversation with a gentleman who, though unknown to you, had conceived the highest opinion of you from the perusal of several of your letters, for which he was indebted to Mrs. Clayton. Had this gentleman nothing else to recommend him, it certainly would be sufficient to have made me desirous of his acquaintance, but he is both a man of sense and good breeding, so that I am not a little pleased with my new acquaintance. Your supposition of my sister's having boasted to me of her children is doubtless extremely natural. I wish it had been as just. But I can in 3 words inform you of all I know about, to wit their number and their names, for which I am indebted to Johnny. Had my Lydia been so obliging as to have made them the subject of her letters, I should by this time have had a tolerable idea of them, by considering what she said with some abatement. But as it is, I no more know whether they are black, brown, or fair, wise, or otherwise, gentle, or froward than the man in the moon. Pray, is this strange silence on so interesting a subject owing to her profound wisdom or her abundant politeness? But be it to which it will, as soon as she recovers her health I shall insist on all the satisfaction she can give on this head. In the meantime, I rejoice to find they have your approbation, and am truly thankful that nature has done her part, which indeed is the most material, though I frankly own I shall not be the first to forgive any slights that Dame Fortune may be disposed to show them. Your goddaughter, as in duty bound, sends her best respects to you. I will hope that she may enjoy what her poor mother in vain laments, the want of a more intimate acquaintance with her kindred. Be so good as to make Mr. Stern, and my compliments to Mr. Montagu, and believe me, dear madam, your most affectionate cousin, and obliged humble servant, E. Stern. The Reverend Lawrence Stern was vicar of Sutton in the Forest, Yorkshire. The godchild was Lydia Stern, born December 1, 1747, then in her 6th year. The Sterns had lost their first child, also a Lydia born in October 1745. Lydia Botham did not long survive. I do not know the exact day of her death, but West, writing on April 2 to Mrs. Montagu, says, I cannot conclude without thanking you, my dearest cousin, for informing me of your health, about which I should have been under great alarms upon hearing of Lydia's death, of which your letter brought me the first intelligence. This kind attention to my happiness at a time when your heart was overflowing with sorrow is such a proof of your regard for me I shall always remember with gratitude. Though deeply lamented, Lydia's sufferings, latterly from asthma dropsy and a complication of disorders, made her death more or less a release. Mr. Botham was now left a widower with 5 children. Writing from London, the end of April, to Sarah Scott in John Street, Bath, where she and Lady Bab were living, Mrs. Montagu says, I have been at oratorios so crowded and plays so hot I have almost fainted, but first of all crowds and greatest of all mobs, I must in justice name Lady Bath's assembly, from whence at hazard of life and limb I broke away a little after one on Tuesday last. Her ladyship had happily gathered together 800 Christian souls, many of which had like to have perished by famine and other accidents. I suffered the most from the first of these. Being ill, I had not eat a morsel of dinner, and there was not a biscuit nor a bit of bread to be got, and half the company got out through the stables and garden. The house was not empty till near 3 in the morning. Nay, Anna Maria Gumley, wife of Pulteney, Earl of Bath, she is said to have been a great screw. Mrs. Montagu had for some time been expecting Miss Carter, the young daughter of Mr. Montagu's faithful agent, to stay with her. She says, My little disciple is very good, and takes to me wondrous well. I expect the eldest Miss Botham next week. You may suppose it was some denial not to choose the second, but I thought the other my duty rather, and the eldest would have been much grieved to be passed over. Miss Carter, writing to Mr. Montagu, who had gone to Sandalford on business, and to cure a bad cold on May 3, his wife describes a rout she had given. Had rather more than 100 visitants last night, but the apartment held them with ease, and the highest compliments were paid to the house and elegance of the apartments. Gilbert West from Wickham, on May 23, gives the following account of Mr. Pitt, whose health had been causing much anxiety to his friends. Had I answered your letter last night, I should have given you a good account of Mr. Pitt, who was yesterday in better spirits than I have seen him in since he came hither. But I find by inquiring after him this morning that he has had a bad, that is, a sleepless night, which has such effect on his spirits that I am afraid we shall see him in a very different condition today. This has happened to him every other night since Friday last, so I am persuaded there is something intermitting in his case, of which neither the physicians nor himself seem to be aware. I think he ought to go to town to consult with them, but to this he has so great an aversion that I question if he will comply with our request. Sir George Littleton, who saw him on one of his bad days, Saturday last, promised to come hither today, and his voice added to ours may possibly prevail. Mr. Pitt expressed a due sense of your goodness in inquiring so particularly after him, and that you may know how high you stand in his opinion, I must inform you that in a conversation with Molly, he pronounced you the most perfect woman he ever met with. Mr. Pitt was recommended by his doctors to go to Tunbridge Wells to drink the waters. Accompanied by Mr. West, Mrs. West, and Miss West, he set off on May 26. West, writing to Mrs. Montagu, says, Tunbridge Wells, May 27, 1753. My dearest cousin, my best and most valuable friend. Your kind letter, which I received on coming from chapel, is the most agreeable thing I have met with at Tunbridge, where we arrived last night about 7, after only stopping at Sennox, and dining at Tunbridge Town. It came very seasonably to relieve my spirits, which were much sunk by the extreme dejection which appears today in Mr. Pitt. From a night passed entirely without sleep, notwithstanding all the precautions which were taken within doors to make it still and quiet, and the accidental tranquillity arising from the present emptiness and desolation of this place, to which no other invalids, except ourselves, are yet arrived, or even expected to arrive as yet. He began to drink the waters today, but as they are sometimes very slow in their operations, I much fear both he and those friends who cannot help sympathizing with him will suffer a great deal before the wished-for effect will take place. For this insomnium his physicians have prescribed opiates, a medicine which, in this case, though they may procure a temporary ease, yet often after recoil upon the spirits. He seems inclined to take musk, and intends to talk with Molly about it. I think his physicians have been to blame in giving all their attention to the disorder in his bowels, and not sufficiently regarding the distemperature of his spirits, a disease much more to be apprehended than the other. While he continues under this oppression, I am afraid it will be impossible for me to leave him, as he fancies me of the greatest use to him as a friend and a comforter, but I hope in God he will soon find some alteration for the better, of which I shall be glad to give you the earliest information. In the meantime, I beg you will take care of your health, and as the most effectual means of establishing it, I most earnestly desire you will follow Mr. Montagu's exhortations to repair forthwith to Tunbridge, as by so doing you will not only contribute to the regaining your own health, but to the comfort and felicity of some here who love you. Kitty, Molly, and Mr. Pitt desire their affectionate compliments. Molly begs you will communicate this account of Mr. Pitt to Sir G. Ayr L. Lyttelton. In West's next letter, of May 30, he says, I think Mr. Pitt is somewhat better, though his spirits are too low to allow him to think so, and his nights are still sleepless without the aid of opiates. I write this from the stone house, to which we were driven by the noisy situation of our house at the foot of Mount Sion. How many pleasing ideas our present habitation recalls I leave you to judge, though there needs no such artificial helps to make you ever present to my memory. Mr. Pitt is lodged in your room, and I in that which was Mr. Montagu's dressing-room on the ground floor. The Montagus and Wests together had rented the stone house the year before this. On May 31, West writes to say he is leaving Mr. William Lyttelton with Mr. Pitt, and will return to Wickham on Saturday, and dine with Mrs. Montagu at Hayes en route. He adds, Mr. Pitt feels a little gout in his foot, which we hope will increase so as to be an effectual remedy for all his disorders. On June 6, West, who had been commissioned to find a house for Mrs. Montagu, looks at the last two left on Mount Ephraim, a Mr. Spooner's and a Mr. Seal. S. He decided on the latter, orders the chimney to be made higher, and a hovel put on it to stop smoking, and to order the owners to lie in the beds to air them. The price he told me was 4 guineas a week, or 35 guineas for the whole season, that is till Michaelmas, or a week or two over. For this price you are to have stabling for 8 horses, and a coach house for 2 carriages. Mrs. West will be obliged to you if you will bring her jewels with you. Mrs. Montagu arrived at Tunbridge on June 11, and on the 13th writes to her husband, then in London, to say, My cough is much abated and my appetite increased. The ass's milk sits well on my stomach. I have a constant invitation to dinner at the White House. Mr. Pitt is too ill to dine abroad, and the Wests cannot leave him, so as often as I am disposed for company, I dine there. The rest of my time passes in taking air and exercise, and now and then the relief of a book. On account of the Jew bill and other unpopular measures coming before Parliament, a general election was anticipated, and Lord Sandwich was already arranging for it by canvassing his constituents and those at Huntingdon, and summoned Mr. Montagu to meet him at Hinchinbrook the second week in August. Previous to this, he spent a few days with his wife at Tunbridge Hence, proceeding to Yorkshire for his annual estate business. Old Mr. Robinson accompanied his friend, Sir Edward Daring, to canvass for him in Kent, and his daughter says, "My father would have made a good counterpart to Sir Edward Daring. If Bon Mose could carry a county, I know few that would care to contend with them." Previous to going to Tunbridge, Mrs. Montagu placed her two young charges, Miss Carter and Miss Botham, in a boarding school. She writes to her sister Sarah. Mr. Montagu thought Miss Carter's dancing would be better improved if she went to school, and he is as desirous she should be a fine dancer as if she was to be a maid of honor. I was the more willing in regard to Miss Botham going, for my cousin is of such a diversian temper, as Coates used to express it, that I feared she would not be easily restrained in a place of this sort. She is a fine girl, but so lively and so idle, she requires infinite care. With great capacity of learning, she has prodigious desire to be idle, and thinks it quite hard not to take her share of all the diversions she hears of. On being asked how she liked London, she said very well, but should do so much better if she was to go to Ranelagh every night. I have left them at a very good school, but an expensive one. However, they are only to stay there till the 15th of August, for then the school breaks up, and if I do not leave this place sooner, they must come. I believe no gouvernante ever took half the pains I have done with these children, explaining to them everything they read, and talking to them on all points of behavior. On July 4, in a letter to Mr. Montagu, who is at Theakstone, his wife writes, "All the family at the Stone House and myself in their train went yesterday to Penshurst. We spent a good deal of time in viewing the pictures. I was most pleased with the portraits, as I know not any family that for arts and arms, greatness of courage and nobility of mind have excelled the Sydney race. Beauty, too, has been remarkable in it." And on July 8, "It has been much the turn of the society I am in to go out in parties to see places, and last post day we settled upon an expedition of this sort with such precipitation, I had not opportunity to write without keeping the company waiting. We went to see an old seat of a Mr. Brown's. It is well situated, was built by Inigo Jones, has some fine portraits. We went from this venerable seat to a place called New Vauxhall, where Mr. Pitt had provided us a good dinner. The view from it is romantic. We stayed there till the cool of the evening and then returned home. We drank tea yesterday in the most beautiful rural scene that can be imagined, which Mr. Pitt had discovered in his morning's ride about half a mile from hence. He ordered a tent to be pitched, tea to be prepared, and his French horn to breathe music like the unseen genius of the wood. The company dined with me, and we set out number 8. Sir George Littleton and Mr. Bower are come to spend a few days with Mr. Pitt. To this her husband replies, "I very much approve of the excursions you make, and think the more the better, as they both entertain the mind and give exercise to the body." He adds, the epidemic then raging amongst cattle in England had not been so severe on his northern property as in other parts of the country. Mr. Pitt went to Hastings for 2 days, and on his return, Mr. West made a tour to Canterbury, Dover, etc., which lasted 5 days. Dr. Smith, Mr. Montagu's old friend, was then at Tunbridge, and Mrs. Montagu says, "We fell into discourse upon some embellishments and ornaments to be added to the fine library at Trinity College. There are to be 26 bustos put up, 13 in memory of the ancients, 13 of modern. These are to be cast in plaister of Paris. But Mrs. Middleton talks of a fine marble busto of Dr. Middleton to be done by Robiliac, which I think very proper, as he was so eminent, there should be a public memorial of him. And as he was long librarian, it is proper it should be in that place. There are likewise to be 48 portraits of considerable persons that have been of the college. Dr. Robert Smith, then Master of Trinity College, Cambridge, founded Smith's Prizes. Louis-François Robiliac, born 1695, died 1762, eminent sculptor. To this Mr. Montagu replies, "I am very well pleased with what Dr. Smith is doing at Trinity College. I hope he has not laid aside the noble design he had formed of having a statue of the great Newton. Such men as he and Dr. Middleton should be represented in something more durable than plaister of Paris, and I honor Mrs. Middleton for her intention." In 1755, Dr. Smith gave the statue of Sir I. Newton, sculptured by Robiliac. After seeing to the business consequent on his trusteeship to his cousin, Mr. Rogers of Newcastle, Mr. Montagu had returned to Theakstone on July 29. He describes Gibside, the seat of Mr. Bowes. I dined this day se'nnight at Gibside. It was one of the finest summer days I ever saw. It set off to great advantage the whole vale through which the river Tyne runs, which consists of a great deal of good rich land. The moors, though not so pleasing to the eye, make abundant amends by the riches of the mines. All the gentlemen are planting and adorning their seats, but nothing comes up to the grandeur and magnificence of what Mr. Bowes has done, and is doing, I mean without doors, for his house is but an indifferent one. It stands in the midst of a great wood of about 400 acres, through which there are a great many noble walks and rides interspersed with fine lawns, with a rough river running through it, on each side of which are very high rocks, which gives it a very romantic look. Mr. Bowes is at present upon a work of great magnificence, which is the erecting a column of above 140 feet high. This, as far as I know, may be the largest that ever was erected by a subject in this island, and may yield to nothing but the monument at London. I ought not to omit telling you that he has already erected upon a rising ground a Gothic building which he calls a banqueting room, in which the night before there was a concert of music at which Jourdain and an Italian woman performed, whom Mrs. Lane brought with her from Bramham Moor, from which she came in a day. On Monday I dined with Sir Thomas Clavering. This gentleman's house is very old and bad, but the situation good and prospect pleasant. He has made a long road leading to his house and improved his park and made a serpentine river. He has also, as well as all the other gentlemen in that county, made a kitchen garden with very high walls, planted with the finest fruit trees. I question not peaches and nectarines may succeed very well, but for grapes they must be beholden to fire. George Bowes of Streatham Castle, and Gibside, Durham. Mrs. Lane of Bramham Park, Yorkshire, Th. Baronet, related to the Roger family, Oxwell Park. From this it would appear that walled kitchen gardens were new things in the north then. Probably, Kyle Yards reigned supreme. Miss Carter and Miss Botham now joined Mrs. Montagu at Tunbridge from their school. Another excursion to Stonelands with Mr. Pitt took place, and in a letter to Mr. Montagu on August 3 we learn. This dry summer has been so favorable to the waters that they have made several surprising cures. I think Mr. Pitt may be numbered amongst them. The first time I saw the Duke of Bolton, I could hardly imagine he would last a month, but seeing him again yesterday I was amazed at the amendment. A seat of the Duke of Dorset now called Buckhurst in Surrey, R.D. Duke, he died August 26, 1754. Married as second wife Lavinia Fenton, alias Polly Peacham. In the afternoons, Mrs. Montagu and Mr. Pitt were attending Mr. King's lectures on philosophy, etc., and Mr. Pitt, who is desirous of attaining some knowledge in this way, makes him explain things very precisely. In another letter she says, Miss Carter will excel in dancing. I did not think it right she should dance minuets at the ball till she was quite perfect in it, but Mr. West, Mr. Pitt, and all their family and some other company were here the other day, and I made her dance a minuet with Master West by way of using her to do it in company. She acquitted herself so well as to get great commendation. As usual, the husband and wife exchanged loving letters on the anniversary of their wedding day, August 5. Mrs. Montagu mentions, there is a report that Lord Coke is dying. His wife, Lady Mary, is here. She is extremely pretty, her air and figure the most pleasing I ever saw. She is not properly a beauty, but she has more agremens than one shall often see. With so many advantages of birth, person, and fortune, I do not wonder at her resentment being lively, and that she could ill brook the neglects and insults of her husband. Lady Mary was the daughter of the second Duke of Argyll and Duke of Greenwich. She is often mentioned by Horace Walpole. Her husband treated her with great brutality, and she gained a separation from him. He died August 31, 1753. She survived him till 1811. Illustration. John Nixon, PXD. Tea and coffee in the bathroom. Mr. Herbert is mentioned as being very ill at Tunbridge. This was the uncle of the 6th Earl of Carnarvon, of Highclere Castle, Hants. Mr. Montagu says, he has done a great deal to adorn and beautify Highclere. He had designed to do much more. If he dies, it will want his finishing hand. On August 13, Mrs. Montagu writes to her husband, Mr. Nash had a fit yesterday, by which it is imagined this monarch will soon resign that empire over mankind, which in so extraordinary a manner he gained and has preserved. The young pretender is now known to be at Passy, near Paris, where he keeps himself so concealed that he may on any project be able to leave it without exciting the attention of the people. It is said in case of a minority he will make us a visit. Lord Rochford intercepted a letter from a cardinal in France to his brother in Italy, in which he said he had supped with Prince Charles the night before. I hear this young adventurer is much a favorite with the French officers and soldiers, whose romantic visions of honor may excite them to do more than even the policy of their monarch requires. Richard Nash, Beau Nash, leader of fashion at Bath and Tunbridge, born 1674, died 1761. On August 20, Mr. Montagu arrived at Hinchinbroke to stay with Lord Sandwich, in order to beat up votes for the next election for Huntingdon and the county. A Mr. Jones, an eminent merchant, was to be his fellow candidate. On Tuesday, we are to go about the town and canvass, where an entertainment will be prepared for the burgesses, who will tomorrow night be treated with their wives, with a ball for them only, a thing entirely new, and which must produce something new and out of the common. On Friday, we shall be at liberty to move off, but on Monday night, we are to meet and entertain the Londoners at the King's Head, Holborn. Writing on August 21 to Mrs. Boscon, Mrs. Montagu mentions, I am living in the very house my dear Mrs. Boscon inhabited 3 years ago. At the Stone Castle reside Mr. Pitt, Mr. and Mrs. West and Miss West. Instead of making parties at whist or cribbage, and living with and like the beau monde, we have been wandering about like a company of gypsies, visiting all the fine parks and seats in the neighborhood. These excursions were much encouraged by Mr. Pitt, who considered them as good for the mind as the body, and that an occasional day without drinking the waters gave them a greater effect. Mention of a ventriloquist now occurs as something new. I have been this morning to hear the man who has a surprising manner of throwing his voice into the drawer, a bottle, your pocket, up the chimney, or where he pleases within a certain distance. I was last night at Mr. King's. We had the orrery and an astronomical lecture. Illustration. Those, Malton PXD. The circus at Bath. Mr. Montagu joined his wife for a week at Tunbridge when he had to return to London. On September 16, she writes to him, I intend to be with you on Thursday. I find Mr. Pitt has some intentions, as I told you when you was here, of going to Hayes, in case he should not be well enough to take the long journey he intends, and he seems much pleased that I will lend him that little tenement. But as I apprehend a feather bed more will be wanted than used to be, I propose to send one from Hill Street. Mr. Pitt leaves this place tomorrow. He is now going to Dr. Ascoff's, and from thence to Stowe and Hagley. Mr. West goes to Stowe with him. Lady Cobham's, Sir George Littleton's seat. Probably it was from this time that Pitt took such a fancy to Hayes, which endured all his lifetime. The next letter to Gilbert West I transcribe in portions. Sandalford, September 27, 1753. My most honored cousin, your kind and agreeable letter restored me in some measure to the temper I lost at going out of town the very day you came to it. I know not what poets may find in the country, when they have filled the woods with sylvan deities and the rivers with naiads. But to me groves and streams and plains make poor amends for the loss of a friend's conversation. You have better supplied Mr. Pitt's absence by reading the orations of his predecessor, Demosthenes, and I can easily imagine you would rather have passed the evening with the British than the Grecian Demosthenes, whom in talents perhaps he equals, and in grace of manners and the sweet civilities of life, I dare say he excels. But when you seem to say you would even have preferred the simple small talk of your poor cousin to the Athenian orator, I cry out to a wondrous power of friendship, which like the sun gives glorious colors to a vapor, and brightens the pebble to a gem, till what would have been neglected by the common herd is accepted by the most distinguished. On Tuesday morning, about 8 o'clock, I called upon Mr. Hooke at his hermitage. I found him like a true savant surrounded by all the elements of science, but though I roamed round the room, I could not perceive any signs of the author, no papers, pen, ink, or sheets just come from the press. I fear the fine ladies and fine prospects of Cookham divert his attention from the Roman history. I desired him to carry me to Mrs. Edwin's, which I heard was a pretty place. There is an old fairy woman who crosses the Thames very often before Mrs. Edwin's terrace. While we were in Mrs. Edwin's garden, he betrayed my name to her. She came down, showed me her house and the pictures, which are very fine, but the views from her windows gave one no leisure to consider the works of art. Cliefton Hill rises majestically in view, and the only flat shore you see from this place lies straight before it, and is a large plain of the finest verdure and full of cattle. Could this be Hedser? To this letter, Gilbert West replies, I am glad your journey to Sandalford was relieved by the agreeable digression you made to Cookham, where I hope to find, at least in the memory of Mr. Hook, the vestiges of your having been there, which will be an additional motive to me to make him a visit from Stoke. For I am going once more from Wickham, notwithstanding the neighbourhood of Sir Thomas Robinson, the Archbishop, and Bower, and the arrival of my urn, which is to come this very day, and which Mr. Cheer hath taught me to consider as an emblem and monument of the polished, elegant, and accomplished Mrs. Montagu, by assuring me that it is indebted for all the extraordinary and highly finished ornaments he hath bestowed upon it, to the great regard and veneration he hath for her, and that he will not either for love or money make such another. I was paying a visit at Fulham, where I enjoyed the smiles of my beloved bishop, the presence of Mrs. Sherlock, and the agreeable conversation of Mrs. Chester, with the more substantial delicacies of an excellent English venison pasty. Further on he says he is going to Lillingston Darrell to see his mother, Lady Langham. Long Sir Thomas, Mrs. Montagu's cousin. Archbishop Secker. Thomas Sherlock, born 1678, died 1761, Bishop of London. In the next letter, Oct. 3, from Sandalford to Mr. West occurs this sentence, Mr. Montagu returned hither on Monday with the new four-wheeled post-chaise. It is the pleasantest machine imaginable in rough roads, but I think it too easy on even roads. The coachman had nothing intermediate between the two-wheeled vehicles and the ponderously long six- or four-horsed coach, which required elaborate skill in turning. Staying again at Fulham, Mr. West mentions that he has been urging Bishop Sherlock to publish some of his sermons, which he promised to do. West had a fresh attack of the gout, which made him return home. Mr. Pitt had left Hayes suddenly for Bath, Tunbridge waters not having been of sufficient use to him, and in a letter of October 13 to West, in capital letters, her inquiries not being answered, Mrs. Montagu asks, I desire to know what you have heard concerning Mr. Pitt's health. Describing her daily life, she says she keeps up the Tunbridge habit of driving an hour or so after dinner, which, it must be remembered, was then early over the adjacent common. After these airings, she drank tea and retired to her dressing room for 2 or 3 hours of reading. On October 14, West writes, The Duke and Duchess of Portland, with 2 of their daughters, dined here last Thursday, and we are to make them a morning's visit tomorrow at Bulstrode. Her Grace was extremely courteous and obliging to me, but never made any inquiry after you, which piqued me so much that I put her against her upon talking about Mr. Botham, and from what she said about the distressed situation of his family, took occasion to extol you as the most generous and sincere friend, and indeed the only one the poor man could depend on. The reader will have doubtless missed the frequent mention of the Duchess and her letters. There is no doubt that the coolness between the quondam intimate friends was on account of the Scott separation. It will be remembered the Duchess sided with Mrs. Scott's engagement against Mrs. Montagu's opinion. After the Scott separation, probably influenced by her intimate friend, Lady Bute, who with the Princess of Wales seems to have defended him, the Duchess appears to have taken his part. But his true character is shown by the fact that the Prince of Wales, George Roman III, on being given a household in 1756, begged that Scott should not be continued about him, and to make up for this dismissal, he was given a commissionership in the excise. Later on the Duchess and Mrs. Montagu had a rapprochement, but the letters were never as cordial as in previous times. V.D. Walpole's Memoirs of the Reign of George Roman III, Volume Roman II, p. 259. Scott is said to have been a Jacobite secretly. That he was double-faced is evident from letters. Writing from Lillingston on October 27, West describes his visit to Bulstrode. I was very kindly received both at Bulstrode and Cookham. At the former, we were shown a great many fine and great many curious things, both indoors and without. The day proved too cold, and I was not enough recovered to see all the rarities of the animal as well as the vegetable kind, which were dispersed over the park and gardens. Those that might be seen from the windows, as some spotted sheep and a little bull from Fort St. David's, whose resemblance I have often seen in Chinaware, I beheld with admiration and applause, and ventured 2 steps into the garden to take a view of the orange trees against the wall. Her Grace promised to make me a present of some trained up for that purpose. In her closet we were shown some curious works in shells, performed by Mrs. Delaney, whom her Grace expected at Bulstrode in a short time, and expressed great pleasure and not a little impatience in the prospect of seeing so dear and so ingenious a friend. Of you she said nothing, till upon her naming Mrs. Donnellan, I said I could give her some account of her, having been informed by you that she was gone to town. She then asked when I heard from you, and where you was, but carried her inquiry after you no further. At Cookham, I spent some hours with Mrs. Stanley, for Mr. Hook had gone out with Mrs. Edwin to make a visit to Dr. Frayne. He further states that he found his mother well, and very little altered since I last saw her, excepting that she has grown a little fatter. A circumstance to a woman of 70 is greatly preferable to wrinkles. In my way through Stowe Park, I met Miss Banks riding out with Lord Vere. Of her I inquired much about Mr. Pitt, and received from her the same answer, which I must have made for your inquiries after him, that they had heard nothing of him since he left Stowe. While he stayed at Stowe, he was in good health and spirits. He went from thence to Hagley, and she believed he intended to go from Hagley to Bath. Baron Vere of Hanworth. On November 10, Mrs. Donnellan, to whom Mrs. Montagu had lent her house in Hill Street, whilst she searched for lodgings in the suburbs, her lungs not permitting her to live in the town during the winter, writes, I have taken a little house on trial at Kensington Gravel Pits. Both Richardson's house at North End and Mrs. Granville's at Chelsea I think too low for me. I want you to read Sir Charles Grandison. It is not formed on your plan of banishing delicacy. I am afraid it carries it too far on t'other side and is too fine spun, but there are fine things and fine characters in it, and I don't know how it is, but his tediousness gives one an eagerness to go on. There is a lovesick madness that I think extremely fine and touching, but if you have not read it I must not forestall. I think I will own to you, the great fault of my friend's writings, there is too much of everything. I really laughed at your nursery of Clarissa's, but I hope you did not think of me as the old nurse. There was nobody there while I stayed. Mr. Richardson had just completed his novel of Sir Charles Grandison. The Clarissas is an allusion to Miss Botham and Miss Carter, then with Mrs. Montagu. This same month Mrs. Montagu was again very unwell. West urged her to go to London, but Mr. Montagu, who loved the retirement at Sandalford, was unwilling to leave it, and she says, Though I am told I may go to town, I know it would not be agreeable where I ought to please, and I can hardly think it right to be in such haste to quit the place where I live most in the manner I ought to do, where only I am useful. I relieve the distresses and animate the industry of a few, and have given all my hours to the 2 girls under my care, whose welfare, whose eternal welfare perhaps, depends on what they shall now learn. Mr. Hook and Mr. Botham were both at Sandalford. In Mr. Hook's conversation, Mrs. Montagu found much enjoyment. As West put it, he, Hook, is a very worthy man, and has in him the greatest compass of entertainments of anyone I know, from nonsense, as Lord Bath calls it, to sense, and beyond sense to metaphysics. On December 20, Mrs. West writes to present her Christmas wishes, and Mr. West, S. to the Montagus, as Tubby. Mr. West, as was his uneuphonious family nickname, had the gout in both hands. Mrs. Montagu writes to him, the 27th of December, 1753. And what, my dear cousin, are both hands prisoners of the gout? Such innocent hands too. Hands that never opened to receive or give a bribe, that never dipped into the guilt of the South Sea fraud, of charitable corporations, or pilfered lottery tickets, clean even from perquisite in office, and the most modest means by which the miser's palm woos and solicits gain. So far have your hands been from grasping at others' gold, they have not held fast your own with a tenacious grip, but opened liberally at the petitions of the poor, for the productions of art, or to feast your friends at the genial board. Most of all do I resent the fate of the writing hand, which was first dedicated to the Muses, then with maturer judgment consecrated to the nymphs of Salome, and shall it be led captive by the cruel gout? Why did you sing the triumphs of the dire goddess? Oh, why could you not describe them unfelt, as poets often do the softer pains and gentler woes of Venus and her son? West wrote a poem entitled The Triumphs of the Gout. The first amusing paper I have of 1754 is a school bill for the two younger Miss Bothams, Molly and Kitty. I am sorry that several of the items are torn away, but it is curious as to things then required, and also for the extraordinarily bad spelling and wording of the preceptor entrusted with their care. It is addressed to the Revd. Dr. Botham, these. Sir. Chapter 2. 1755, 1757 in London, at Sandalford, at Tunbridge Wells, and with the Boscons at Hatchland's letters on events of the war. In January, 1755, but with no date of day, is a letter of Mrs. Montagu's to Sarah Scott on Lord Montfort committing suicide after gambling heavily. I imagine that you will be glad to hear the history of the times, which indeed bring forth daily wonders. Nor is it the least that the most profound arithmetician and the greatest calculator, one who carried demoivres, probabilités de la vie humaine, in his pocket, never foresaw that spending 10 times his income would ruin his fortune, and that he found no way to make the book of debtor and creditor even, but paying that debt which dissolves all other obligations. You will guess I mean Lord Montfort and his pistol. He had not discovered any marks of insanity. On the contrary, all was deliberate, calm and cool. Having said so much of his indiscretion, I think, with the rest of the world, I may acquit him of the imputation of cunning and sharping. But what can one say in defense of a conduct that had all the appearance of deep knavery and the consequences of inconsiderate rashness and folly? Many reasons have been given for his lordship's violent act, but by what I learn from those best acquainted with his person and fortune, he was not under the pressure of any very heavy debt, but had a true Epicurean character, loved a degree of voluptuousness that his fortune could not afford, and a splendor of life it could not supply. Much of his relish for the world was lost, and like one that has no appetite to ordinary fare, chose to rise from table unless fortune would make him a feast. When Lord Montfort's children were paid their demands on his estate, I hear he had only £1,200 a year clear, and in table, equipage, and retinue he equaled, and in the first article perhaps excelled, the largest fortunes. To retrench or die was the question. He reasoned like Hamlet, but left out the great argument of a future state. Lord Montfort shot himself on January 1, 1755, at White's Coffee House, after playing whist all night. Vide Horace Walpole's Letters to George Montagu, volume IP 252. Abraham Demoivre, born 1677, died 1754. Great mathematician, wrote The Doctrine of Chances, etc. In the same letter is, I have lately been engaged in a melancholy employment, condolence with poor Mr. and Mrs. West on the loss of their son, who died of a bilious fever, occasioned by his want of attendance to the jaundice, which attacked him in the season of plays and operas, and he preferred them to the care of his health. He died very suddenly. The poor parents bear the blow with surprising patience. Mr. Littleton is going to S. Carolina as governor, and his sister, dreading such a separation, desires to accompany him. Pray, have you read Mr. Hume's History of James I and Charles I? I am afraid it will rather promote Jacobitism, but it is entertaining and lively, and will amuse you. I suppose you know there are 2 volumes of Madame de Sévigné's letters come out this winter. They are amusing as the anecdotes of a person one has a great regard for, but they were rejected in former editions as not being so brilliant as those published before. My brother Robinson is emulating the great Diogenes and other budge doctors. Of the Stoic fur, he flies the delights of London and leads a life of such privacy and seriousness as looks to the beholder like wisdom, but for my part, I think no life of inaction deserves that name. This is the first mention of Matthew's increasing love of retirement and the hermit-like habits which he adopted at Horton. This was William Henry, brother of Sir George Littleton. In March occurs a long letter from Mrs. Pocock, of Newtown, the very learned lady mentioned before. She dispensed money for charitable purposes given by Mrs. Montagu. She mentions that her son, Dr. Pocock, is coming for a few days to see her before going abroad, probably for the last time, unless I live to the age of the late Bishop of Man. She mentions having walked 8 miles that day as an excuse for bad writing, which was superfluous, as her handwriting is amazingly good and clear, and she was between 80 and 90. Mens sana in corpore sano. On June 9, presumably in this year, Mrs. Montagu writes, I suppose you know that Lady Sandwich has at last left her kind lord. To complete the measure of his good usage, he keeps her daughter to educate with the Miss Courtenays. I hope her ladyship will be happier than she has been for many years. She has nothing to harass her but the apprehensions for Lady Mary, but God knows that is a dreadful object. She has taken a house at Windsor for the summer. This daughter died June 25, 1761. And in the same month to Sarah Scott, she says, Mrs. Boscon and Miss Pitt came from Hatchlands to London to spend 2 days with me. We went to Vauxhall each night, and Mrs. Anstey and I went with them as far as Epsom. We saw Lord Baltimore's house, which speaks bad French, so I will not rehearse what I saw there. Why should I tease your imagination with strawberry-colored wainscots, doors of looking-glass, fine landscapes on gilt leather, and painted pastorals with huge-headed Chloes and gouty-legged Strephons, with French mottos to explain those tender glances? We were glad to quit this palace of bad taste for a little arbor in the garden of the inn at Epsom. The Sunday following, Mr. Montagu and I went to dine with Mr. Bower at Sidcup. His little habitation has the proper perfections of a cottage, neatness, cheerfulness, and an air of tranquility. A pretty grove with woodbines twining round every elm, a neat kitchen garden, with an arbor from whence you look on a fine prospect. Here he may write of heresies and schisms, of spiritual pride and papal usurpations, while peaceful retirement and the amenity of the scene about him rob controversy of its acrimony, and allay the bitterness of censure by a mixture of gentle pity. Writing to Mrs. Boscon from Sandalford, June 19, Mrs. Montagu begins, When the mower whets his scythe, and the milkmaid singeth blithe, and every shepherd in the dale under the hawthorn tells his tale. There am I, and no longer in the sinful and smoking city of London. This happy change was brought about on Tuesday by very easy and speedy measures. We got into our post-chaise between 10 and 11, arrived at Maidenhead Bridge about 1, were refreshed by a good dinner, and amused by good company. Mr. Hooke meeting us at our inn, we stayed with him till after 5, and about 10 arrived at Sandalford. I have not for these 10 years been so early in the season at Sandalford, and it appears therefore with greater charms. It cannot afford to lose any of its natural beauties, as it owns none to art. It is merely a pretty shepherdess, who has no graces but those of youth and simplicity, but my dear Mrs. Boscon may turn it into a paradise when she pleases. When may I hope to see her here? I spent 2 days at Wickham last week. Our good friends had left the Archbishop of Canterbury only a few days before I went to them. Mr. West seemed a good deal affected by this return to Wickham. As to Mrs. West, I cannot so well judge. The cheerfulness she puts on is outré. Mr. West told me he would alter the room where poor Dick died, for he did not like to go into it, and then a soft, tender shower fell down his cheeks. He added he had lost much of his relish for Wickham. However, on the whole, I found them better than I could have expected. He was then living at Cookham. Directly after this, West was ordered to Tunbridge Wells, where he was accompanied by Lady Cobham, Miss Speed, and his wife. He writes to Mrs. Montagu that he hopes she will like a long stay in the country, as its tranquility will not produce the same effect which an admiral of my acquaintance found from the tranquility of his friend's house in the country, to which, coming directly from his ship, where he had been so long accustomed to noise and bustle as to be grown fond of it, said, after having passed a restless night, pox on this house. 'Tis so quiet there is no sleeping in it. To this letter she answers, Mr. Montagu has been studiously disposed ever since we came to Sandalford, so that I pass 7 or 8 hours every day entirely alone. 5 months are to pass before I return to the land of the living, but I can amuse myself in the regions of the dead. If it rains so that I cannot walk in the garden, Virgil will carry me into the Elysian fields, or Milton into paradise. Mention is also made of Sam Toriano's engagement to Miss Scudamore, who is said to have been handsome, and it was on both sides a marriage of inclination. He has delicacy enough to make him very happy or very miserable, and restlessness enough to be very uneasy in a state too insipid to allow of neither. Mrs. Montagu might well make this remark on Toriano's marriage, as her friend Sir George Littleton's second matrimonial contract had by mutual consent ended in a separation. In a former letter, it will be remembered that the haughty tone and unpleasant manners of the lady were commented on. It was a case of incompatibility of temper and thought, and a constant imagination of bad health on her part. Lady Littleton was a great friend of the Wests, and from a letter of Littleton's to West of this year, it is evident that a little coldness, which did not endure long, had sprung up between West and his friend. With Miss Rich, daughter of Field Marshal Sir Robert Rich. On July 8 and July 14, Sir George Littleton writes to Archibald Bower a complete diary of his tour in North Wales, accompanied by Parson Durant and Mr. Payne. These letters Bower gave to Mrs. Montagu. They contain many messages to the Madonna, but are, though interesting, too long to insert here. At this period West was at Tunbridge Wells, seeking health, but depressed at the absence of Pitt, Littleton Toriano, and, above all, Mrs. Montagu, and from this letter it appears that 1750 was the year in which they first made friends at Tunbridge. Where are the happy seasons of 1750, 1751, 1752, and 1753? He cries. In the Stone House are Mr. Walpole and Lady Rachel, persons with whom I have no concern. The only people he now consorts with are Mrs. Vesey, to whom he talks of Mrs. Montagu, we both love and honor you, and Bishop Gilbert and his daughter. The Bishop of London was expected. West laments a difficulty of breathing, accompanied with wheezing, he thought asthma. The doctors said hysterical as only fit for petticoats. They prescribed asafoetida, valerian, and gum ammoniac. He laments that Toriano has done the irrevocable deed and is married on £500 per annum. Miss Gilbert became Countess of Mount Edgecombe. In Mrs. Montagu's answer to West of July 13, she laments Toriano's marriage not only as the world will lose him, but as he is to lose the world, which with all its faults is not to be entirely quitted. Man and wife should always have something to charge with their ennui. The impertinence of society bears the blame very well. In solitude they must accuse each other of all they suffer of it. I do not understand why they should live in Herefordshire, unless they are very fond of cider. For, in my opinion, London is the best place for people of moderate circumstances. In the country people are respected merely according to the acres they possess, an equipage is necessary, and company must be entertained at a great expense. I am afraid his friend Stillingfleet has left Herefordshire. Last Tuesday Mr. Botham came hither, as did Dr. Gregory, an ingenious, agreeable man. Miss Pitt has arrived here to my great joy, and we are to go to Hatchlands on Thursday. Dr. Benjamin Stillingfleet, born 1702, died 1771. Author of Calendar of Flora, etc., and a prominent member of the Baw's Blue Circle. Dr. John Gregory, physician and miscellaneous writer, professor of philosophy at Edinburgh. Mary Pitt, sister of Mr. W. Pitt. Hatchlands, near Guildford, belonged to Admiral Boscawen. Writing thence to her husband, Mrs. Montagu says, "We were received by Mrs. Boscawen with the most joyful welcome, as we found her in great spirits on account of the taking of the 2 French men of war. Mr. Hawkwart had been taken twice by Mr. Boscawen in the last war, but did not surrender himself in this engagement till 44 men were killed on board of his ship. Mr. Boscawen writes that he lived at great expense, having 11 French officers at his table, whom he entertains with magnificence, and there were 8 companies of soldiers on board the Alcide and the Lies. I hope, as Admiral Holborn has joined Mr. Boscawen, we may soon hear of a more considerable victory. The Duke declares himself well pleased with Mr. Boscawen for his enterprise. Mr. Boscawen was very much concerned that the Dauphin, which had stands of arms and some silver on board, has escaped by means of a fog. Duke of Cumberland. On July 27, to West is this. Monsieur Mirepoix threatened us with la guerre la plus sanglante qui fut jamais. But by his dapit, I imagine, the French would have been better pleased if we would have let them silently and quietly possess themselves of the West Indies. I walked round the park this morning. it does not consist of many acres, but the disposition of the ground, the fine verdure and the plantations make it very pretty. It resembles the mistress of it, having preserved its native simplicity, though art and care has improved and softened it and made it elegant. She mentions a miserable inn on Bagshot Heath, which they drove over, situated in the middle of a dreary heath, which has been famous for robberies and murders. The inn has for its sign the effigies of a man who practiced this dreadful trade 40 years. The French ambassador. Whilst at Hatchlands, Mrs. Boscon took her guests to Sheepleys, belonging to Mr. Weston, also to Sir John Evelyn S. and Mr. Hamilton's places. Of Sheepleys, in a letter to Sarah, who was with Lady Barbara at Badminton, is this description. The Sheepleys consists of a most beautiful down, adorned with noblest beeches, commanding a rich, gay, and extensive prospect. A prodigious flock of sheep enliven the scene. It has a noble simplicity, and one imagines it to be the abode of some Arcadian prince. Our next visit was to Sir John Evelyn's. You pass over a high hill, finely planted, at the bottom of which lies the good old seat, which is venerable and respectable, and put me in mind of the song of the Queen's old courtier. And it has a library of good old books, handsome apartments furnished and fitted up just as left them by their ancestor, the Sylvan Evelyn. I cannot but own that, tired of papier-mâché ceilings and gilt cornices, I was glad to see an old hall such as ancient hospitality and the plain virtues of our ancestors used to inhabit before country gentlemen used to make fortunes in Parliament or lose them at White S. hunted foxes instead of ministers, and employed their finesse in setting partridges. The garden at Sir John Evelyn's is adorned with jet stowe in the old style. Then you pass on to the woods, which are great and noble, and lie on each side a fine valley. Lee Place. John Evelyn, born 1620, died 1706, author of the Silva or Discourse on Forest Trees, etc., etc. Mrs. Anne Evelyn is mentioned as deserving this habitation. Pray follow me to Mr. Hamilton S. I must tell you it beggars all description. The art of hiding art is here in such sweet perfection that Mr. Hamilton cheats himself of praise. You thank nature for all you see, though I am informed all has been reformed by art. In his 300 acres you have the finest lawns, a serpentine river playing in the sweetest valley, hills finely planted, which command charming prospects, winding walks made gay with flowers and flowering shrubs, part of a rude forest, somber woods, a river deep and still, gliding round the woods and shaded by trees that hang over the bank, while the serpentine river open and exposed to the sun, adorned with little islands and enlivened by waterfowls, gladdens the valleys. Payne's Hill. At the end of this letter mention is made of travel. A poor lady originally recommended by Lady Sandwich as lady's maid to Mrs. Montagu. She was dying of consumption. 3 doctors had treated her, and now Dr. Gregory put her on a diet of vegetable and asses' milk. Mr. Botham, writing from Albury, July 23, 1755, says, "A Captain Cunningham passed through Guildford last night express from the Governor of Halifax in Nova Scotia with advice that call. Warburton of the land forces had taken a fort at the back of Louisbourg called Bouch, by the by, the most material fort belonging to the French settlements, 500 men and 20 cannon, that the colonel had blocked up Louisbourg by land, and Admiral Boscon had done the same by sea. That the town was very bare of provisions and must soon surrender, and the sooner as the colonel has turned in the 500 brethren to help to consume the faster. So that there is great reason to suppose we shall soon be masters of Louisbourg, and the admiral of the 4 French men of war blocked in the harbor. We have taken papers of the utmost consequence, which led us into the secret schemes of the French, which were nothing less than a design of taking all our plantations from us in America, and Halifax in the first place was destined for destruction." West, writing on August 22 from Tunbridge Wells, mentions that Lady Cobham and Harriet had left them for Stoke, Mrs. Vesey was returning to Ireland, and the Bishop of London had just left. But while he was here put into my hands some sheets of a 3rd volume of discourses now printing, which, as I had the chief hand in prevailing upon him to publish, I received as a mark of his regard for me. The bishop was then in very bad health. West was persuaded by the 3 doctors, Duncan, Burgess, and Morley, to stay on at Tunbridge Wells. In a letter to Miss Anstey, who was with her friends, Lord and Lady Romney, at Brighthelmstone, Mrs. Montagu says that Miss Pitt had left her to join her brother, Mr. Pitt, and Lady Hester at Sunninghill. Mrs. Montagu accompanied her as far as Reading, where we dined in the garden of the inn, from whence there is a fine gay prospect, and after dinner we walked to see the ruins of the old abbey, which was most delightfully situated. The river winds about the richest meadows I ever saw. Hills crowned with woods and adorned by some gentlemen's houses bound the prospect, and make it the most soft and agreeable landscape imaginable. Sunning Hill, at that time rising in repute for its mineral wells. She and Mr. Montagu were contemplating visiting Mrs. Scott and Lady Bab Montagu at Bath Easton, but I do not propose to leave poor Travel as long as she continues in this life. Her end draws very near. The invalid seems to have been most religious, and one learns that by her request, Mrs. Montagu nightly read her the service for the sick. On September 26, West informs Mrs. Montagu that the Archbishop of Canterbury had written to tell him of the release of Governor Littleton, who, with his sister, had been taken prisoners by the French in the Blandford, which was conveying the governor to his province, South Carolina. This was William Henry, brother of Sir George, and his sister Hester. The Blandford was soon after this given up by the French. Mary Pitt, writing to Mrs. Montagu, said that Governor Littleton's only loss was his wine and provisions on the Blandford, he having sent most of his baggage by another ship. Reverend Dr. Thomas Herring. Mr. Pitt was then at Bath, while Lady Hester awaited her confinement at the Pay Office, of which Pitt was then master. Miss Pitt says, the sudden arrival of Governor Littleton has proved very fortunate for Sir George at Bildley, where, by the election of a bailiff, the borough was gone, if his brother had not thus dropped out of the clouds to give his vote and the turn to the scale. Bildley, Worcestershire. Travel becoming slightly better, Mrs. Montagu went to Bath Easton to visit Mrs. Scott and Lady Bab Montagu. In a letter to Dr. Gilbert West, October 16, after her return to Sandalford, the following account is given of the life led by the two lady friends. My sister rises early, and as soon as she has read prayers to their small family, she sits down to cut out and prepare work for 12 poor girls, whose schooling they pay for. To those whom she finds more than ordinarily capable, she teaches writing and arithmetic herself. The work these children are usually employed in is making childbed linen and clothes for poor people in the neighborhood, which Lady Bab Montagu and she bestow as they see occasion. Very early on Sunday morning these girls, with 12 little boys whom they also send to school, come to my sister and repeat their catechism, read some chapters, have the principal articles of their religion explained to them, and then are sent to the parish church. These good works are often performed by the Methodist ladies in the heat of enthusiasm, but thank God, my sister's is a calm and rational piety. Her conversation is lively and easy, and she enters into all the reasonable pleasures of society, goes frequently to the plays, and sometimes to balls, etc. They have a very pretty house at Bath for the winter, and one at Bath Easton for the summer. Their houses are adorned by the ingenuity of the owners, but as their income is small, they deny themselves unnecessary expenses. My sister seems very happy. It has pleased God to lead her to truth by the road of affliction, but what draws the sting of death and triumphs over the grave cannot fail to heal the wounds of disappointment. Lady Bab Montagu concurs with her in all these things, and their convent, for by its regularity it resembles one, is really a cheerful place. Mrs. Scott described their life in her novel, Millennium Hall, by a gentleman on his travels, 1762, as there was a popular prejudice then against a female author. Doubtless many of the histories are true in it. Writing to Sarah Scott of their safe return from Bath Easton, Mrs. Montagu says, "You would hardly imagine that the calm, meek Miss Pocock is as great a heroine as Thalestris, Boadicea, or any of the termagant ladies in history. One Wednesday night, she was awakened by a robber, who threw himself across her bed and demanded her money. She started up, seized him with one hand and rang her bell with the other, and held him till the maid came into the room, but at last he broke from her, and by the ill management of her assistants made his escape. He is our late gardener's son, whom you may remember a boy in the gardens, his name Moses. He attempted to break open our house 2 nights before, opened the parlor sash, but could not force the shutters, which I am glad he did not do, for any alarm to the poor sick woman would have been a grievous thing. Daughter of Mrs. Pocock, of Newtown, and sister of the bishop. Mrs. Donnellan, in a letter from Fulham, August 28, reproached Mrs. Montagu for not having visited Mrs. Southwell and me, for actually from Bagshot to her house is not quite 3 miles and a straight road. My very near relation and friend, my Lord Mornington and his son and my godson young Wesley, are at London and come often to me. I shall hope to make you acquainted with them next winter. You have known my regards to them. The son is the best creature I ever knew of his age. His whole attention is to make his father as happy as he can, who is greatly hurt since the death of his daughter, Mrs. Fortescue. The young man's behavior to me is like a tender child to a parent, so you may believe he must engage me. He says he shall not think of marrying till he is of age, and assures me I shall have a negative in his choice. You may believe he is not likely to meet one from the ladies, as his estate will be a good 10,000 a year, all within 25 miles of Dublin. The Duke and Duchess of Portland, and the Marquis, and young ladies have been at dues at Wellisbourne in a tour. Mrs. Donnellan was in very bad health at this time. Baron Mornington, cousin through the ushers to Mrs. Donnellan. Garrett Wesley, or Wellesley, 1st Earl Mornington, famous for his musical talent, father of the Duke of Wellington. Elizabeth Wesley, married in 1743, Chichester Fortescue of Dromaskin. Mrs. Dews, née Granville, sister of Mrs. Delaney's. Now occurs a joint letter from Mr. Bower and Sir George Littleton on October 6, the first writing in Italian from Hagley. Bower calls Hagley, Questo paradiso edo, Madonnaci paradiso, non vi è luogo solitario più digno di tal nome. Further on he assures her that the first volume of the Life of Henry Roman II, which Sir George was engaged upon, should, as soon as printed, be sent to her. Sir George adds, Till Bower came, we were very uneasy at your not writing a line to Miss West, nor am I yet without great anxiety for fear that your attendance on the deathbed of your servant should hurt your health. The goodness of your heart, most amiable Madonna, is too much for its strength. I hope by this time your servant is released from her sufferings here, and you from the sight of them. Otherwise, I am sure this melancholy office of virtue and friendship will cost you dear. I do not blame your obeying the impulse of that most sweet nature which is all tenderness and benevolence, but remember you have other friends interested in your health, and for whose sake you ought to take care of it. I have 1,000 more things to say to you, but there is a country gentleman just come to visit me whom I must attend, and Bower brought me his letter, so that the post is just going out. I shall be in London at latest by 10th of November. I need not tell you that Mr. Pitt has made Fox Secretary of State. After a hard struggle, I have secured my borough of Bowdly. Adieu, this vexatious man will have me come to him, and the post will not wait. On October 15, Admiral Boscawen writes to inform Mrs. Montagu of the birth of a daughter stillborn, but that Mrs. Boscawen was doing well. On October 20, West writes to say that Miss Pitt is gone this morning to congratulate Lady Hester and her brother on the birth of a daughter of which Lady Hester, after a hard and long labor, was delivered on Saturday. Miss Pitt returns to us after she has paid her compliments to the happy father and mother, and taken an exact survey of this future fair and fine lady. This was Hester, who became Lady Mann, afterwards Stanhope, mother of the celebrated Lady Hester Stanhope. In a letter to Mr. West of November 1, after congratulating him on the birth of Miss Pitt, Mrs. Montagu says, I wish her nurse in the first place, and then her governess, would keep a journal of all the instructions the young lady has, and all her employments, and the world might get a better treatise of education than any yet extant. Mr. Pope says of Voiture that trifles themselves were elegant in him, a moderate praise to a man who dealt only in trifles, but Mr. Pitt mixes the elegant with the sublime. Great fears were entertained at this time of an invasion by the French. Mrs. Meadows writes from Chute to say her brother-in-law, Sir Philip Meadows, has with a grave face told me that in troublesome times such places as Conholt Farm often escaped, by being unseen and out of the way, as it possesses both these advantages. I hope we shall have the benefit of them, and seriously offer you our retreat if anything should happen to make you prefer it to being near a town. At last, travel having breathed her last, and Parliament being summoned, The Montagus started for London on November 10, dining that night with Miss Anstey at her new house. Mrs. Montagu tells Mrs. Scott that, "I find the town very busy. The men are full of politics, the ladies of the birthday clothes. New ministers and new fashions are interesting subjects, but I hear Messrs. Legge, Pitt, and Grenville, though against the subsidy, are not to be turned out. What gives me most concern is Mr. Boscon's delay. The Admiralty do not know where he is or what he is doing. He may be gathering laurels, but as they are a deadly plant, I could wish he was at his inglorious fireside. I am very uneasy for the poor woman, Mrs. Boscon, who is still at Portsmouth. If any accident should happen to him, I should go post to her. It is thought that a certain great, very great dowager has given some discontent to her father-in-law. I shall call on the Meerchaldanker the first time I go out to hear what they say on the present situation of affairs. I think between his mysteriousness and her openness one may find out something. I don't believe Signor Concini advised the dowager to offend the old gentleman. The bell is very clamorous. Dowager Princess of Wales. George Rumman too." This last sentence I place here, as I do not think I have mentioned that at this period, a postman was sent round with a bell to collect all the latest letters. Illustration: W. Hogarth Pinks, Emery Walker Ph. Sc. Garrick and his wife from the picture in the possession of H.M. the King. There is a great bustle at Mr. Garrick's playhouse about some dancers. Though they are chiefly Germans and Swiss, the mob considers them French, and I imagine they will be driven off the stage, though the dancers and scenery have cost Mr. Garrick an immense sum. This evening is to decide their fate, and I imagine that at this time there may be a very bloody engagement. I rejoice with you on the gallant behavior of Captain Stevens, animated by your brother, to whom L'Esperance struck to Admiral West, but I met Lord Cadogan last night at Mrs. Southwell's, who said the French did not strike till Mr. West came up to them. Drury Lane rose every night. On November 15, the galleries were victorious over the young men of quality, who protected the dancers. Temple West. In this letter, it is stated that Admiral Boscon had just returned. On November 25, in a letter to Sarah Scott, Mrs. Montagu says, "The House of Commons sat till after 5 o'clock in the morning on the motion for the address, which was carried by 311 against 105. There were many speeches made which were talked of in all the drawing rooms in town. With the same cool spirit of criticism, you would hear the speeches in a new play of Mr. Whitehead, S., and Garrick and Mrs. Cibber's manner of speaking them examined. I expected to find the town full of the subsidies. They are entirely forgot, and never did the public stand by more quiet and contented. Mr. Fox and Mr. Pitt say a great many very lively things to each other, which those who are not personally attached to either hear with a great deal of pleasure. Messrs. Legge, Pitt, and Grenville are dismissed, but no one positively named to succeed them. Lord Egmont, Lord Duplin, Mr. Doddington, and Charles Townshend are talked of. Sir George Littleton is Chancellor of the Exchequer, which place he was solicited to accept. I wish the fatigue of it may not impair his health, which is very delicate. Paul Whitehead. Aid to be raised in supplying additional troops and seamen." Remarking on their friend, Miss Grinfield, being dismissed as maid of honor to the Princess of Wales, Mr. Montagu writes, "I suppose Lord B. Ute's interest got Mrs. ditched her place. There is no man has such instinct for the heir apparent as his lordship. I would have him take the Dean for his motto. He serves and will serve. The hour of his ministry will never come. I wish he would leave behind him a treatise on hope, or at least answer Plautus, who grossièrement decides that hunger, thirst, and expectation are the greatest evils of human life. The news will tell you the sad tidings of an earthquake at Lisbon. Some say 100,000 persons were destroyed by it. The commotion began in the Atlantic Ocean. As to the fuss of an invasion, it chiefly possesses those who have money in the public funds. The state of things considered it appears probable. The boom across the Thames, perhaps, is to hinder such insults from the French as we once received from the Dutch. I cannot describe it particularly to you, not having seen it." Lord Temple very generously wrote a letter to Mr. Pitt in polite and earnest terms to desire his acceptance of a £1,000 a year, while he continues out of place. Voltaire, in compliance with the taste of the age, has written a Chinese tragedy. It is called L'Orphelin de la Chine. I have not seen Dr. Delaney's remarks on Lord Orrery's letters, but they certainly deserve the animadversions of Dr. Swift's particular friend. Took place November 1. Richard Grenville, Earl Temple, brother-in-law to Mr. Pitt. Charles Boyle, 4th Earl of Orrery, born 1703, died 1731. Through Sir George Lyttelton's influence, Gilbert West was reinstated in his office at Chelsea, which from the change of parties would lapse to the paymaster. The following letter from Sir George hints at the trifling coolness between himself and West. Hill Street, December 13, 1755. My dear West, my endeavors to serve you, which from Lord Duplin's goodness have proved successful, are indeed marks of affection, but not of returning affection. Mine for you has been constant and uniform. What variations may have happened in yours for me, I can't tell. Your behavior has certainly indicated some, and I could not but observe it. However, I can most truly assure you that one of my greatest pleasures in my present situation has been its enabling me to show you that my heart will ever be most eagerly warm in your service. Indeed, no friend you have can more honor your virtue or more affectionately desire your happiness than I, etc. The last letter of the year, December 31, to West from Mrs. Montagu, contains this mention of Sir George Lyttelton's son, Thomas. Master Lyttelton paid me a visit yesterday morning. It gave me great pleasure to find he had an air of health and strength beyond what I had ever hoped for him. Every sentence he utters shows an understanding that is very astonishing. Mr. Torriano and Mr. Stillingfleet came in while he was with me. The share he took in a very grave conversation surprised them very much. Afterwards, second Lord Lyttelton begins with 2 letters of West's. At the end of January, he moved to Chelsea. Soon after this, a stroke of the palsy brought him to the grave on March 26. On March 30, Mrs. Montagu writes to her sister. Ye 30th March. I imagine my dear sister would see a paragraph in the newspaper that would excuse my not having written to her a farther account of my poor friend, Mr. West. On the melancholy event, I brought his sister to Hill Street, where she is to stay a few days to recover in some measure the consequences of her fatigue and the shock her spirits have received. Mrs. West is with Lady Cobham. She is sensible of her great loss, but says she will behave under her affliction worthy the example of her excellent and worthy husband, and his sentiments of resignation to the will of God. This resolution, joined to natural good spirits and vivacity of mind, supports her in a surprising manner. I wish the good man could have known she would have endured her misfortunes so well. Apprehensions for her were all that disturbed the peace, I might almost say the joy of his deathbed. Miss West went through the sad duties of nursing with great fortitude, but she is much affected by her loss. The Admiral, his brother, is in deep affliction. Lady Langham finds great resources in a very extraordinary degree of piety. For my part, though I went through the most melancholy scenes every day between the sick and the afflicted, I have not suffered so much in my health as might have been expected. Lord Chesterfield has gone to Blackheath in a very bad state of health. The King has had an ague but is well again. Mr. Wortley Montagu has published a pious pamphlet titled, Reflections Physical and Moral upon the Uncommon Phenomena in the Air, Water, or Earth which have happened from the earthquake at Lima to the present time. I think you will send to Mr. Lakes for it. It is written on the Hutchinsonian principles. Temple West. West's mother, then over 70. The celebrated statesman and author of the Chesterfield Letters to his son. Old E. Wortley Montagu. Reverend John Hutchinson, born 1674, died 1734, author of Mosi's Principia. Miss West being ordered to Bath, Mrs. Montagu gave her an introduction to Mrs. Scott and Lady Bab Montagu, then residing in Beaufort Square. In this letter mention is made of Miss Anstey's death and her not having left a will. Poor Mr. Anstey is not likely to survive his sister. He has a violent fever. We also hear of William Robinson, then recently ordained a curate at Kensington. William seems to have been rather a souffre douleur all his life, which annoyed his sister perpetually. His harping on small worries and domestic trifles is constantly alluded to. Mr. Botham bids him fight a good fight, and by diligence and spirit in his curacy to show himself worthy of a good living. William was the intimate friend of the poet Gray, who called him the Reverend Billy. A heavy affliction now fell on the sisters. Early in June came the tidings that their favorite brother Robert, the sea captain, had died at sea. This was acutely felt by Sarah Scott, as he was her favorite brother, probably from being nearest in age to her. On June 24, in a letter to Mrs. Boscon, this sad subject is touched on. I know not how to reconcile myself to the loss of one of the companions of my youth, the recollections of one's earliest season. The spring of life is usually pleasant and gay, but whenever it offers itself to my mind, I cannot help asking where are those who were my playfellows. Faith should answer, with their maker, reason, patience, resignation should take place, but there is a weakness and stubbornness too in the human habit. My poor sister bears her loss patiently, but it touches her heart very sorely. Mrs. Montagu had been extremely unwell and had spent some weeks at Ealing Vicarage, lent to her by Mr. Botham. Dr. Shaw ordered her to Tunbridge Wells. Mrs. Boscon had asked for her letters to Mr. West to be returned. Mrs. West promises to do this. At the end of the letter, one reads this. Mr. Montagu had just come in from the coffee house. Mr. Byng's expedition is unfortunate, not to say disgraceful. Instead of throwing succor into Minorca, it was agreed in the Council of War that as there were 18,000 Frenchmen there, it would be these men. Then it was agitated whether they should engage with the French. That was also carried in the negative. The third question was whether they should go to take care of Gibraltar, which was agreed on. Alas, alas. The report today is that Admiral West's son is dead. One should lament this if we had not greater reason to lament that the English spirit is dead. Arthur was going to make illuminations and bonfires yesterday, and Lord Anson came in and forbade it. Admiral John Byng, born 1704, was shot in pursuance of the sentence of a court-martial in 1757. A letter to Sir George Lyttelton, to Hagley in return for his condolences, runs thus. Your public life will raise a high expectation of your son. It is but just that you should give some of your private hours to qualify him so as to answer it. His happy genius makes him worthy of such a preceptor. You need but do justice to my affection for him to give me some share of his love. Sir George had specially commended his son Tom to the Madonna's care, and they kept up a correspondence. Alas, that in future years, despite his brilliantly intellectual qualities and his careful bringing up, he should almost break his father's heart by his wild and dissolute life. She continues. Most people think that Mr. Byng will have some good excuse, if not justification, for what he has done. But however that may be, Sir Edward Hawke and Captain Saunders, now made an admiral, are gone to take command of the fleet. Afterwards Lord Hawke, born 1705, died 1787. In a letter of July 28, from Tunbridge to Mr. Montagu, one finds, the people at the walks were all rejoicing poor Admiral Byng was arrested at Portsmouth. I cannot think of him without some compassion. A criminal is not always an object of mercy, but frail man is ever an object of pity. People here seem to think that a shameful death must end his shameful life. Birth and station bring a man into an elevated station, but do not give to him the qualities necessary to become it. Lyttelton, in a letter of August 8, writes to the Madonna, the Admiral Temple West triumphs and pouts, and is gone to George Grenville's with Jenny Grenville. He blames Byng, though unwillingly, because he would rather condemn those that sent him. George Grenville, born 1712, died 1770, became First Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, time of George Roman III. In another letter is, Dr. Shaw tells me that the mob at Portsmouth would not suffer Mr. Byng to be brought away, lest he should escape punishment. It is said that Mr. Boscon has taken a great number of Martinico ships, and that part of the Brest squadron have got out and gone to join M. Galissoniere. Mr. Bower's affidavit has had a very good effect. I hope Mr. Miller has got some of them to distribute among his friends in the country. I am sure his good heart will rejoice to see innocence reinstated in reputation. The French admiral. Bower's enemies had set about many evil reports of him at that period, and Mr. Hooke had specially warned Mrs. Montagu against Bower, but she refused to give up her friendship with one who had been introduced to her by the saintly Gilbert West, and was the intimate friend of Lyttelton. Bower's change in religion from Roman Catholicism to Protestantism exposed him to all the virulence of the priests, who in revenge formulated all sorts of charges against him. Mrs. Montagu now took a house on Mount Ephraim at Tunbridge Wells, leaving Mr. Montagu in London, from whence he went to Sandalford. She requiring wine, he sends her, from a new wine merchant, Madeira, port, and claret. At Tunbridge mention is made of David Hume and his wife, who were there, the latter in bad health. I remember her 20 years ago as a fine woman, though swarthy, but she is now a most melancholy object. David Hume, born 1711, died 1776, philosopher and historian. Writing to her husband at Sandalford, she says, "Dr. Smith inquired after you this morning. He is much pleased with your present of Dr. Barrow's bust to the library. He is angry with Mrs. Middleton for being so tardy as to Dr. Middleton's bust, at which, I own, I am a little offended. All the people here are impatient for the trial of Mr. Byng. They say he was surprised at the reception, though he had so much reason to expect the treatment he has found. Sir William Milner and his lady are here. They are people of considerable fortune in Yorkshire. They seem very good-natured and obliging. The Reverend Dr. Isaac Barrow, born 1630, died 1677, eminent scholar and mathematician, preceptor of Sir Isaac Newton, Master of Trinity College, Cambridge. The bust is by Roubiliac. The Library of Trinity College, Cambridge. Mention is made of Miss Dashwood being at Tunbridge, much gone off in looks. Miss Dashwood dined with me yesterday. This place must appear as melancholy to a lady who has formerly been a reigning beauty, and is on the decline, as the coronation of an usurper to a dethroned prince. The Delia of Hammond. During this summer Morris Robinson, Mrs. Montagu's third brother, married Miss Jane Greenland, daughter of John Greenland of Lovelace Co. Kent, who was the eldest son of Augustine Greenland of Bellevue, Kent. Her mother was Jane Weller of Kingsgate House, Ralvedon, Kent, of a good family. Mrs. Montagu did not like the marriage, though she finally adopted their second son, her nephew, Matthew Robinson, and made him take the name of Montagu. There never was any cordiality between the sisters-in-law. Mrs. Morris Robinson was a violent-tempered woman, and, despite her good birth, very illiterate, which to a person like her sister-in-law was extremely annoying, the more so as Morris was one of her favorite brothers and extremely clever. As mentioned before, he belonged to the Six Clerks' office and managed both the legal affairs of the Duke of Montagu and Mr. Montagu. Succeeded his elder brother Morris as 4th Baron Rokeby Inn. Writing from Hagley on August 11, Miss West gives an account of her brave young nephew, who had been wounded, not killed, as at first reported. My nephew is at Portsmouth, not being able to bear traveling. He has been in danger from his wound, it beginning to mortify, but he is now in a fair way of recovery. He has shown a spirit suited to his profession, and to the grandson of Admiral John Balchin, for when his father proposed to send him on board a frigate with Byng's nephew, who was ordered to leave my brother's ship by his uncle, Admiral Byng, before the engagement began, being, like my nephew, too young to be of use. My nephew remonstrated very strongly that Mr. Byng was only a passenger, but he belonged to the ship he was in, and therefore it would be such a disgrace that he could never show his head again, should he quit it at such a juncture. This joined to lamentation and importunity prevailed. When he received his wound, his father ran to pick him up and said, "I hope you are not much hurt." "I believe I am killed, but pray don't mind me, Papa," answered the poor fellow. Hagley is now blessed with its master, who came on Monday last with good health, looks, and spirits. I was glad to see him accompanied by Stillingfleet, so worthy a man deserves such a countenance, and he is so unexceptionable that no censure can arise from any favours conferred on him. Sir George Littleton's place in Worcestershire. Son of Temple West. Admiral Sir John Balchin, born 1669, died 1744. Sarah Scott at this time had a dangerous fever at Clifton, where she and Lady Bab had gone to drink the waters. Writing to her, Mrs. Montagu remarks upon the growing eccentricities of their brother Matthew, who lived upon almost raw meat and never touched bread at all, considering corn as exotic, and therefore diminishing British trade, at the same time avoiding sugar for the same reason, substituting honey for it. Afterwards 2nd Baron Rokeby. He lived in the plainest, simplest manner himself, but was mighty hospitable to all who came to Horton. He gradually pulled down the many walled gardens round the house, as well as hedges, and threw the whole of his grounds into one large park, where his cattle roamed at will. He dressed plainly, and allowed his beard, then an unusual hirsute ornament, to grow. But as Sir Egerton Bridges, who eventually became his nephew by marriage, remarks, he carried his hatred of artificialities through everything. He was the reverse of his father, who was never happy out of the high and polished society and clubs of London, and thought a country life a perfect misery. Matthew was, however, greatly esteemed by his neighbors and constituents, was a great reader, and wrote some clever political pamphlets. From Sir Egerton Bridges, Biography, vide Volume Roman II. p. 2, Sir Egerton married for second wife, Mary Robinson, niece of Matthew, daughter of Reverend William Robinson. Mr. Pitt had taken such a fancy to Hayes since Mrs. Montagu had lent him her house there, that he bought it soon after her tenancy expired, as will be seen by this passage in a letter of Bower, S. to Mrs. Montagu. Mr. Pitt is doing great things at Hayes. He has bought the house, and the house hard by, and some fields. He has built a wall towards the public road 13 feet high. He intends to pull down the old house and build another in the middle of the garden. His neighbor Ellie asks an exorbitant price for his house, £500. Mary Pitt, writing from Hayes on September 16, mentions she is leaving to go to Howbury to the Nedhams, in order to make room for Lady Hester's extra attendance, as Lady Hester was expecting her confinement. Mrs. Montagu went for 10 days to Bath Easton to see Mrs. Scott. Lord Lyttelton, writing to Mrs. Montagu on October 23 to inquire as to her health and Mrs. Scott's, says, Mr. Fox has determined to lay down the seals, because he says he has not support or credit sufficient to carry on the King's business in the House of Commons, and Mr. Pitt will not take them under the Duke of Newcastle. What will be the consequence of all this I can't tell. My fears are great for the public. For myself, I have none in any event. The worst that can happen to me is to remain in the office I am in under the Duke of Newcastle, but I will remain for the same sense of honor and duty upon which I came into it, if the King and his Grace shall determine to stand the attacks made upon them. How happy are Mr. Stillingfleet and Mr. Toriano to enjoy the Madonna's conversation, instead of hearing the nonsensical speculations of the town. Little Tom is quite well and desires his best compliments. I am charmed with his sister upon my acquaintance with her during her week's stay at Hagley. To make her as perfect as I could wish, she wants nothing but the society of the Madonna. This was his little daughter Lucy, afterwards Lady Valentia. She appears to have been brought up at first by the Fortescues, her mother's family. Mrs. Nedham was her married sister. Henry Fox, 1st Lord Holland, born 1705, died 1774. About 10 years old then. On November 4, Mary Pitt writes from Howbury, I thank you for your congratulations on the birth of my nephew. He seems to give prodigious satisfaction at Hayes. This was John Pitt, afterwards Viscount Pitt. He was born on October 9. On November 6, Admiral Boscawen wrote from the Admiralty Office to Mrs. Montagu, then at Sandalford. Last week the Duke of Newcastle and Mr. Fox resigned, and the following are those that come in. The Duke of Devonshire, Mr. Legge, Mr. Nugent, Lord Duncannon and Mr. James Grenville for the Treasury, Lord Temple, Mr. Boscawen, Mr. West, Mr. Thomas Pitt, Dr. Hay, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Elliot of Scotland for the Admiralty. Lord Bateman, Treasurer of the Household, Mr. Edgecombe, Controller of the Household, Lord Berkeley, the Band of Pensioners, Mr. George Grenville, Treasurer of the Navy, Sir Richard Lyttelton, the Jewel Office. These have all kissed hands. Mr. Pitt, having the gout at Wickham, is not yet Secretary of State. Mr. Amiand is to be a Commissioner of the Customs. Sir G. Lyttelton and Lord Hillsbury have both kissed hands for peerages. Brother of Sir George, married the Dowager Duchess of Bridgewater. On November 19, Charles Lyttelton, Dean of Exeter, afterwards Bishop of Carlisle, wrote an almost similar account of the new ministry, and said, Mr. Pitt was in his bed at Hayes with a sharp attack of gout in his feet. As soon as he is able to get abroad, he will kiss hands as Secretary of State. Sir George's patent for a peerage is making out, which the King granted him in the most gracious manner, which is a solid consolation to him for loss of so considerable employment. On November 16, Mrs. Montagu writes to Lord Lyttelton from Sandalford. My lord, I think you should have written me a letter of congratulation on Sir George Lyttelton's being made a peer. Who can feel more joy for any honor, virtue, etc., he obtains? We congratulate our friends on the most transient prosperity, but this peerage is a most solid and lasting advantage, happily timed and accompanied with such agreeable circumstances, on which I reflect with so much sincere satisfaction. I imagine when you take your seat in the House of Peers, the ghost of Henry Roman II will claim his seat in the Temple of Fame near the heroes, recorded by Livy and the great historians of antiquity, assuring them that your lordship is making out his patent for eternal fame. Alluding to Lord Lyttelton's History of Henry Roman II. To this Lyttelton replies, Hill Street, November 18, 1756. Madam, whatever advantages there may be in a peerage, which you set forth with an eloquence peculiar to yourself, mine has given me no greater pleasure than your most obliging congratulations. He then alludes to his principal pleasure being the advantage to his son, whose talents he praises, and continues, an early acquaintance and intimacy with the Madonna will be a further advantage to him, if she will be so good as to favor him with it, which will form his mind to all that is worthy and noble, and make him amends for the loss of a mother whose instructions she alone can ever supply. Sarah Scott's husband, George Lewis Scott, was now made a commissioner of the excise. Writing on Christmas Day to Mrs. Montagu, Sarah says about this, Lady Carr Fox told Lady Bab that to her certain knowledge the Prince of Wales had desired he might not be placed about him. But unless he has committed some very heinous offense against Lord B. Ute, I make no doubt of the princess providing for him, as the contrary would be unparalleled, and not to her honor. Daughter of Charles, 2nd Duke of Richmond. Afterwards George Roman III. Widow of Frederick, Prince of Wales. The letters for the year wind up with one from Sam Toriano of November 13. It begins, Madam, if the brave and victorious Admiral Byng should be so lucky as to meet with so tender an advocate for him as you have been for me, he stands a good chance of an easy death, and so the mob will be disappointed, who now wish that everybody may be hanged but himself. Admiral Byng was shot on his own ship, March 14, 1757. Further, he alludes to Pitt being laid up with gout at Hayes, a legacy you left him, alluding to her formerly owning Pitt's residence at that place. Then he mentions Stillingfleet having been staying at Sandalford and says, Monsey swears he will make out some story of you and him before you are much older. You shall not keep blue stockings at Sandalford for nothing. This is the first allusion to blue stockings, but that Stillingfleet, wearing blue stockings gave the name to the coterie entirely, must be false. He was, however, a very learned man, especially upon botany. In later letters allusion is made to his having left off wearing blue stockings. The coterie of friends probably was named thus after the famous Baz Bleu assemblies of Paris, held in the salons of Madame de Polignac in the Rue Saint-Honoré, where the wearing of blue stockings was the rage. But Dr. Monsey is mentioned for the first time here. Dr. Messenger Monsey was the son of a clergyman. He was born in 1698, so was 58 years old at this date. He was a doctor and surgeon, and became private physician to the Earl of Godolphin, and afterwards physician to Chelsea Hospital. He was most eccentric, and if his portrait at the Soane Museum was like him, hideous in appearance, but he had a coarse rough-and-tumble wit, and evidently was so droll in manner that he became a sort of pet buffoon of the Montagu and Lyttelton circle. His letters are interminably long. Written in such small though neat writing, a magnifying glass is required for careful perusal. He was at this time a widower, with one married daughter, Charlotte, whose husband, William Alexander, was elder brother to the first Earl of Caledon. Mrs. Alexander had one child, a daughter, Jemima, who married the Reverend Edmund Rolfe, and was mother eventually of the first Baron Cranworth. Monsey's letters are so coarse one can hardly imagine the Baz Blues putting up with them. Dr. Monsey begged Dr. Cruikshank, in case of his dying away from his own doctor, Dr. Forster, to dissect his body before the students, set up his skeleton for instruction, and put his flesh in a box and throw it into the Thames. He must either have been very swarthy or disliked soap and water, as Toriano, in allusion to Monsey's threat of inventing a story about Stillingfleet and Mrs. Montagu, says, Your fame, which was as fair as Diana's visage, will be soon black and begrimed like the doctor's own face. During this year, Mrs. Montagu had also formed an acquaintance with an Armenian named Joseph Amin, or Emin. He was the son of a merchant, and born at Hamadan, whither his father had been carried captive by the Persians. His father at last escaped to Calcutta, after being slave to Kuli Khan for many years. The Persians, ever since 1604, under Shah Abbas, had frequently made inroads into Armenia, captured the majority of the inhabitants, and carried them away as slaves into Persia. Emin grew up with a passionate desire to free his country from oppression and the yoke of unbelievers, for the Armenians were then, as now, Christians. Emin says of his father in a letter to his patron, the Earl of Northumberland, "My father taught me like other Armenians only to write and read in our own language, and to get psalms by heart to sing in church. But he did not show me how to handle arms to fight for that church, as my uncle did who was killed at his church door, nor anything to kindle up my heart to understand great affairs." Hugh Smithson, the 15th Earl, made Duke of Northumberland born 1714, died 1786. Much visiting has of late hindered my writing to you. My Lady Duchess does not care to spare me to write except when she is so employed too, and the time set apart for that is in the evening, and when we make visits at any distance, it is late before we return, and letters go from here between 10 and 11. When we first came down, we supped at 9, but we found so early an hour encroached too much upon our hours of writing, so now we sup at 10, at which time the Duke comes into the Duchess's dressing room, where we write together and franks our packets. On Saturday, we were at Windsor to visit the Miss Granvilles, daughters of the famous Lord Lansdowne. They unhappily inherit neither the wit of their father nor the beauty of their mother. The Duchess is very civil to them, and Miss Granville was her acquaintance in infancy, and it is very right in her to take notice of them now. Lord Weymouth supports them, but how long he will be willing or able to do so, no one knows. On Sunday, I was at Mrs. Hare's, widow to the late Bishop Hare, and was much entertained there by Sir John Shadwell and his family, who are just come from abroad. Lady Shadwell saw Lady Mary Wortley at Venice, where she now resides, and asked her what made her leave England. She told them the reason was, people were grown so stupid she could not endure their company, all England was infected with dullness. By the by, what she means by insupportable dullness is her husband, for it seems she never intends to come back while he lives. A husband may be but a dull creature to one of Lady Mary's sprightly genius, but methinks even her vivacity might accommodate itself to living in the kingdom with him. She is a woman of great family merit, she has banished her children, abandoned her husband. I suppose, as she cannot reach Constantinople, she will limit her ambition to an intrigue with the Pope or the Doge of Venice. The Duke of Leeds' wedding was very grand. The Duke of Newcastle's entertainment upon the occasion was 15 dishes in a course, 4 courses. The Duchess of Newcastle, sister to Lady Mary Godolphin, and Mr. Hay are gone down with the Duke and Duchess of Leeds. The Duchess had a diamond necklace from her mother worth £10,000. She was very fine in clothes and jewels. The old Duchess of Marlborough is now mightily fond of her. Her Grace is at law with the Duke of Marlborough. She talked 2 hours like the widow Blackhecker in Westminster Hall. Amongst things of value she was to surrender to the Duke there was the late Duke's fine sword. And George, "Oh," says she, "as for the George, he will sell it, but for the sword he won't know what to do with that, so I believe he will lay it by, or maybe if he can he will pawn it, he can make no other use of it, I am sure. Pray have you heard from the dear little boys? I have always forgot their direction. I think it is Scorton, near Richmond. I am, madam, your most dutiful daughter, E. Robinson." In the 18th century, dressing rooms represented the modern boudoir. George Granville, Lord Lansdowne, born 1667, died 1735, great statesman and writer, uncle to Mrs. Delaney. Lady Mary Villiers, daughter of the Earl of Jersey, widow of J. Thin. Their half-brother, Francis Hare, D.D., born 1665, died 1740, Bishop of St. Asaph and Chichester. Daughter of Evelyn, Duke of Kingston, born 1690, died 1762. Edward Wortley Montagu, grandson of 1st Earl Sandwich. His mother, Anne Wortley, a great heiress, he took her name. Her 2 children, the eccentric Edward Wortley Montagu, Jr. and Mary, Countess of Bute. Thomas, 4th Duke of Leeds, St. Duke of Newcastle-under-Lyme, Thomas Pelham Halls. The bride, Lady Harriet Godolphin, granddaughter of the Duke of Marlborough. The celebrated Duchess, Charles Spencer, 2nd Duke of Marlborough. Her 3 little brothers. Mr. Frayne, having written a letter to Elizabeth expressing a fear that her head might be turned by the great company, and the splendid place she was residing in, she replies, I am neither condemning greatness, nor envying it, but gratefully and cheerfully enjoying what I am. I thank Providence for the blessings it has given me, without either despising or wishing for the gifts it has bestowed on others. I enjoy the present time without regretting the past, or wishing for that to come, but still as conducive to happiness, prefer today to yesterday or tomorrow. I keep content for the present, and hope for the future, and love this life without fearing another. This letter was sent to Whitney, Oxon, the seat of the blanket manufacture. The Reverend William Frayne had become rector there since the resignation of his father, the Reverend Dr. Robert Frayne, in the previous year. His mother was a Miss Jane de L'Engle, daughter of the Reverend Samuel de L'Engle, once pastor of the Reformed Church at Charenton, near Paris, who, on the persecution of Louis Roman XIV, fled to England and was made a prebendary of Westminster. The Reverend William Frayne built the good stone rectory, still existent at Whitney. A medallion portrait of him is over a door in the hall. Mrs. Donnellan had been recommended to drink the waters at Spa in the Ardennes, and, accompanied by her friends, Mr. and Mrs. Coddington, set out, poor Mr. Coddington dying soon after their arrival. Mrs. Donnellan wrote to Elizabeth on July 11 a long letter, out of which I copy the account of the water cure as then practiced. We are all out by 6 in the morning in our chaises and go 3 miles to the Jaronstera waters. We come home by 9 and take a cup of chocolate, dine between 12 and 1, go to the assembly at 4, where there are all countries and all languages, half a dozen card tables and no crowd. From the assembly we take a walk in the Capucins' garden, all are in before 8 to supper, and to bed at 10. Princess Mary of England had been married in May to the Prince of Hesse. The prince did not come to England, so her brother, the Duke of Cumberland, acted proxy. The following account is of gifts given to the princess's suite who accompanied her to Hesse. The Duchess of Dorset has had fine presents upon going over with the Princess of Hesse. The prince presented her with a gold teapot, tea kettle, and lamp, and Lady Caroline Sackville with a set of Dresden china and a diamond solitaire. The Duchess had likewise a set of Dresden teacups and a service of Dresden china, and the king gave her a gold snuff-box with £1,000 bank bill in it. Princess Mary, daughter of George Roman II. Frederick, Landgrave of Hesse Castle. Wife of 1st Duke of Dorset, née Elizabeth Collier. Daughter of the Duchess of Dorset, afterwards Countess of Dorchester. In a letter to Sarah Robinson of August 11, mention is made of a masque at Cleefton on Princess Augusta's birthday. The Story of Alfred, wrote by Thomson and Mallet. Mr. Grenville commends it and says it will be published. I own I cannot give much credit to it, for I rather imagine he commends it as a patriot than a judge. I never knew anything of Thomson's that seemed to be wrote, or could be read, without great labor of the brain. Lord and Lady Oxford are to come here next Monday, Bulstrode, and stay a month. Lord Duplin has made a copy of verses upon my going into the bath, which we would impute to Sandys to his great amazement. He says he does not know who wrote them, but thinks he is very sure he did not. Daughter of George Roman II, born 1737. James Thomson, born 1700, died 1748. Poet, wrote the Seasons, etc. David Mallet, Scottish poet, patronized by Pope, died 1765. A well-known lady's doctor. August 25, Elizabeth writes to her father. The Duke and Duchess were so obliging as to carry me to see Windsor Castle last week. It is so delightful a place and so fine a palace. I am surprised His Majesty does not spend his summer there. I should think it as well as going to Hanover. The same day we were at Windsor, we went to see a little island circled by the Thames, which the Duke of Marlborough purchased and has beautified at the expense of £8,000. There is too great an embarras of buildings upon it, the finest of which I think something resembling the Temple of Janus. He has a better title to build one to war than to fame, for he has got a commission, but renown, I believe, is what he will never gain. He sent out a few days ago for 80 workmen to improve a place he never proposes to live at after the old Duchess dies. His grandfather now saved a people, now saved a groat, but such a warrior and economist as this gentleman he will never save either. Lady Andover told me in a letter I received from her last post that Mrs. Botham was grown very grave, and a great workwoman and an excellent housewife. If that is the case, Mr. Botham preaches to those of his household as well as those of his parish. Monkey Island. Charles, 3rd Duke. Second daughter of Heneage, Earl of Aylesford, wife of William, Lord Andover. This is the first allusion to Lydia Botham, cousin of Elizabeth Robinson. She and her more illustrious sister Elizabeth, or Eliza Lumley, afterwards wife of the Reverend Lawrence Sterne, of Shandian memory, were the children of the Reverend Robert Lumley, of the Lumley Castle family, rector of Bedale, Yorks, from 1721 to 1732. And of Lydia, daughter of Anthony Light, and widow in 1709 of her first husband, Thomas Kirke, of Cockridge, near Leeds, a famous virtuoso. She married afterwards the Reverend Robert Lumley. For the table elucidating this pedigree, the reader must turn to the end of the introductory portion of this work. The Lumleys are said to have been brought up in style, but little means had remained to them. Both parents were dead. Lydia had recently married the Reverend John Botham, rector of Yoxall, Staffordshire. Elizabeth Lumley, her sister, was residing alone in Little Alice Lane, under the shadow of York Cathedral. In a folio sheet letter to her sister Sarah, Elizabeth explains that owing to the Countess of Oxford being at Bulstrode, she had more time to herself, as the Countess and she had spent alternate mornings with the Duchess. The Countess was kind to Elizabeth, but she was a rare admirer of etiquette. When she was with the Duchess, she actually wished to see all her letters, which was naturally annoying to a married woman. She also expected them to be couched in the most formal manner, as addressed to a ducal person. Hence, when Elizabeth was away from the Duchess, and Lady Oxford was with her, the letters were often written under cover to the Duchess's two lady dressers, so as to indulge in fewer formalities. Also, as can be read in Mrs. Delaney's Memoirs in Letters from the Duchess, nicknames were often set up between the circle of friends, known only to themselves in case of their being opened. This passage in the letter will point to the formality of the circle when including Lady Oxford. While our present guests are here, we are so overcharged with ceremony, we cannot move about, and as I am not, thanks to the humility of my station, of the Countess, Cabinet Council, I have the morning to myself. To employ them to my edification, I have laid in a great store of Italian, which I cannot read with the Duchess as she has forgotten it so much. I have laid aside the Arcadia till Mrs. Pendarves comes, who is fond of it, and the Duchess and I have agreed that she shall read it to us. I beg you will send me the receipt for York curds, and also for pancakes, called a quire of paper. Of Durham, his grandmother, wife of Gilbert Kirke, was one of the co-heiresses of Francis Leighton of Rawdon. As stated in former pages, her mother, Mrs. Light, remarried for second husband, Thomas Robinson, father by her of Matthew Robinson. The Arcadia, written by Sir Philip Sidney. On August 21, in a letter to Mrs. Donnellan at Spa, occurs the passage, "Our friend Penny is under great anxiety for the change her sister is going to make. I do not wonder at her fears. I believe both experience and observation have taught her the state she is going into is, in the general, less happy than that she has left. Pip has a good prospect, for they say the gentleman has good sense, good nature, and great sobriety. These are very good things, and indeed what a stock of virtues and qualifications ought to be laid in to last out the journey of life, where so much too lies through the rugged ways of adversity, all will hardly serve to lengthen love and patience to the end." John Dewes, of Wellisbourne, co-Warwick. The lady to be married was Anne Granville, whose nickname was Pip. She was about to be married to Mr. John Dewes. Pen was Mrs. Pendarves' nickname, afterwards Mrs. Delaney, and those who have read her memoirs will remember how unhappy was her first experience of married life. Much mention is made in this letter of an apron Elizabeth is working for the Duchess. She begs for patterns of flowers from her father's pencil, and Mr. Haitley, an artist friend. Embroidered aprons were then the rage, but only for demi-toilette. The beautiful Duchess of Queensberry, going to court in an apron about this time, was forbidden to attend. The aprons were of all colors as well as white, and the Duchess, fearing a light ground would soon soil, bade Elizabeth work hers on a black ground. Sarah Robinson at the same time was working her sister one. Catherine Hyde, Duchess of Queensberry, Prior's Kitty, beautiful and young, wife of 3rd Duke. The following passage is indicative of the times. Lord Oxford drinks hard at the chaplain sometimes, but whether a churchman's conscience lies deep or a bumper to church, and King agrees with an orthodox stomach, I don't know. But he seems less confounded with a bottle of claret than he is with his text, and shows the bottom of it too, which he cannot do with the other. Mr. Frayne having written a letter in which he rallies Elizabeth about not choosing one of her many admirers, she replies, I have lately studied my own foibles, and I have found out I should make a very silly wife, and an extremely foolish mother, and so have as far resolved as is consistent with deference to reason and advice, never to trouble any man or spoil any children. I already love too many people in this world to enjoy a perfect tranquility, and I don't care to have any more strings to pull my heart. It is very tender, and a small matter hurts it. I have been lately a little out of spirits about my incomparable Duchess. She has been a good deal out of order, but by bleeding and care, she is much better. I wish I could say well. Mention of Admiral Vernon is made in a letter of September 12 to Mr. Frayne after the victory of Portobello, which had been taken by him in 1739. He had bombarded Carthagena. I hope the glorious Vernon will do some great exploit by himself. All the ladies in Suffolk give place to Mrs. Vernon, even those of the highest rank. I wish the Admiral may be made a peer when he returns. Baron something and Viscount Portobello will sound very well. Admiral Vernon, born 1684, died 1757. Mrs. Donnellan returned from Spa early in September, in company of Mrs. Anne Pitt, a sister of Mr. William Pitt, afterwards Lord Chatham. Portions of her letter I copy. We had a very pleasant journey together, and find 'tis possible to travel comfortably without that lordly person man. I have mentioned being at Aix-la-Chapelle, which is a bad day's journey from Spa. I went with Mrs. Hoare, and we chose to go at the time Charlemagne makes his procession round the town, which is an annual ceremony, and the most solemn and ridiculous I have seen. He built the town, and made it an imperial city, and this procession is in memory of him. He is represented by a pasteboard figure, 12 feet high, for they will have him a giant. He has on his head a very fine curled and powdered full-bottomed periwig, an imperial crown on that. Downwards he has a yellow damask nightgown, which hides those who carry him. He walks round the city attended by all the orders in their different habits, which is a pretty sight, the magistracy, and the host carried under a canopy. They stopped before the town house where we were, and said mass at an altar raised on purpose. Then they adored the host, and Charlemagne stooped and goggled his eyes, which are pulled by wires, and so the ceremony ended. We landed at Deal on Sunday night, in a storm of thunder, lightning, and wind, wet to the skin. I have bought some Spa necklaces. I have a blue one for you, and a green one for the Duchess. My folks are quite taken up with fitting their house in Bond Street, which they design getting into at Michaelmas. I have a cheerful dressing room in it, which I dedicate to a few friends. None other shall come into it, and it luckily only holds a few seats. I will reserve one for you. Her mother, then the Hun, Mrs. Philip Percival, and her second husband. On September 23, in a letter of Elizabeth to her sister, we first hear of Dr. Young, the author of Night Thoughts. At this time this celebrated poem was not written, but various other poems, satires, and tragedies had made him famous. Edward Young, LL.D. was born in 1684, educated at Winchester, New College, and Corpus Christi, Oxford. In 1730 was rector of Welland, Herts. In 1731 he married Lady Betty Leigh, widow of Colonel Lee, and daughter of the Earl of Lichfield. The Duke of Wharton was his literary patron. Dr. Young is coming soon. We wish for his coming, for I hear he is agreeable, and indeed his private character is excellent. He sends his compliments to me when he writes to the Duchess, and says he is perfectly acquainted with me, and all that is the vision of a poet, for I never saw him in my life, but he is so kind as to commend me and all my works in all places. In the next letter, October 8, she says, My dear Sally, the sons of Apollo haunt this place much. The tuneful green is gone, but the poetical Dr. Young is with us. I am much entertained with him. He is a very sensible man, has a lively imagination, and strikes out very pretty things in his conversation. Though he has satirized the worst of our sex, he honors the best of them extremely, and seems delighted with those who act and think reasonably. I think he has written a satire against that composition of oddity, affectation, and folly which is called. A pretty sort of a woman. If anyone has a mind to put on that character, they need only pervert their sense, distort their faces, disjoint their limbs, mince their phrases, and lisp their words. And the thing is done: grimaces, trite sentences, affected civility, forced gaiety, and an imitation of good nature completes the character. That sentences, systems, and definitions should give way to cribbage, but two duchesses command my presence. The Duchess of Kent came here yesterday. She is a very sensible, polite woman, and she wants one to play cribbage, so my dear, dear sister, adieu. E.R. Dr. Green, a celebrated musician. The second wife of Henry Grey, 1st Duke of Kent, née Sophia Bentinck, great-aunt of the Duke of Portland of these pages. In a letter to Mrs. Robinson, the Duchess of Kent is very agreeable, has good sense and politeness, and those who know her well say many valuable qualities. I look upon my Duchess as the Archduchess, before whom all lesser stars hide their diminished heads. As for Dr. Young, he is a very sensible man and an entertaining companion, and starts new subjects of conversation, and there is nothing so much wanted in the country as the art of making the same people chase new topics without change of persons. The Duchess and Dr. Young design to leave us tomorrow. Dr. Sandys has given Deb quicksilver, which has been of great service to her, and it appears that she had worms. Deb was Elizabeth's lady's maid. The pharmacopoeia was then of such an extraordinary kind that from time to time I shall mention the remedies used for various complaints. Why more people were not killed by some of the nostrums is marvelous. Elizabeth writes to Sarah on November 1, telling her she is reading the Decameron of Boccaccio. The Duchess was also renewing her Italian knowledge. They were reading aloud Dr. Samuel Clark's sermons, and she says, "Hay is an auditor, as he cannot read himself. Mr. Achard is a translator of pronunciation, so that one would take his English to be French when he reads aloud. Then as for the Duke, he hunts thrice a week, and has business, so that our invalid is glad of a female lecturer." The Hun, John Hay, son of 7th Earl of Kinnell, a relation of the Duchess, then a great invalid. Mr. Achard, a Frenchman mentioned previously, had been the Duke's tutor and was now his secretary. From the letters, he appears to have been very tall. He was frequently called Brother Bonaventura, and as his humor was variable, at times Monsieur du Poivre, at others Monsieur du Mille. The next letter to her father thanks him for a design he had made for an apron for the Duchess, with which she was delighted, and, if the work could be as elegant as the drawing, would be the most finished apron for the most finished Duchess. Lord Oxford and George Virtue arrived here last night after a ramble which the best geographer could hardly describe. They have been haunting churchyards and reading the history of mankind upon the gravestones. Dr. Gray is employed in a work which to make its appearance in public you would not easily guess at. I believe 'tis no perplexity upon mysteries, no refutation of the doctrine of transubstantiation, no explanation of the catechism, but a thing for which his serious qualifications do not seem very fit. He is writing upon Hudibras. George Virtue, eminent engraver, archaeologist, and author, born 1684, died 1756. Reverend Dr. Zachary Gray, author, died 1766. Chapter 3. 1758, 1759, beginning of correspondence with Mrs. Carter, with Dr. Johnson, and with Burke. Commences with a letter on March 2, from Mrs. Montagu to her husband, who had left London for Sandalford. In it she says, "I shall enclose an advertiser in which you will find a curious article from Warsaw. It astonished all Europe to find the King of Prussia had got copies of the plans of the Imperial Court and Dresden. The means by which he obtained them are now discovered. To this contrivance, his Prussian Majesty and his country owe their present being. But one cannot envy the state of a king if it is necessary to take such means for preservation as would startle a vulgar man of honor. To get false keys to cabinets is but a poor low trick, and it is very strange to see a hero guilty of burglary, but as Mr. Pope observes, the story of the great is generally a tale that blends their glory with their shame. Mr. Stanhope called on me as I was writing, and I am to dine with my brother Morris, so must abridge my letter. I can't hear what passed in the House of Lords yesterday in Delaney's trial. I was at the oratorio last night, where I heard the Dublin man-o'-war was sent to Mr. Boscon to supply the loss of the Invincible. I am to be at Lady Hillsborough's assembly tonight. The Delaney trial had lasted for nearly 10 years. It was on account of Dr. Delaney, in inadvertence, having burnt a paper of importance belonging to his first wife. Sometimes it appeared to be at an end, but it was as often renewed. At last, on March 5, Lord Mansfield, after an hour-and-a-half speech, decided in favor of Delaney. The cost of the suit exceeded the disputed sum, but the relief to the good Dean and his wife on its decision balanced everything. Silver-tongued Murray. On March 9, Mrs. Montagu writes, I met Mrs. Delaney today at Mrs. Donnellan S., and she is very happy the Irish decree is reversed, though, even as matters stand, they will have little left when the £7,000 is paid. Lady Frances Williams is still in grief for her husband, who in his madness has writ, sick, letters to half the crowned heads in Europe. I am going to the play tonight. Tomorrow I shall give up the oratorio to stay with Lady Frances Williams as comforter. That bright luminary of the church, Dr. Clayton, Bishop of Clogher, is dead. The bishop has left his wife his whole fortune, which is very considerable. It is thought we shall not send troops to the King of Prussia, but whether he will accept of our money we shall not know till the return of the express. The King of Pegu has wrote a letter to the king on a gold plate, and the stops are made with rubies. I should be glad of his correspondence, though his letters had no wit in them. Sir Charles Hanbury Williams, poet and writer, had been attacked with madness. Another letter says the King of Prussia will not accept money. Emin, anxious for re-employment, now addressed Mr. Pitt. The letter was addressed to Mr. Pitt, Secretary of State. Sir, though I never had the honor to be known to you, yet I have the boldness to write. I have been over a great variety of the world, and have seen much people, but I wanted to see men. For the design of my travel was knowledge, and I thought knowledge of real men was better than books. Therefore I have turned my eyes upon all ways, and at last had the great happiness of seeing and hearing you in that potent House of Commons, and there I discovered, like the light breaking upon me, what my friends had often told me, of your great love to your country, and your wise eloquence that conquers more than the sword of a hero. I own I grew a little envious, for I thought no man loved his country better than I have mine, but I confess it that I am nothing, though I have been sailor, porter, slave, and suffered everything in every shape, to make my country what you have made yours. This is my small merit, and the only recommendation I can make to you. Sir, I will observe that a cloudy day in winter is light enough to see what is about us and to serve common business, but permit me to say no man is happy nor in good spirit until the sun shines out. Then there is joy upon all men's faces. Thus it is, great sir, with me in this country, I along with the rest in this happy land, find benefit of the light you give us all by your great wisdom of governing. But I am not happy, and my life is dead until I see the Vezarazum of England. If you do me this high honor, you will see a poor soldier whose only fortune is a character with all people which I have been amongst. I was a porter for learning not for livelihood, and I was honest in that low way. This is known when by the goodness of great souls I was raised from that. I was not idle nor ingrateful. I have been high and low, and I was not bad. When I served the last campaign in Germany, all the officers, both English and the German, will say more of me than I dare think of myself. I have, sir, in my studies for my country, found the way to advance it, and do some service to your noble nation at the same time. My humble plan for this good design I will do myself the honor to show to you and be instructed by your great wisdom, and to give me new rights in this great matter. My scheme has two qualities which make some laugh at me, others seem to like me for it. Whatever it is little without your assistance. If you approve of it, I laugh at those that laugh at me. At any rate I am resolved, and nothing shall stop me but death, which is common to everybody, and an honest heart need not fear any. I am, with the greatest respect and veneration, great sir, your most obedient, most obliged, devoted, humble servant, J. Emin. In the month of March, 1758, to the R.H. William Pitt, etc., etc. In her next letter, to her husband, Mrs. Montagu says, Emin dines with Lady Meadows today. If joy can give appetite, he will make a good meal, for by the solicitation of Lady Yarmouth, Mr. Pitt has received him, and promised to see what can be done for him, as great minds are akin. Mr. Pitt was much pleased with him. Emmon repeated to me his discourse to Mr. Pitt, and it was full of ascetic fire and figure. If it did not touch the man, it must the orator. Mr. Pitt made him great compliments. I hope they will be realized, and they surely will if Lady Yarmouth continues her desire to serve him. Amelia S. de Walmoden, created 1740, Baroness Yarmouth, mistress of George Roman II. Emmon was sent to join the English army under the Duke of Marlborough in their attempted invasion of France at St. Malo, and wrote on June 11 to say that Captain Howe had burnt 73 ships and from 10 to 16 guns, besides small vessels. After this expedition, Emmon joined the army with the King of Prussia. Writing to Dr. Stillingfleet on June 13, after alluding to the attack on St. Malo, Mrs. Montagu says, "So much for war and war's alarms. As to our civil occurrences, they have been so boisterously carried I need not change the tone of my narrative. The judges, the Lord Keeper, the Chief Justice, and the late Lord Chancellor gave their opinions against the habeas corpus bill. Lord Temple, much in wrath, insulted the judges in some of his questions. Lord Lyttelton warmly and sharply reproved him, upon which words rose high. The House of Lords interfered. The last day of this bill, Lord Mansfield and Lord Hardwicke spoke so full to the matter, even Tory lords, and these most violent in their wishes for it, declared they were convinced the new bill was dangerous to liberty in many respects, in many absurd. So that had there been a division there would not have been 4 votes for it, but Mr. Pitt's party discreetly avoided a division. This affair has not set the legislative wisdom of the House of Commons in a very high light, but the great Mr. Beckford, whom no argument can convince, no defeat make ashamed, nor mistake make diffident, did on the motion for a vote of credit stand up in the House of Commons and say he would not oppose that measure, as he had an opinion of the 2 commoners in the administration. But in the peers that composed it, he had no confidence, and ran in foul abuse of them, and then ended with a severe censure of the House of Lords in general. Lord Royston answered him that this was unparliamentary where personal, and indecent in regard to the House of Peers in general, to which Mr. Pitt answered with great heat that he was sorry to hear such language from a gentleman who was to be a peer. He set forth the great importance and dignity of Mr. Beckford personally, and above all the dignity and importance of an alderman, concluding it was a title he should be more proud of than that of a peer. This speech has enraged the Lords, offended the Commons, and the city ungratefully say was too gross. Those who wish well to this country, and consequently to a union of parties at this juncture, are sorry for these heats. It is well if they do not unsolder the union. I began Islington Waters today. You make a false judgment of your own letters. I will allow you to say it gives you some trouble to write them, but pray do not assert that I have not great pleasure in reading them. It becomes not a descendant of the great Bishop Stillingfleet to tell a fib. This was occasioned by a gentleman having been impressed for service in the Navy and illegally detained prisoner. The motion was to administer the act more decisively. Philip York, 1st Earl of Hardwicke, born 1690, died 1764. Alderman Beckford, a remarkable city man and father of the great millionaire and author. Son of the Earl of Hardwicke, eventually 2nd Earl. Edward Stillingfleet, Bishop of Worcester, author of Ironican, born 1635, died 1699. Mention has been made of Mr. John Rogers, first cousin on his mother's side to Mr. Montagu, also of Mr. Montagu becoming his trustee in 1746, when he was pronounced a lunatic. At first it seems that he suffered from epileptic fits, which increased to lunacy, but of a mild order. On June 23, Mr. Edward Stewart wrote to say Mr. Rogers was seriously ill, and his death expected hourly. He was being attended by Dr. Askew, then a famous North Country doctor, and several surgeons for a mortification in his leg. On the 24th he expired, in his 74th year, at his house in Pilgrim Street, Newcastle-on-Tyne. Mr. Montagu was his principal heir. Mrs. Montagu, in a letter respecting the estate of East Denton, etc., wrote in later days, Mr. M. has half the estate by descent, a share by testamentary disposition, and a part by purchase. Mr. Rogers' lunacy seems to have been made worse by the death of his wife, Anne de Laville, daughter of Sir John de Laville, whom he married in 1713, and who died in 1722-23. His will was made in 1711, and a codicil added 1715, in which he left his property, after the death of his mother, Mrs. Elizabeth Rogers, to his wife, and failing issue by her, to the Montagus and Kriegs, all first cousins. Mary Krieg had married Dominic Archdeacon, and her sister Margaret, Anthony Isaacson, Mr. Montagu's two brothers, Crewe and John, being dead. The only other heir was Jemima, Mrs. Meadows, afterwards Lady Meadows. The estates were very large. Besides Denton, with its coal mines, houses in Newcastle and in Bramston, Lamesley, Harburn, Parkhead, and Jarrow in the county of Durham, lands at Hindley, Sugley, Throckley, Newbegin, Scotswood, etc., etc., collieries and salt pans in Cullercoats, Monkseyton, Whitley, and Hartley, etc., etc. Mrs. Montagu was at Ealing with the Bothams when the express came. She writes to her husband, "It gives me pleasure to think I shall see you with unblemished integrity and unsoiled with unjust gain, enjoying that affluence many purchase with the loss of honesty and honor." Mr. Rogers' leg swelling, the doctors feared dropsy, and made him drink 2 bottles of hock daily. Her brother Morris fetched her from Ealing in order to accompany her husband to the north. Mr. Rogers was embalmed and buried on July 5 at St. Nicholas Church in Newcastle. The Montagus did not start for the north till Tuesday, August 1. A letter from Dr. Monsey of June 26, while staying with the Garricks at Hampton, congratulates Mrs. Montagu on her inheritance, but scolds her for leaving her friends to go north. This contains the first mention of his acquaintance with the Garricks, who were great friends of Dr. Monsey, and he says, "Mr. Garrick was very near in an apoplectic fit when he found you were gone. Mrs. Garrick also abused herself for not pressing you to return to the Temple and enjoy another half hour." David Garrick, born 1716, died 1779, famous actor. Eva Marie Veilchen, or Vigil known as La Violette, once an opera danseuse. The temple at Hampton, on the lawn by the river, still existent, once held Roubiliac's bust of Shakespeare. The next letter is the first I possess to Elizabeth Carter, whose learned translation of Epictetus was first printed in April of 1758. Miss Carter, or Mrs. Carter, as courtesy termed her, was the daughter of a clergyman, the Reverend Nicholas Carter, D.D., perpetual curate of Deal, Kent, where he resided. He had been twice married, and Elizabeth was his child by his first marriage. To his children by both marriages Mr. Carter gave an excellent education, and at an early age Elizabeth studied Latin, Greek, and eventually Hebrew. She was a proficient in French, and taught herself Italian, Spanish, and German. Later in life Portuguese and Arabic were added. Her application to study produced severe headaches, principally brought on by drinking green tea and taking snuff to keep herself awake. It appears that Mrs. Montagu had met her in 1757, but Mrs. Carter had rather avoided such a brilliant acquaintance, being herself of a most humble and unambitious character, despite her learning. From the following portions of Mrs. Montagu's letter, we learn that Miss Carter had been paying her a visit. Hill Street, July 6, 1758. What must my dear Miss Carter think of the signs of brutal insensibility, which I have given in not answering her obliging letter? As my heart has had no share in the omission, I have no apologies to make for it. No day has passed since you left us in which I have not thought of you with esteem and affection. I look upon my introduction to your acquaintance as one of the luckiest incidents of my life, if I can contrive to improve it into friendship. This is, and has been the state of my mind, and I am proud of it. As to my conduct in the commencement of our correspondence, I am ashamed of it. I was ill when I received your polite and agreeable letter. I have ever since been drinking Islington waters, from which I receive some benefit, but with this inconvenience, that I am unable to write till late at night, and even then not without headache. The death of a relation of Mr. Montagu, in the north, which happened about a fortnight ago, with a large accession of fortune, has brought me the usual accompaniment of riches, a great deal of business, a great deal of hurry, and a great many ceremonious engagements. The ordering funeral ceremonies, putting a large family in mourning, preparing for a journey of 280 miles, and receiving and paying visits on this event, has made me the most busy, miserable creature in the world. As the gentleman from whom Mr. Montagu inherits had been mad above 40 years and almost bedridden the last 10, I had always designed to be rather pleased and happy when he resigned his unhappy being and his good estate. I thought in fortune, as in folly's cup, still laughed the bubble joy. But though this is a bumper, there is not a drop of joy in it, nor so much as the froth of a little merriment. As soon as I rise in the morning, my housekeeper, with a face full of care, comes to know what must be packed up for Newcastle. To her succeeds the butler, who wants to know what wine, etc., is to be sent down. To them succeed men of business and money transactions. Then the post brings 20 letters, which must be considered and some answered. In about a week we shall set out for the north, where I am to pass about 3 months in the delectable conversation of stewards and managers of coal mines, and this by courtesy is called good fortune, and I am congratulated upon it by every one I meet. While in truth, like a poor harlequin in the play, I am acting a silly part dans l'embarras des richesses. I would not have troubled you with this detail, but as part of my defense for not having written to you. I can perfectly understand why you were afraid of me last year, and I will tell you, for you won't tell me. Perhaps you have not told yourself. You had heard I set up as a wit, and people of real merit and sense hate to converse with witlings, as rich merchantships dread to engage privateers. They may receive damage and can get nothing but dry blows. I am happy you have found out I am not to be feared. I am afraid I must improve myself much before you will find I am to be loved. If you will give affection for affection tout, simple I shall get it from you. Mention is made of Emmons joining the King of Prussia, so he was known to Mrs. Carter, probably through Lord Lyttelton. I have the pleasure of hearing infinite commendations of Epictetus every day. From such as our worthy eye taste a particular pleasure. From the multitude, I take it in the gross, as it makes the sum of universal fame. Some praises I heard a few days ago at the Bishop of London's I put in the first class. Most amusing letter from Lord Lyttelton to Dr. Monsey of July 24 now occurs, in which he returns a letter of Mrs. Montagu's to the doctor, and summons him to a duel of words in her praise on Hagley turf. He teases Dr. Monsey with the idea of her going north, and advises him to quit Lord Godolphin to follow love, follow him over the Cheviot hills and down to the coal pits at Newcastle. After a great deal of chaff it ends, your most affectionate, humble servant, Lyttelton. This frightened Monsey, so on July 30 he writes from St. James's and gives her strings of advice as to her health. I know the generality of physicians will be cautious of blooding you, as being what is called nervous. I know nothing of nerves in the usual sense of the word. If indeed it has any precise meaning at all, it is used by the wise to quiet fools, and by fools to cover ignorance. Then he adds in high fever she may be blooded, 5, 6, or 7 ounces, and if you flag a blister, will set matters to right. I say nothing of vomits, you can't bear 'em, but you will gentle purging, your lemon mixture and contraservo with a little saffron, be cautious of hot medicines, but do not wholly throw them away. As to spasms and cramps, they are such Proteases, one does not know how to catch or hold them. Valerian and Castor are in such reputation for vanquishing those hussars. A saphitida you can't bear, I wish you could. If feverish, 3 spoonfuls of a decoction of the bark, by boiling 1 ounce and half in a quart of water to a pint. And if your stomach flags, put in from 5 to 10 drops of elixir of vitriol, so armed a common cold will not have courage to attack you. Finally, he consigns her to a Dr. Ramsay's care, should she require a physician. On August 1, Mrs. Boscon wrote from Hatchlands a long letter describing a visit to London. Her letters are sprightly, but too much larded with French words and phrases. The end is interesting. In fin we left this dear odious London at 4 in the afternoon. Kemen facent I thought within myself, what if I should meet an express from America, and sure enough upon Cobham Common I met a postchaise containing an officer. On him I stared attentively. He stared again. Then he cried, "Stop!" I echoed, "Stop." In fin I heard him ask, "Is Admiral Boscon's lady in that coach?" I make quick reply in the affirmative, and soon he produced himself at my coach window, and told me he was express sent by the governor of Nova Scotia, with news of our troops having taken the forts of Beau Segur and Chignecto, that he attended Admiral Boscon for his orders 23 days ago, and left him in perfect health. He added that Admiral Boscon had saved North America, where all our colonies were in the utmost danger, as well as consternation till he came. Papers having been found which showed the French had a design to destroy Halifax, where the people imagined the French would let in the Indians to massacre them. He added, Mr. Boscon had taken, or as the phrase there is detained, 6 French merchant ships, and had blockaded Louisbourg. She adds that her letters from her husband were with Mr. Cunningham, the officer, addressed to Mr. Cleveland, so she let them go and sent on her black servant, Tom, next day to fetch them, and was going to Portsmouth to meet the admiral, who thought he should soon be back. Admiral Boscawen, Major General Amherst, and Brigadier General Wolfe were combined in this campaign. To return to the Montagus, they set out on August 1 for the north, and the first letter is from her to Lord Lyttelton on August 6, from Darlington. I am now about 25 miles short of Newcastle, having traveled above 250 miles since last Tuesday, and am better tonight than I was when I left London. So I will no longer endure that Dr. Monsey shall call me flimsy animal, puny insect, and such opprobrious names. I have had a surfeit of being in a postchaise, that I have not made many excursions to see the fine places that lay in the road. In my way to Nottingham, I went to see Sir Robert Clifton, S., which appears to me for beauty of prospect equal to any place I ever saw. You are led to it from the turnpike road by a fine terrace on the side of the Trent. From a pavilion in the garden, you see the town and castle of Nottingham standing in the most smiling valley imaginable, in which the Trent serpentizes in a most beautiful manner. I return your lordship many thanks for having lent me so agreeable a companion as Antonio de Solis. Clifton Hall. The History of the Conquest of Mexico, by Antonio de Solis, a Spaniard, born 1610, died 1686. To this Lord Lyttelton writes from Hagley on August 17, to say how glad he is she bore the journey so well, and the book entertained her. He had been drinking the waters at Sunning Hill, Berks, and found benefit. In the end of a long letter he writes, Miss West and Captain Hood will be as happy next Monday as mutual love can make them. Miss West was Gilbert West's sister, and her future husband, Captain Hood, became afterwards First Viscount Bridport. Mary West lived till 1786, but had no children. Lord Lyttelton alludes to her not being very young and having no time to lose. He became the celebrated Admiral Hood. In another letter of August 22, written from Lindridge Vicarage, Worcestershire, where the vicar, Mr. Meadowcourt, was a great friend of his lordship, S., he writes, Tom and I came this afternoon to this sweet abode on our way to Hampton Court. I told you in my last that Miss West was to be married to Captain Hood. Yesterday, I had the pleasure to give her away to him at Hagley Church, after which we made a party to Mr. Shenstone's Arcadian farm in very fine weather. The pastoral scene seemed to suit the occasion, and the bride owned to me that the cascades and rills never murmured so sweetly before. The dean came to Hagley just time enough to give Hood and her the nuptial benediction. William Shenstone, poet, born 1714, died 1763. His place, the Leasos, adjoined Hagley. Charles Lyttelton, Dean of Exeter. Further on, alluding to Mr. Montagu's going north to take possession of the Rogers estate, he says, I suppose this will find you, like Guion in Mammon's cave, got down the bottom of your minds, and beholding your treasures with all the indifference that the Knight of Temperance showed when the demon of riches revealed to him his hidden wealth. I paint to myself the wonder and admiration of the subterraneous inhabitants when you first came among them. Since the time that Proserpina was carried by her husband to his Stygian empire, the infernal regions have not seen such a charming goddess. But is it sure they will let you return again to daylight? Upon my word, I am afraid you are in some danger, as the habeas corpus bill was thrown out, for all the women of the upper world will make interest with the judges to let you stay there. Yet, I verily think Baron Smith will release you in spite of them all, and even if he should fail, you have still a resource. Emmon shall come back and deliver you from the shades, as Hercules did Alcestis. Denton was and is full of coal mines, copper, etc. The best description of the Montagus' arrival in the north is contained in a letter to Dr. Stillingfleet at Robert Price's, Esker, Herefordshire, sent open to Dr. Monsey, who forwards it with a few words of his own. It is dated, Carville ye 22nd day of August. Carville Hall had been hired by them. It was situated at the end of the Roman wall, called Wallsend. Portions of the letter I desired Dr. Monsey to acquaint you with the death of Mr. Rogers. Many letters were to be written in order to procure him most pompous funeral obsequies, according to the fashion of Northumberland, as he was allied to the people of the first rank in the county, and they were all to be at the funeral. The 7th of August at noon, we got to Durham, and there began hurries and ceremonies that have continued to this day, and I know not when I shall see a quiet hour. At Durham we were met by a great number of Mr. Rogers, relations, and the receivers and agents of his estate, who attended in great form till we got to Newcastle, where we were to stay 2 or 3 days, with a relation of Mr. Montagu, till our house was aired. We had not been an hour at Newcastle before we had the compliments of the principal persons of the corporation and in the town. The next morning visits began. We had 15 people to dine here on Sunday, a family yesterday, people about business today, and 3 families to dine here tomorrow. In the morning I am up to the elbows in dusty parchments and accounts, after dinner as busy as an hostess of an inn attending her guests, at night as sick as an invalid in hospital, and these are the woes of wealth, and I am not une malade imaginaire. Mr. Rogers' family mansion, having been uninhabited many years, was not fit for our reception. His house in Newcastle was not agreeably situated for the summer, so we hired a house on the banks of the Tyne for the occasion. It is a very pretty house, extremely well furnished and most agreeably situated. Ships and other vessels from Newcastle are sailing by every hour. The river here is broad and of a good color, and we have a fine reach of it. We have a very good turnpike road to the seaside, where I should pass a great deal of my time if it was not all engrossed by company, but we are in the midst of the largest neighborhood I ever saw, and some of these gentlemen by means of coal mines have immense fortunes. Denton Hall, in Pilgrim Street. In a letter to her sister, Mrs. Scott, Newcastle is described. The town of Newcastle is horrible. Like the ways of thrift, it is narrow, dark, and dirty. Some of the streets so steep one is forced to put a dragshin on the wheels. The night I came I thought I was going to the center. The streets are some of them so narrow that if the tallow chandler ostentatiously hangs forth his candles, you have a chance to sweep them into your lap as you drive by, and I do not know how it has happened that I have not yet caught a coach full of red herrings, for we scrape the city wall on which they hang in great abundance. There are some wide streets and good houses. Sir Walter Blackett's seems a noble habitation. Mention is made of the Claverings, Bowes, and Lord Ravensworth calling. In a letter of August 25 to Mrs. Carter, Mrs. Montagu tells her that en route to Newcastle she had visited Althorpe, the seat of Mr. Spencer, worthy of regard only on account of a very fine collection of pictures. The park is planted in a dull uniformity, the ground flat, sick, little prospect, has not the advantage of a river or lake. After repeating the details of her journey, she adds that Denton Hall had not been inhabited for 30 years, the poor gentleman having long been a lunatic, so I imagine the rats and ghosts were in such full possession, it would require time to eject them, and I am now placed as I could wish, being within 4 miles of Teignmouth. We have a very good land as well as water prospect. We see from our windows the place where once lived the venerable Bede. Some little ruins show still, I believe, where the monastery stood. The place is called Jarrow. The estate belonged to Sir Thomas Clavering and the late Mr. Rogers. I shall visit it more from respect to the old historian than curiosity to see a new possession. Did she know, it is supposed to be haunted to this day. The monk Beda, or Bede, born 672, died 735. On August 27, Mrs. S. Montagu wrote to young Tom Littleton a long letter describing the country round Newcastle. After dinner I ferried over the river Wear to Sunderland, a good seaport town. They are making a new pier there, which is done at the expense of the coal-owners, who have mines near the Wear. I got a very pleasant walk on the seashore. Several ships were sailing out of the harbor fraught only with the comforts and conveniences of life. They carry out coal and salt and bring home money. I question whether those who carry out death and bring home glory are concerned in so good merchandise, though they account their occupation more honorable. On Thursday, I went to see Lumley Castle. It is a noble habitation, but so modernized by sash windows and other fashionable ornaments, I admired it only as a good house. There are many family pictures in the hall, a succession of 16 Lumleys, all martially accoutred, the Lumley arms on their shields, their figure and attitudes make them look like scaramouches. They hang so high I could not read the inscriptions, but I imagine it is intended one should suppose each picture was taken from life. But from the dress and character, I am sure they have been done by one hand from the genealogical tree. There are many old pictures in the house, and many fair testimonies of the ancient nobility of the family, but I cannot pass them 16 generations. There are large plantations of firs at Lumley Castle, a large park behind the castle, to the front a good prospect, and the river Wear at a due distance. She was wrong. The Lumleys descend from Leolf, a Norman nobleman of merit in 1060. Mrs. Montagu was connected with the Lumleys, her cousin, Mrs. Lawrence Sterne, being the daughter of the Reverend Robert Lumley, of Lumley Castle. At the end of the letter, she complains of the tediousness of the post 3 weeks before she had any letters from her friends. This accounts for the news of the taking of Louisbourg on July 27, under Admiral Boscawen, General Amherst, and Wolfe, not having reached her when she wrote, as Lord Lyttelton wrote to congratulate her on August 22, upon the glorious success of Admiral Boscawen. I wrote last post to his lady, whom I love for 1,000 good qualities in herself, and because she loves you. Had her husband commanded in the Mediterranean, and Amherst or Wolfe at Fort St. Philip's, we had not lost Minorca. In another letter of August 31, Lord Lyttelton having had a pleasant tour to Lady Coningsby's, where he met Sir Sidney Smith, and to Lord Oxford's, Brampton Bryan. I carried Tom with me through the whole tour, and a more delightful fellow-traveler I never can have, unless his mother was raised from the dead or heaven would give me another Lucy. Wherever we went he won all hearts, and you may believe mine beat with joy at the sight of his conquests. My only fear is that hereafter he may please the ladies too well. You must instruct him, Madonna, as Minerva did Telemachus to avoid the dangers of the Calypsos he may meet with in his travels, and let him learn by admiring you that no charms are truly amiable, but those that are under the government of wisdom and virtue. Hampton Court, Herefordshire, built by Henry Roman IV. Edward Harley, 24th Earl of Oxford. In Herefordshire. Tom was 15 at this time, having been born January 30, 1743-4. His father's fears as to his attractions for the fair sex were prophetic. Tom writes to Mrs. Montagu on September 9, giving her an account of his travels. Here is a description of Hampton Court, Herefordshire, the seat of Lady Coningsby. The house stands at the end of a line of regular planted trees and looks more like a monastery than a nobleman's house. The garden is very large and would have been pretty enough if nature had been left in it unmolested. In the middle of it is a piece of water of about an acre, cut into 2 square lines, in which, to the astonishment of the beholder, you see Neptune upon his throne and 20 Tritons waiting behind him. The carver has expressed great fierceness in his countenance, and well may the god who shakes the earth with his trident be angry at being confined in a pool, which would scarce hold 200 fish. From the garden one might see a noble lawn bounded with an amphitheatre of wood, was it not for the high yew hedges clipped into 1,000 ridiculous shapes which hinder the eye from passing them. The park, too, is very large, but so overrun with bushes that some of the lawns resemble bogs. From my Lady Coningsby's, we went to my Lord Oxford's, a place where nature has done a great deal, which by a little money judiciously laid out may be made the prettiest firm ornée in England. My lord's house is a very good one, built in a remarkable good taste for the times of Queen Anne. Lord Lyttelton, as usual, adds a few words at the end of the letter, and congratulates Mrs. Montagu on the King of Prussia's most glorious success, but I am in pain till I hear what has become of Emin. Dr. Monsey writes from Claremont on September 6. Dear Madam, I should be ashamed of myself to be in the house of a prime minister, and not let you know the king sent a long letter from the King of Prussia hither this evening, giving a long detail of his last victory over the Russians, but it being in French and the Duke of N. Newcastle, not being the best reader, I am unable to give you an account, though my Lord G. Odelfin heard it as well as I, and would have interpreted for me if he could. However, there is an English account too, of which I will give you some particulars. 18,000 killed by their own account, 6 generals killed, I don't remember how many wounded, 7 generals prisoners in the king's camp, 73 pieces of cannon taken, the military chest with 850,000 rubles. General Brown killed, refusing quarter. The Russian infantry, as they had behaved like bears, fought like Leon, part of Count Dona's foot gave way, or else it had been a most complete victory. The king himself took the colors in his hand and brought him on again, sure this is too bold for anybody but an immortal and invulnerable. He had 2 aides-de-camps killed. Battle of Zorndorf, fought August 25. Monsey picked up the cover to the letter, addressed, "A Monsieur Mon Frere, Le Roi de Grande Bretagne." This he intended to send Mrs. Montagu, but the Duke asked for it. It was sealed with 2 large seals, the arms and royal crown under a camp canopy in black wax. On September 9, Emin wrote a long letter from the Duke of Marlborough's quarter in Germany, whither he had retired disconsolate at not being allowed to fight in the battle by General York, Lady Anson's brother, to whom he had been recommended by her. Meanwhile, he had marched 4 days with the army, and the King of Prussia had taken notice of him, staring at him hard and saying to Mr. Mitchell he wished he had 12,000 men like him. Emin wished he had a letter to the king and was furious at General York's forbidding him to fight. Probably the general was too anxious for his safety. The following description of the King of Prussia is so interesting I insert it, the whole letter to Mrs. Montagu, a folio sheet closely written, being too long. I will do my endeavor to describe the King of Prussia's person and his way of living. He is no taller than Emin the Persian, he has a short neck, he is one of the finest made heads ever I saw in my life with a noble forehead, he wears a false wig, he has very handsome nose. His eyes are gray, sharp and lively, ready to pierce one through and through. He likes a man that looks him in the face when he is talking to him. He is well made everywhere with a bend back, not stupid, sick, stooped. At all like many Europeans. His voice is the sweetest and clearest ever I heard. He takes a great quantity of Spanish snuff, from his nose down to the buckles of his shoes or boots is all painted with that confounded stuff. His hands are as red as paint, as if he was a painter, grisy all over. He dines commonly between 12 and 1 and drinks a bottle of wine at his dinner. I was told that he was very unhealthy in the time of peace, but since this war he has grown healthy and left off drinking a great quantity of coffee, which he did formerly. All the satisfaction that I have, which is great enough that I have seen Caesar alive, nay 20 times greater, he is more like King Solomon, for he rules his nation by wisdom and understanding. His armies are not only disciplined to the use of arms, but very religious, and say their prayers 3 times a day. It is never neglected, even when they are on the march. Emin winds up with a message of apology to Mr. Burke at not having written to him from want of time. Meanwhile, his adored Mrs. Montagu had nearly lost her life through the carelessness of a maid. It happened on September 3. Writing to Sarah Scott, she gives this description. On this day se'nnight at 4 in the morn I was seized with a fainting fit, in which I lay some time. My maids in their fright let the eau de luce fall into my eye, nostril and mouth. My eyes were inflamed and nostril, the mouth and uvula of the throat excoriated. After a long and cruel struggle for life, a most sharp contention with this medicine, I awakened to find myself in this terrible condition. Dr. Askew unhappily lay at Durham that night, so had no assistance till 2 at noon, then I was blooded, which abated the inflammation so far I could articulate. The doctor told me my safety depended on frequent gargling and drinking, so for 4 days I was never a quarter of an hour without doing so. The spitting was more violent than from a mercurial salivation. When I came out of my fit, to see blood running from eye, nose and mouth drove Mr. Montagu almost distracted, and I knew not which way my agonies would end. Mr. Montagu has shown on this occasion the most passionate love imaginable. Dr. Askew has been very careful, and an excellent apothecary has watched me night and day. For 2 days her life was despaired of. For 4 days she could swallow no solid, and was salivated for a week. In a second letter she says, on the 4th day, when I was able to look up, I was surprised at the impression concern had made on Mr. Montagu, and I should hardly have known him, he looked 20 years older at least. In a letter of Monsey's, we learn eau de luce was made of strong sal ammoniac and quicklime. Mr. Montagu's sister, now Lady Meadows, wrote on September 14 to say her brother-in-law, Sir Philip, had been nearly killed in the same way by hartshorn. At the end of the letter, she says, Lady Bath died at 2 this morning of the palsy. This was the wife of Pulteney, Earl of Bath, soon after this to become one of Mrs. Montagu's most intimate friends. Lady Bath's maiden name was Maria Gumley, daughter and heiress of a great glass manufacturer. She had the character of great penuriousness, and her husband was credited with the same character, but I hope to show later that he could be very generous. When the news of Mrs. Montagu's accident spread amongst her numerous friends, many were the letters of condolence and rejoicing at her safety from Lord Lyttelton and a host of others. Dr. Monsey had been staying with the Garricks. He was a great admirer of Mrs. Garrick, whom he often quotes in his letters. It was while staying with them he heard of it. Both he and Lord Lyttelton were quite frantic at the risk she had run and distressed at her fainting fit. Monsey was suffering from a bad cough, for which, when staying with Sir John Evelyn at Wootton, he tried bleeding, cathartics, and syrup of white poppies. He returned to St. James's, where Mrs. Garrick came to sit with him and cheer him up. In a letter of his to Mrs. Montagu of September 23, mention is made of Lady Burlington's death. Lady Burlington is dead. Mrs. G. Rick gets nothing but rid of her, and that's a great deal, I think. She gives the Duke of D. £3,000 per annum, not a farthing to any one servant. She had some lived with her 20 or 25 years. Lady Burlington, widow of the 3rd Earl, the celebrated amateur architect, was the daughter of William, Marquis of Halifax. On Eva Marie Vigel's arrival in England from Austria, the Empress Queen, Maria Theresa, gave her a recommendation to Lady Burlington, who received her at Burlington House as an inmate. It is said La Violette, as she was called from her exquisite dancing in the operas, had attracted the Emperor of Austria's attention so much as to alarm the Empress, and that she therefore sought to remove her from Austria. Lady Burlington strongly objected to Garrick's attachment to La Violette, having more ambitious projects for her protégée, but it was a true love affair from the beginning even to the end, and not one word could ever be said against Mrs. Garrick. Theirs was indeed a love match, and after 15 years of married life, Garrick presented her with a ring on her birthday, with the most touching love verses. From the letters, I gather it was Dr. Monsey who brought Mrs. Montagu into personal intercourse with the Garricks. Eva Maria Vigel, or Veilchen, born at Vienna, 1725, married David Garrick on June 22, 1749. Dr. Monsey was so disturbed at Mrs. Montagu's accident that he wrote almost daily to her, and no one who reads his letters could imagine, however eccentric he was, that he was a freethinker in religion, as is asserted in the Dictionary of National Biography. His letters are so long that it is impossible to print them in full in this book. He had a bad cough and a sort of vertigo at this time, in the midst of which he was called to the Earl of Northumberland, who was desperately ill, whose sufferings Monsey succeeded in alleviating. In a letter of October 8, we learn that his birthday and Mrs. Montagu's were on the same day, viz., October 2. He promises in joke to marry Mrs. Stewart, a widow lady who had nursed Mrs. Montagu with the greatest attention. To add to Mrs. Montagu's troubles, her faithful housekeeper, Mrs. Crosby, a lady by birth but reduced to poverty, died of a quinsy in 12 days. Monsey, in a letter, said he was 64 then. In a letter of Dr. Monsey's of October 27, mention is made of Lord Godolphin drinking absent friends as a toast, coupled with special mention of Mrs. Montagu and also of Alan Ramsay, the artist. Ramsay is one of us. He was born on October 2. I jumped for joy, but hang it, teased the old October. I tell him he must be regenerated, become a child of grace, and then he shall be adopted into our family. Dr. Monsey's little granddaughter loves Missy Montagu dearly. Eminent portrait painter, son of the Scotch poet of the same name, born 1709, died 1784. A letter of Atkinson, the farm bailiff at Sandalford, on October 3 to Mrs. Crosby, the late housekeeper, shows the current price of food. Everything continues dear for ye poor, and will do so all this winter. I am afraid buffet is sold in our market for 3d, for a pd. Mouton 4d to 4.5d. It is beyond prize which I never heard before at this time of ye year. Pork and veal 5d. A pound. Mrs. Donnellan wrote from Fulham on October 21, condoling with Mrs. Montagu on her accident and the loss of Mrs. Crosby. She says, I told you how near we were losing our respectable friend Mrs. Sherlock. She is now quite recovered. They say there never was a more moving scene than between her and the bishop, who would be carried up to her in the worst of her illness. He got hold of her hand, and it was with difficulty they could get him to let it go and separate them. Bishop Sherlock was born in 1678, so was then 80 years of age. I went yesterday poor Gayer a little to see Mrs. Spencer after her lying in, and there is nothing but joy and magnificence. The child is likely to live though, it came, they reckon, 6 weeks before its time. Mrs. Poyne showed me all the fineries. The pap boat is pure gold, etc., etc. I like Mrs. Spencer. She is a natural good young woman, no airs, no affectation, but seems to enjoy her great fortune by making others partakers, and happy with herself. This was Georgina, née Poyntz, who had married Mr. John Spencer, afterwards 1st Earl Spencer, by whom she had Georgiana, afterwards the beautiful Duchess of Devonshire. George John, who was born on September 1, 1758, was the owner of the gold pap boat, and Lady Bessborough. Mrs. Donnellan adds, Mrs. Poyntz, has the practical moral virtues, and when I see her good works I think she is worth 100 such poor spectators as I am. Her present business is attending the Foundling Hospital, and she has 26 children nursing under her care. The Duchess of Portland and her family are at Bath. Thomas Sherlock, then Bishop of London. Née Georgina, daughter of Stephen Poyntz of Midgham, Berks. Became Earl Spencer, born September 1758. Became 2nd Earl Spencer in 1783. The next letter is from Lord Lyttelton on October 10, full of anxiety as to Mrs. Montagu's health and urging her to return south as soon as possible. In this he says, You inquire about my new house, and my history both are going on, but the first much faster and better than the other. When the history will be finished I cannot tell, and when it is, I fear it will be little better than a Gothic house modernized. The Goths will think it too Grecian and the Grecians too Gothic. He winds up with, Adieu, best Madonna, take great care of yourself. Your late danger has shown you how dear you are to your friends. Don't try their affection that way any more. He was rebuilding Hagley. His History of Henry Roman II. Writing on October 20 to Dr. Stillingfleet, who was exploring Wales with Charles Lyttelton, the Dean of Exeter and brother of Lord Lyttelton, Mrs. Montagu says, Carville is just at the end of the Picts wall, it makes part of our enclosures, and we have a Roman altar in the stables. The din of war has so frightened the rural deities that even the long time that has passed since the union with Scotland has not brought them to make their residence with us. Pan, Ceres, and Pomona seem to neglect us. We are under the domination of the god of mines. There is a great deal of rich land in this country, but agriculture is ill understood. The great gain made by several branches of the coal trade has turned all attention that way. Every gentleman in the country, from the least to the greatest, is as solicitous in the pursuit of gain as a tradesman. The conversation always turns upon money. The moment you name a man, you are told what he is worth, the losses he has had, or the profit he has made by coal mines. As my mind is not naturally set to this tune, I should often be glad to change it for a song from one of your Welsh bards. Carville, the house they had hired. Mrs. Lowther had asked her to spend some time at Lowther Hall, of which she says, Lowther is much greater than Gibside, which is too great for me. In the next letter of Lord Lyttelton's, he mentions Mr. Anson and Mr. Stewart being at Hagley. Stewart seems almost as fond of my hall as of the Thessala Temp, which I believe you heard him describe when I brought him to see you. He is going to embellish one of the hills with a true attic building, a portico of 6 pillars, which will make a fine object to my new house, and command a most beautiful view of the country. He has also engaged to paint me a Flora and 4 pretty little zephyrs in my drawing-room ceiling, which is ornamented with flowers in stucco, but has spaces left for these pictures. He thinks all my stucco work is well done. This was James Stewart, nicknamed Athenian Stewart, traveler and antiquary, author of the Antiquities of Athens. Alluding to Tom, he says, Dr. Bernard offered to put him into the Remove, but rather advised him to stay in the 4th form in order to learn more Greek, which advice he has prudently and cheerfully followed. Now Lowther Castle. Mr. Bower's Place. James Stewart, born 1713, died 1788. Headmaster of Eton. Mrs. Montagu, being attacked by a choleric disorder, which kept her in her room a week, and being still very hoarse from the eau de luce, Mr. Montagu insisted on her returning to London before himself, so as to be in reach of Dr. Monsey. On November 6, from Wexford, she writes to Sarah Scott to inform her she is returning to London. Mr. Montagu had accompanied her 3 days' journey. He then returned to Carville. She had left behind the post-chaise and traveled in the body coach, but my horses are so stout I believe they will perform the journey from Carville to London in 7 days. En route, she picks up Mr. Tom Pitt, nephew of Miss Pitt and a friend of his, and carries them to Durham, putting her maid into their post-chaise. My gentlemen leave me at Stilton, from whence they go to Cambridge. She mentions that Mr. Montagu had bought all the jewels belonging to Mr. Rogers for her, and today intimated he should give me a great purse of old gold which fell to his share in the division. Some of the pieces are curious, but there will be between £60 to £70 of money that one may spend with a good conscience. St. Lord Camelford, Thomas Pitt, Jr., son of Lord Cobham's brother Thomas and his wife, née Christian Littleton. Arrived in London, Mrs. Montagu writes to her husband that his sister, Lady Meadows, was in very bad health, and she had recommended her to take viper broth, if her doctor approved it, as it is a nourishing food and by its quality supplies deficiency of food. I believe vipers are still used as medicine in France, but whether in England I know not. Perhaps Brusher Mills, the famous New Forest snake catcher, could inform one. It does not sound inviting. In the same letter she mentions having secured a berth as midshipman for Montagu Isaacson, Mr. Montagu's cousin, with Admiral Boscawen. The admiral had been most graciously received by the king, and nothing can exceed the honors the admiral meets with from all quarters. A Scotch gardener had been hired for Sandalford, and she adds, "The Scotch gardener was tired a little, so I thought you would not dislike his recreating himself and resting his horse a little. I have sent him to the play tonight." She was suffering from cancer and dropsy. Since this was written, Brusher died. Son of Margaret, née Krieg, and Anthony Isaacson. In the next letter she writes, "The Carville gardener will set out tomorrow. He is more happy in London than a young toast. He has seen St. Paul's, Westminster Abbey, etc., and sees them with taste. His mind was made for a higher condition of life." Mentioning the horses, she says she shall send 3 to Sandalford. "It is a shame for a little animal as I am to keep 7 horses in town." The team for a big coach was then 6, but a 7th was ridden alongside by a servant in case of accidents on the way. George Roman, too, had been very ill. Princess Amelia not well, and the Duke has got the gout. £16,000 a year of annuities on the Duke of Marlborough expire with him, so there are many sincere mourners. The Duchess bears her loss better than could have been imagined. Lord Bath is so apparently rejoiced at his deliverance, it makes people smile. He ordered a plentiful table to be kept as soon as she was dead, and is gay and jolly, and at the Bath like a young heir just come to his estate. It is thought Mr. Charles Montagu can live but a few days. Cumberland, R.D. Duke of Marlborough, died October 20, 1758, at Munster in Westphalia. Elizabeth, daughter of 2nd Baron Trevor. William Pulteney, Earl of Bath, had just lost his wife. Charles Montagu, son of the Hun. James Montagu, cousin of Mr. Edward Montagu. He died in 1759. Great anxiety reigned for some days about the health of little Morris Robinson, Morris's son. Dr. Monsey stayed with the child 4 days and nights, and he pulled through, but it painfully reminded his aunt of her loss in little Punch, Morris being much of the same age. Dr. Monsey wrote to Mr. Montagu to say he had insisted, when the child was at its worst, that Mrs. Montagu should not come to see it. Mention is made of young Mr. Pitt, just come to town, not so well as when you saw him. He was here on Tuesday night, and I thought looked ill. His chairmen were drunk and threw him in the street, and cut his face and hurt him a little, and he had a bad fit that night from the surprise. This was Thomas Pitt, Jr., son of Thomas Pitt, of Bocanock, Cornwall, brother of Mr. William Pitt, and afterwards First Lord Camelford. On November 23, both Houses of Parliament met at Westminster, and Mrs. Montagu writes on the 28th to her husband. Mr. Pitt opened the session on Tuesday with a very fine speech. Mr. Beckford stood up and said the turn things had taken of late had put him in good humor, so that he was willing to give 2 millions towards the war on the continent. He thought it too little to be of service, but rather more than could be got. Mr. Pitt answered the sum must not be limited, a great deal indeed would be wanted. He knew not how it would be raised, for he did not concern himself with treasury business, but the honorable gentleman, signifying Mr. Legge, understood these matters, and he did not doubt would raise a proper sum. Poor Legge looked distressed. No one knows how these great sums are to be raised. taxes on dogs and public diversions are talked of. The king is much pleased with his secretary's declaration of a support of the continent interest at any rate. I hear Mr. Pitt's speech was much admired, and nowhere more than at St. James's. Mr. Pitt has a personal dignity that supports open measures, and I am glad he does not learn the political art of prevarication. He has the people's entire confidence, and I hope he will use it to good ends. On December 2, writing to Mr. Montagu, she says, "Emin is come home. He has a great loss of the Duke of Marlborough, who called him his lion and kept him always with him. He has been a sort of aide-de-camp to Count Schellenberg. He has lately been in Holland, where the Armenians have promised to assist his schemes. Lady Yarmouth has him with her in a morning, and promises him her interest with a very great man. Lord Northumberland, Lord Anson, and General York are to be his advocates with Mr. Pitt. He is an astonishing creature to take thus with all kinds of people. He hopes to go home in January in a sort of public character. He is full of anecdotes of the King of Prussia. He says his eyes and forehead are just like mine, and he is as particular in his description of him as a portrait painter would be. He marched with him 7 days. The Prussian hero is as easy and familiar as a private man. Knowing his character will give him more respect than his rank. It is not advisable in general for princes to lay aside their rank, lest they should not otherwise gain respect. But a truly great man is above all respect that is not personal." A set of verses sent by Dr. Monsey from North Mimms to Lord Lyttelton is amusing, but too prolix to insert. Lyttelton had a bad cold, and wanted to go to Eton to see his boy. I must go to Eton. You shall not go to Eton. Much allusion is made to Mrs. Montagu in the verses, which are rank doggerel. Louisbourg had been taken on July 27. On December 7, Mrs. Montagu writes, "The House of Commons yesterday returned thanks to Admiral Boscawen and General Amherst for their services at Louisbourg, and to Admiral Osborne for his conduct in the Mediterranean." Dr. Monsey had been reading the Memoirs of Madame de Maintenon, in whom he sees a strong likeness to Mrs. Montagu. "I take her into my hand, and you into my mind as I go along." Though Louis was a scrub of a scoundrel and not worthy a crown which he would not put upon her head, he now and then thought right about her. Instead of a foreign princess whom he must study to please, he chose a woman who made it her whole business to please him, the only one who could inspire him with a lasting passion, and so revered that in the admiration which the recital of her virtues occasioned he cried, "Let us go and shut ourselves up to talk of this woman. That's my Lord Lyttelton, and I." On December 17, the Earl of Arran died. He had married Mr. Montagu's relation, Elizabeth, daughter of Lord Crewe of Stein, who brought him a large fortune. It was an unhappy marriage, and Mrs. Montagu hints that, had Lady Arran treated her husband as he deserved, her money would have come to Mr. Montagu and Lady Mary Gregory. He died at 88. His sister, Lady Emily Butler, is a surprising woman, healthy and lively at past 99. Mr. Boscawen yesterday showed us a box of horrid implements with which the French cannon was charged at Louisbourg, rusty locks, pieces of pokers, curling tongs, nails in abundance, and all sorts of iron instruments, and this not for want of ammunition, but wanton cruelty. He found the cannons loaded with these as well as ball. General Wolfe had a gridiron shot at him. It fell short of him, but he had it taken up and straightened, and eat a beefsteak broiled upon it. In a letter undated, but presumably at the end of December, Mrs. Montagu says, "Lord Bath said there had been but 3 speeches in Parliament this year. One was Lord Middleton's, who said he would give all he was worth to support the war, the other Sir Michael Grosvenor, S., who said he would lend all he was worth, and the third, Mr. Pitt's, who said he would take all they were both worth. If Mr. Isaacson wants any inquiries made at Cork, I can get good intelligence by means of Mr. Burke, a young lawyer by profession, though an author by practice, for he wrote natural history preferable to artificial. He has several acquaintance of credit at Cork. You have often heard me mention him. R.D. Viscount Middleton. Sir Richard Grosvenor, afterwards first Earl Grosvenor. Vindication of Natural Society. His first avowed work copied for him by Emin and published in 1756. This is the 3rd mention of Edmund Burke, the first being in a letter of Emin's, whose patron he was to Dr. Monsey. On December 28, writing to her husband, who was still at Carville, Mrs. Montagu says. The parliaments meet on the 16th. The ardor for carrying on the war is such it will be rather a point of contention who shall give most money. Some people think Mr. Boscawen will be sent against Quebec. General Conway is taken into favor again. He is going to settle ye dispute between us and the Dutch concerning the ships we have taken. The Princess of Orange is thought in a desperate state of health. My father called on me on Monday. He was not well, which put him a little out of sorts. He seems uneasy that he is not immortal, however. He takes the best means for long life, and I dare say will attain it unless fears of the inevitable moment should hurt his spirits. Life has been to him one long play day. He must not expect the rattles and sugar plums will hold good to the last. He has never tasted business, care, or study. Vivre du jour la journée, as the French saying is, has been his moral maxim. It may make a merry day, but it does not make the best evening. The mind that has employed itself in study and application, or in active life, has more to look back upon, and old age's joy is in the retrospect. This ends the letters for 1758. On January 2, 1759, writing to Mr. Montagu, who was still in the north, his wife says, I am now reading a very ingenious, pernicious French author. His name is Helvetius, a descendant of the famous Helvetius. He is a man of fortune in France, very amiable in his private character, good-natured, liberal, and witty, so has many disciples at Paris from respect to his person. I fear he will have many here from respect to his doctrines, well adapted to the corruptions of the human heart. He endeavors to show it his custom makes virtue and vice, like Epicurus, placing his good in pleasure, but not his pleasure in good. He thinks a less strict observation of some moral rules would make man in general happier. He would trust everything to laws. Legislature is to be the God and conscience of mankind. He does not consider how many by their situation are above laws, how many one may say are below it, and how many more by fraud, evasions, concealment would hope to escape it. I hope conscience, called by Mr. Pope, the God within the mind, will keep her empire in spite of Mr. Helvetius. The Church has obliged him to a retractation, which indeed may in some measure mortify the author, but will not alter the argument of his book. Lord Clarendon's other volume will soon be published. I forgot to tell you I have received great compliments from Mr. Pitt, the secretary, since I came to town. Congratulations on your accession of fortune. Congratulations on my recovery from the eau de luce. High expressions of esteem and friendship, but being a person of moderate ambition, I have not asked for a place at court. Claude Adrien Helvetius, born 1715, died 1771. Published de l'Esprit in 1758. John Claude Helvetius, his father, celebrated physician and author, died 1755. His History of the Rebellion. In the next letter of January 4, she says, I was last night at Lady Cowper's concert, where there was much good company and good music. The night before I was at an assembly at Mrs. Pitt's, where I found Sir John Mordaunt playing at cards with Lady Hester Pitt. This might be accident, but among political folks, one is apt to look deeper perhaps than the truth lies. But this, and General Conway being received into grace and sent to Lacasse to settle the cartel for exchange of prisoners, makes me suspect some coalition may be designed between the folks at Leicester House and the Duke. I am to go to the play with Miss Pitt tomorrow night. Mr. Garrick is to act Anthony. He will make but a diminutive hero. I should not think it a part he would shine in, but he has taken great pains about it. He was sent to Slies, for which the French is L'Écluse, not Lacasse, to meet Monsieur de Barrel. On January 18, writing to her husband, Mrs. Montagu says, It is apprehended the loss of the King of Spain will be a misfortune to Great Britain. There is a great conspiracy discovered in Portugal. It was at first surmised that the assassination of the king arose from jealousy, but people now think there was more of ambition than jealousy in it. The Marquis of Tavera's family had a nearer claim to the crown than that Duke of Braganza who got it, but not being personally so well qualified for so great an attempt, or for want of alliances or other means, they were quietly governed by Spain. But when the Braganzas gained the royal dignity, they grudged it to them, and ambition and envy may easily form conspiracy and assassination. 12 of the first nobility will be brought to the scaffold. Ferdinand Roman VI. Attempted assassination of Joseph I. led to the expulsion of the Jesuits. On the 24th occurs a very long letter to Mrs. Carter. In this mention is made of Rousseau. There is a letter from Rousseau to Mr. de Lambert upon the project of settling a theatre at Geneva, which treats of dramatical performances in general. It is ingeniously written and with great eloquence. She also adds that she is sending Mrs. Carter Dr. Newton's dissertation on the prophecies, Leland S. Life of Philip of Macedon. Lord Lyttelton's history is not yet ready to appear. The work goes on slowly, as the writer is scrupulously exact in following truth. His delicacy in regard to characters, his candor in regard to opinions, his precision in facts, would entitle him to the best palm history can claim if he had not added to these virtues of history, if I may call them so, the highest ornaments of style, and a most peculiar grace of order and method. I shall send you a treatise on the Sublime and Beautiful, by Mr. Burke, a friend of mine. I do not know that you will always subscribe to his system, but think you will find him an elegant and ingenious writer. He is far from the pert pedantry and assuming ignorance of modern witlings, but in conversation and writing, an ingenious and ingenuous man, modest and delicate, and on great and serious subjects full of that respect and veneration which a good mind and a great one is sure to feel, while fools mock behind the altar, at which wise men kneel and pay mysterious reverence. Letter at de Lambert, Sir Les Spectacles, Amsterdam 1758, translated into English in 1759. First published in 1757. Soon after this letter, Mrs. Carter paid her first visit to Mrs. Montagu in Hill Street. Mrs. Carter had been much troubled by the severe illness of Miss Talbot, her bosom friend, and of Archbishop Secker, with whom the Talbots lived. Mrs. Montagu, writing to condole about this, mentions that Lord Waldegrave was going to marry the illegitimate daughter of Sir Edward Walpole, and she continues, Miss Kitty Fisher modestly asked Earl Pembroke to make her a countess. His family love forms, so perhaps the fair one thought he would approve the legal form of cohabitation. But he hesitated, and so the agreement is made for life, a £1,000 per annum and a £1,000 for present decorations. N.D. Earl Waldegrave married Maria, daughter of Sir Edward Walpole, on May 15, 1759. She survived him and married in 1766 the Duke of Gloucester, brother to George Roman III. Henry, 29th Earl of Pembroke, born 1734, died 1794. Mr. Montagu had now returned to his wife, having bought another portion of the Denton estate from Mr. Archdeacon, his cousin. He made a codicil to his previous will of 1752, leaving his wife the whole property, as well as all he possessed besides. The codicil was witnessed by Ben Stillingfleet, William Archdeacon, and Samuel Torriano on April 12, 1759. On June 7, writing to Mrs. Carter, who was drinking the waters at Bristol, Mrs. Montagu chaffs her as to her surroundings. Do you like pompons or aigrettes in your hair? If you put on rouge, dance minuets and cotillions, that I may describe and define you in your Bristol state. Mention is made of Mr. Mason, S. Caractacus. It is a drama not dramatized. His Melpomene is too chaste, too cold for the theatre. She is a very modest virgin, pure in sentiment and diction and void of passion. Her sober ornaments are a Greek veil and some druidical hieroglyphics, all which I mightily respect and do not like at all. Lord Northampton had a fine suit for the birthday, the waistcoat silver and gold, the coat gold and silver. On June 9 occurs the first letter of Dr. Johnson to Mrs. Montagu. Dr. Samuel Johnson, born 1709, died 1784, the famous lexicographer and critic. Madam, I am desired by Mrs. Williams to sign receipts with her name for the subscribers which you have been pleased to procure, and to return her humble thanks for your favor, which was conferred with all the grace that elegance can add to beneficence. I am your most obedient and humble servant, Sam Johnson. June 9, 1759. This letter is printed in Boswell's Life of Johnson, volume Roman II, p. 113, but who introduced him first to her I have not yet been able to discover, but I fancy it might be through Mrs. Carter. His mother had died at the age of 90 in January of this year. His Rasselas, published in the following April, is said to have been written to pay the expenses of the funeral of his beloved parent. Mrs. Williams was one of Dr. Johnson's protégées, a woman of talent and literary attainments who had been a constant companion of his late wife. Her eyes being affected with an incurable cataract, she became blind, and Dr. Johnson was trying to raise money enough to buy an annuity for her. In 1766, she became a permanent inmate of Johnson's house, and on Mr. Montagu's death in 1775, Mrs. Montagu settled £10 per annum on her. By John Wilson Croker revised, and by John Wright published. Dr. Johnson's writing is singularly clear, and once seen, is unmistakable from his peculiar long S. On June 9 also, Emin wrote on board the Prince Edward, from the Mole of Genoa, where they were in quarantine. The letter begins, "To the most learned and most magnanimous Mrs. Montagu." He was on his way to see Prince Heraclius with letters of recommendation from his father and all the principal Armenians of Calcutta and India to the Prince and the Archbishop of Armenia. At last, his transcendent merit as a leader had been acknowledged by his own countrymen, who now designated him their chief, their shepherd and protector. Emin's affectionate heart was rent at the thought of parting with his kind English protectors, and in this letter he says he was almost glad when he found most of them out or away from home when he called to bid adieu. He was to cross Turkey by land to get to Armenia, a most dangerous journey, and on the way out 2 ships had chased them for 4 or 5 hours off Spain. Writing from Sandalford on July 25 to Mrs. Carter, Mrs. Montagu narrates the sad death of Lady Essex, carried away at the early age of 19 by puerperal fever and throat disease. She was the daughter of Lady Frances Williams, who was bowed down with this affliction, added to the terrible lunacy of her husband. Mrs. Carter was at Bristol drinking the waters for her constant violent headaches. At the end of the letter we read, "I am glad you agree with me in detestation of Voltaire's optimism. Are not you provoked that such an animal calls itself a philosopher? What pretence can he have to philosophy who has not that fear of God which is the beginning of wisdom? This creature is a downright rebel to his God. Some good may arise indeed from the division of Satan's household. Voltaire directly opposes Lord Bolingbroke and those who affirm whatever is right, and that there wants not a future state to make the system just." Lady Meadows writes that her appetite has been mended by drinking calves' pluck water. On August 3, Mrs. Montagu thanks Lady Barbara Montagu for the great favor you have done me in behalf of Mr. Burke. But what that favor was I know not. The letter proceeds thus. "I conducted Mrs. Pitt to Maidenhead Bridge on Tuesday, and on Wednesday dined at Mrs. Clayton's at Harleyford. I think it the most agreeable situation I have seen on the Thames. I mean as a place of residence. Every object speaks peace and plenty. The silver Thames glides at the foot of their garden, lofty trees crown the summit, they have fine prospects, sweet lawns, fine cornfields, and distant villages. I could not get permission from Mr. Montagu to stay a day or 2, but had barely leave for a dining visit. To my great mortification, my landlord at the bridge told me that to go by Marlow would carry me 8 or 9 miles out of the road, so I gave up my scheme, but met Mr. Amiand, who was traveling through Maidenhead town. He jumped out of his postchaise, got into the coach to tell me all the news of the town, and on my complaining of my disappointment in regard to Mrs. Clayton, he assured me if I would go 2 miles out of my road, I should find myself on the bank of the river opposite Mrs. Clayton's house, that then I might go on board a flat-bottomed boat and invade her territories. I followed his directions, but as my coach could not pass the river, I proposed only to drink a dish of chocolate, walk round her gardens, and proceed to Reading. She kindly desired to carry me thither early in the afternoon, said she would get Mrs. Southwell of the party, that my coach should go on to Reading, and I should find my horses refreshed and ready to set forward for Sandalford. No magical wand could have made a metamorphosis more to my advantage than converting the Rose parlor at the inn in Reading into an elegant salon, and my landlord and his wife into Mrs. Clayton and Mrs. Southwell, and an empty coach into one filled with good company. A most incomparable dinner appeared, and Mrs. Southwell, we went together to Reading, and by 11 I got back to my darksome pines. Presumably the widow of Bishop Clayton and sister of Mrs. Donnellan, now the seat of Sir William Clayton, of King's Weston. Soon after her return to Sandalford, Mr. Montagu fell ill of a bad throat, caught, she thought, at a place built by a Mr. Coddington near Newbury, on such a hill that, as she says to Littleton. It would have made a good situation for a college of augurs, for here they might conveniently make observations on the flight of birds. The ascent is so steep a goat can hardly climb to it. He built a belvedere at the top of the house, where perhaps he hoped to sit as umpire in the battles between the cranes and the pygmies, for as to looking down from it, it is rather horrible. Fortunately, Dr. Monsey was at Sandalford, and promptly blooded and doctored Mr. Montagu. Mention is made of a magnificent epistle of Emmon to the noble daughters of Britain, too long to be inserted here. Lord Littleton and Tom were taking a tour to the Highlands, having gone from Hagley to Durham, thence to Lord Ravensworth's in Morpeth, on our way to Alnwick. Lord Littleton alludes to the Battle of Minden, fought on August 1 between the English, Hessians, and Hanoverians against the French. Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick commanded, and under him Lord George Sackville, who commanded the English and Hanoverians and incurred some obloquy on the score of disobeying orders. But Littleton says, "The necessity the French will be under of restoring their army in Germany by large reinforcements must, I think, put an end to their intended invasion, and you ladies of Britain will not be exposed to the outrages and brutalities which the poor ladies of Hildesheim have suffered from the rage of those polished barbarians." Had writ thus far at Taymouth, Lord Breadalbane's fine seat, but was forced by some interruption to delay ending my letter till I came to Inverary, from whence I now write. The house deserves to be called, as it was styled by Lord Leicester, the royal palace of the King of the Goths. He reigns here in great state, but nature reigns in still greater. I have scarce ever seen her more sublimely majestic, nor does she want some sweet graces to soften her dignity and make it more amiable. As the Duke of Argyll is one of your admirers, and, I think, a favoured one too, you ought to make him a visit here when next you return to your northern dominions. Brother of the Duke of Brunswick. Afterwards Lord George Germain. Archibald Campbell, 3rd Duke of Argyll, born 1682, died 1761, Edhat 79. Tom Littleton, who was travelling with his father in Scotland, writes on September 10 from Edinburgh to Mrs. Montagu. Some portions of his letter I copy. The first place I shall mention to you is Alnwick, the seat of the Earl of Northumberland. The castle is very gracious, and stands on the brow of a hill. It was formerly very strong. His lordship has shown great judgment in the manner of fitting it up, for instead of using the modern style of architecture, as Mr. Lumley has done at Lumley Castle, he has left it for the most part as it was in Harry Percy's time, with this difference, that 2 or 3 rooms which were before ill-proportioned and quite unfurnished, are now much enlarged and fitted very handsomely in the Gothic style. He will add many more rooms on the other side of the court, and will make it in time a very good house, still preserving its original character. From thence, we went to Berwick to Sir Hugh Dalrymple's. The Bass Island is all a vast rock broken into many rough and irregular pieces. It is inaccessible to very large ships. There is but one place where a boat may safely land. In the middle of the ascent, there are still the remains of an old castle, which was a state prison with houses for soldiers built in the rock. They tell you that within these 60 years it was garrisoned, but it is now become the habitation only of an infinite number of sea-birds, of which the solan goose is the most remarkable. We went to dine with Mr. Charters, and from thence the same night reached Edinburgh, and were lodged in the royal palace called Holyrood House. My next shall be from Bishop's Auckland, a seat of the Bishop of Durham, S. As usual, Lord Littleton adds a postscript, and in it says, "We dined today with the magistrates and corporation of Edinburgh, and supped with the Duke of Argyll, who honoured me with his presence at the dinner, a distinction he never paid to any other than upon this occasion. Tom and I had our freedoms given us, as we have had from many other towns, with as great compliments as if I had been a minister of state or the head of a faction." Young Edward Wortley Montagu writes on September 13 to Mr. Montagu from Mrs. Lister, S. in Hyde Street, Bloomsbury Market, to say, "I am really greatly concerned that it has hitherto been out of my power to wait upon you, and I am afraid will be so the whole summer, for my book is sold off, and Miller presses me for a second edition, which I am now about, and since I wish it should appear in the world as perfect as possible, I must beg the favour of you to let me know what corrections you think it may want. The world received the first edition with great indulgence, but the second will have a right to approbation when it has received a greater degree of perfection, from the corrections of a gentleman of your abilities. In an answer to Lord Lyttelton's letter from Inverary, too long to be inserted, Mrs. Montagu mentions that she is sending the letter to York. I shall be glad to hear that your lordship and Mr. Lyttelton like York, to which perhaps I am partial as to the place of my nativity. One of the strongest pictures in my mind is the funeral of a Dean of York, which I saw performed with great solemnity in the cathedral when I was about 4 years old. I know, my lord, you will rejoice with me for Mr. Boscan's victory, both from public spirit and private friendship. Admiral Boscan defeated the French off Cape Lagos on August 18. Emin, after a serious illness, was setting off on his dangerous journey through Turkey, and on September 20 wrote to the Montagu the Great, ending up with, "My dearest, brightest, and the wisest Queen of the East, your very affectionate and faithful, obedient, humble servant and soldier, Emin of Hasnasari in Persia." Lord Lyttelton and his son travelled from Edinburgh to Lord Hopetown's place, Hopetown House. In a letter to Mrs. Montagu of September 21, Tom says, "There is one chimney piece done by Risbeck that cost £600. My father thinks it the finest he ever saw." Thence they proceeded to Stirling and paid visits to Lord Cathcart and Lord Kinnell, thence to Glamis Castle, which he describes as a very old castle, but has not a tolerable apartment and can never be altered much for the better. He does not mention the ghost, probably he was not told about it. From thence to the Duke of Athol's at Dunkeld, where he is enraptured with the country, and mentions the window at the Hermitage, through which the falls of the Braun appear as a surprise to the visitor. The Lytteltons accompanied the Duke to his other seat, Blair Athol, after which they proceeded to Taymouth, Lord Breadalbane's splendid place, which enchanted Tom. Ossian's Hall. He now gives Mrs. Montagu a sort of character sketch of the Scottish nobility. The characteristical virtues of the Scotch are courage, temperance, prudence, economy, and hospitality. This last is not only peculiar to the nobility, but is universally practiced by all kinds of people. Good breeding, though it cannot be properly styled a virtue, is of the highest consequence to society. This the Scotch universally possess, and there is not in the North such a character as that of an English country squire, whose whole life is spent in the laudable customs of hunting, drinking, swearing, and sleeping. Scotch ladies are very handsome and very sweet-tempered. It is their general character to be rather too free of their favors before marriage. However that may be, they are very chaste after that ceremony. They breed up their children in a particular manner, for they are accustomed from their infancy to go without shoes and stockings, nor in the coldest weather do their parents permit them to wear a greatcoat. If they are of a puny constitution they die, if not, they are the better for it all their life. He also remarks that few of the nobility omit going to church on a Sunday, and what is of more importance, when they are there they do not trifle, but seem seriously to reflect upon the duty they owe their Maker. This description from a boy of 15 is remarkable and throws light upon English manners of that period. After several other visits, Tom returned to his studies at Eton. Next to this comes a letter from Mr. Burke, which, being the first, is given in extenso. His handwriting is beautiful and very even, but of a feminine cast. "Madam, I have now the honor of writing to you for the first time, and the subject of my letter is an affair that concerns myself. I should stand in need of many more apologies than I know how to make both for the liberty I take and for the occasion of it, if I had not learned by experience that I give you a pleasure when I put it in your power to exert your good nature. I know it is your foible to carry this principle to an extreme, and one is almost sure of success in any application, or at least for pardon for having made an improper one, when we know judiciously to take advantage of a person's weak point. I do not know anything else which could give me confidence enough to take the liberty I am now going to use. The consulship of Madrid has been vacant for several months. I am informed that it is in the gift of Mr. Secretary Pitt, and that it is valuable. I presume, however, that it is not an object for a person who has any considerable pretensions, by its having continued so long vacant, else I should never have thought of it. My interest is weak. I have not at all the honor of being known to Mr. Pitt, nor much to any of his close connections. For which reason I venture to ask your advice whether I can with propriety proceed at all in this affair, and if you think I ought to undertake it, in what manner it would be proper for me to proceed. If my little suit either in itself, or in the persons through whose hands it must necessarily pass, should be attended with any circumstances that may make it disagreeable to you to interfere in it, I shall take it as a favor equal to that I have asked, if you will be so good to tell me you can do nothing in it. I shall think such a declaration a great mark of your confidence. I am sensible that there are in all people's connections many points that may make a person of delicacy unwilling to ask a favor in some quarters, and yet more unwilling from the same delicacy to tell the person for whom it is to be asked that they have such difficulties. There are undoubtedly many circumstances of propriety in every person's situation, which none can feel properly but themselves. I am not, however, if I know myself, one of those expectants who think everything ought to be sacrificed to their interest. It occurred to me that a letter from you to Miss Pitt might be of great service to me. I thought, too, of mentioning Mrs. Boscon. The Admiral has such great merit with the Ministry and the nation that the want of it will be the more readily overlooked in any person for whom he may be induced to apply. But these are crude notions, and require the understanding they are submitted to bring them to form and dwelt so long upon so indifferent a subject. Your patience is almost equal to the rest of your virtues, if you can bear it. I dwell with far more pleasure on my acknowledgments for what you have done for my friend in so obliging and genteel a manner. He has but just now succeeded after a world of delays and no small opposition. He will always retain a very grateful sense of what you have done in his favor. Mrs. Burke desires me to present her respects to you and her best wishes for your health. When last I had the pleasure of seeing Dr. Monsey, he told me that the country still agreed with you, else I should most wickedly wish this fine weather over that you might be the sooner driven to town. This fine weather suffers nothing good to be in town but itself. We are much obliged to the doctor for the satisfaction he gave you in uniting his care with yours for Mr. Montagu's recovery. I congratulate you very sincerely on that event. If I could find some agreeable circumstance in your affairs for congratulation, as often as I wish I should be the most troublesome correspondent in England, for nobody can be with greater respect and gratitude. Madam, your most obliged and obedient humble servant, Edmund Burke. Wimpole Street, Cav, Esq. SEPR 24, 1759. This was Emin. Mrs. Burke's maiden name was Nugent. She was a Roman Catholic. In a letter to Lord Lyttelton of October 23, Mrs. Montagu mentions visiting Lady Townshend to congratulate her on the taking of Quebec, which had happened on September 13, and in which her son, General Townshend, had taken a prominent part. In this she says, "The encomiums on Mr. Wolfe run very high, a great action is performed, and every one can endure to give praise to a dead man, and there was certainly something very captivating in his character. He took the public opinion by a coup de main, to which it surrenders more willingly than to a regular siege. The people had not time to be tired of hearing him called the Brave. He is the subject of all people's praise, and I question whether all the Duke of Marlborough's conquests gained him greater honor." In answer to this, Lord Lyttelton says, "I wish that a French invasion from Havre de Grace, which I have particular reasons to be more afraid of than ever, may not correct the extravagance of our joy for our unexpected success at Quebec, and the false security it has produced in the minds of our ministers. Mr. Bonus, the picture cleaner, has come down and has restored my old family pictures to such a state of perfection that I can hardly believe my eyes when I see them. Few gentlemen, I assure you, have a finer collection than mine appears to be now. If Lady Coventry ever comes here, she will cry at the sight of some of the beauties of Charles II's court, which by Mr. Bonus help exceed hers as much as she does my milkmaids. There is particularly a Duchess of Richmond, whom you have read of under the name of Mademoiselle Stuart in the Memoirs of the Count de Grammont, whose charms are so divine that my nephew Pitt is absolutely falling in love with her, and does nothing but gaze upon her from morning till night. What would you living beauties give if 20 years hence, when you begin to suffer by time, there could be found a Mr. Bonus to restore you again, as he has done this fair lady and others at Hagley? Pray come and see the miracles of his art. Pitt sends his best compliments, and we both agree you have indeed a great deal of a witch about you, but nothing of a hag." Mrs. Montagu evidently refused to exert her influence in favor of Mr. Burke's desire to obtain the Madrid consulship, as on October 6 he writes, "Madam, For many public as well as private reasons, I am sorry that you have not an influence on ministers of state. But the qualities which some persons possess are by no means those which lead to ministerial influence. The reasons you have been pleased to give me for not making the application are very convincing and obliging. Before I applied, I was well aware of the difficulties that stood in my way. Further down in the letter, which is not sufficiently interesting to be given in extenso, he says, "It is not very easy to have access to Mr. Pitt, especially for me, who have so very few friends. I mention those methods, not that I was satisfied of their propriety, but because I would try every method which occurred to me." On December 17, Dr. Johnson writes, "Madam, goodness so conspicuous as yours will be often solicited, and perhaps sometimes solicited by those who have little pretension to your favor. It is now my turn to introduce a petitioner, but such as I have reason to believe you will think worthy of your notice. Mrs. Ogle, who kept the music room in Soho Square, a woman who struggles with great industry for the support of 8 children, hopes by a benefit concert to set herself free from a few debts, which she cannot otherwise discharge. She has, I know not why, so high an opinion of me as to believe that you will pay less regard to her application than to mine. You know, madam, I am sure you know, how hard it is to deny, and therefore would not wonder at my compliance, though I were to suppress a motive which you know not, the vanity of being supposed to be of any importance to Mrs. Montagu. But though I may be willing to see the world deceived for my advantage, I am not deceived myself, for I know that Mrs. Ogle will owe whatever favors she shall receive from the patronage which we humbly entreat on this occasion, much more to your compassion for honesty in distress than to the request of Madam, your most obedient and most humble servant, Sam Johnson. Gray's Inn, Dec. 1759. This letter is printed in Croker's edition of Boswell's Life of Johnson, volume Roman II. p. 115, published in 1880 by George Bell and Sons. He probably received the copy, as he did a former letter, from my grandfather, the 4th Baron Rokeby, as he would have been too young to obtain it from Mrs. Montagu, who died in 1800, and John Wilson Croker was not born till 1780. Though undated, the following letter of Lawrence Sterne may be placed here. Early in 1759, he had been writing the first 2 volumes of Tristram Shandy. Towards the end of the year, he was in London arranging for their publication with Dodsley the publisher, who declined the venture. They were printed for and sold by John Hinksem, bookseller in Stonegate, according to Mr. Traill's volume on Sterne in the English Men of Letters series. The allusions to the Dean of York, etc., referred to a dispute between a Dr. Topham and Dr. Fountaine, Dean of York, in which Sterne sided with the Dean when he wrote his History of a Good Warm Watchcoat, a sarcastic apologue, as Mr. Traill terms it. I have not time or knowledge enough to enter into the details of this affair, but hope the letter may throw light upon it to students of Sterne's character. Madam, I believe the wars abroad and tumults at home will make the public papers worth reading. Dr. Lee has carried his election by 4, the court is concerned at it. The king suspended even his dinner, an action of as great importance as any done in the reigns of some monarchs, till this affair between Dr. Lee and Earl was determined. The Westminster election will now be carried against the court. It is thought Lord Percival will undoubtedly be chosen at the new election. The friends of Sir R. lament that now he will not be able to carry any of the petitions, but where the right is on his side, and which, too, is looked upon by them as an unfortunate thing for the kingdom in general. The Duchess of Marlborough is not dead yet, but in great danger. She has St. Anthony's fire to a terrible degree, and will have no advice but such as her apothecary gives her. To Mr. Spencer, she has bequeathed in her will £30,000 a year, in addition to what he has already. The Duchess of Manchester she has struck out. How the rest of her enormous fortune is disposed of people do not know. We lost 2 of our divines today, Dr. Young and the Dean of Exeter, men of very different genius, but both agreeable companions. George Rumman too. Sir Robert Walpole, Prime Minister, born 1676, died 1745. Her grandson. Her eldest granddaughter. The next is to Sarah, December 22, and in it is. I don't know whether you have heard of the revolutions in Russia, that the Princess Eliza is made Tsarina. the Tsar, his mother, Munich and Lacy imprisoned, and all by the power of France, and the machinations of General Keith. This is bad news for poor England. The members of Parliament of the Country Party are gone to their firesides to roast chestnuts, while the court get the uppermost again. The prince's affair is to come before the House very soon. It is a shame that he has no settlement. Elizabeth Petrona, born 1709, died 1761, daughter of Peter the Great. Field Marshal Keith, born 1696, died 1758. Frederick, Prince of Wales, born 1707, died 1751. Two letters of December 26 and December 31 to Sarah wind up the year. In the first, she mentions that the move from Bulstrode to London was to take place on January 3, and she was to return to Mount Morris on the 5th. In passing through London, she should visit Mrs. Coates, who was a bosom friend of hers and Sarah. A little paragraph occurs about Mrs. Botham, Mrs. Stern's sister. Mrs. Botham is at Elford with Lady Andover, which I am glad of, for poor Lydia has a taste for conversation above the humdrum mediocrity of her husband's understanding. He has a very good pulpit drone, and gives the whole parish an excellent nap every Sunday with his sermonical lullaby. Wife of Dr. Coates, of Wimbledon, sister of Henry, Viscount Irvine, born 1691, died 1761. December 31, 1741. My dear sister, this day did not begin with the auspicious appearance of a letter from you. I am glad it is not the first day of the new year, for I might have been superstitious upon it. I hope you kept your letter back a day on purpose to welcome in the coming year. I wish it may be our lot ever to find the next bring us what the last wanted. But alas, time steals the most precious pleasures from us. Our life is like a show that has passed by, leaves but a track that makes remembrance and reflection rugged. A mark is worn forever where the gay train of pleasures passed swiftly by, and observation is much longer displeased than ever it was delighted. I am loth to part with an old year as with an old acquaintance, not that I have to it the gratitude one has to a benefactor, or the affection one bears to a friend. I am, I fear, neither better nor richer than it found me, but we lived easy together, and not knowing whether I shall have the acquaintance of many years, I could be willing to stop this. I have one obligation to it that I rate highly, that it has insured you from the danger of smallpox. This year, too, has allowed us many happy months together. I hope all that are behind for me design the same, else they will come unwelcome and depart unregretted. This day se'nnight I shall be with you and the good family at Horton, telling a winter's tale by the fireside. Oh, that we were all to meet then, that once graced that fireside, even the goodly 9, and thanking my father and mother for all the life they imparted to us, and have since supported. I hope the flock is safe, and our meeting reserved for some of the golden days of fate. Thomas Robinson, the second brother, had this year brought out his celebrated legal book, entitled Common Law of Kent, or the Customs of Gavelkind, with an appendix concerning Borough English. To this day a well referred to book. In 1822 a third edition was published, and another in 1858, revised by J. D. Norwood. Thomas was of Lincoln's Inn, was admitted April 14, 1730. The National Biography states he was never called to the bar, which must be a mistake, as there is frequent mention of his pleading cases at Canterbury and elsewhere in the manuscripts. The 9 Robinsons, brothers and sisters. This year opens with a letter to Mrs. Donnellan, a portion of which I copy. Bulstrode, January 1, 1742. Dear Mrs. Donnellan, though there is no day of the year in which one does not wish all happiness to one's friends, this is the particular day in which the heart goes forth in particular vows and wishes for the welfare of those it loves. It is the birth of a new year, whose entrance we would salute and hope auspicious. Nor is this particular mark of time of little use. It teaches us to number our days, which a wise man thought an incitement to the well spending them. And indeed, did we consider how much the pleasure and profit of our lives depends upon an economy of our time, we should not waste it as we do, in idle repentance or reflection on the past, or a vain, unuseful regard for the future. In youth we defer being prudent till we are old, and look forward to a promise of wisdom as the portion of latter years. When we are old we seek not to improve, and scarce employ ourselves, looking backward to our youth as to the day of our diligence, and take a pride in laziness, saying we rest as after the accomplishment of our undertakings. But we ought to ask for our daily merit, as for our daily bread. The mind, no more than the body, can be sustained by the food taken yesterday or promised for tomorrow. Every day ought to be considered as a period apart, some virtue should be exercised, some knowledge improved, and the value of happiness well understood, some pleasure comprehended in it. Some duty to ourselves or others must be infringed if any of these things are neglected. I beg of you to reserve Monday morning for me, and I will spend it all with you. On Tuesday I set out for Mount Morris, and on Sunday night Pen desires you to be at her house. I hope to return to you in the beginning of March for between 2 and 3 months. Our happy society is just breaking up, but I will think of it with gratitude, and not with regret, and thank fate for the joyful hours she lent me. This year does not promise me much pleasure, as the last has afforded me here, but the fairest gifts of fate come often unexpected. Mrs. Pendarves. This sentence was, had she known it, prophetic, for this very year was to furnish her with an excellent and loving husband, a position of importance, and a plentiful fortune. In a letter to Sarah at this period mention is made by Elizabeth of Lord George Bentinck, the Duke's uncle, having been ill, and the means taken for his recovery. Lord George is much better than he was, and Doctors Mead and Sandys have not determined whether it is gout. I hope it is not. He has been blooded 40 ounces within this week, and they say looks as florid as ever. Elizabeth now left the Duchess, joining her sister, who is in town with her friend, Mrs. Coates, and writes to her beloved Duchess from Sittingbourne, their halting place en route home. In this letter she says, "When I arrived at Northfleet, where we dined, every Phillies and Corydon were at a fair in the town, and to enter into the humors of the place, I walked through it. In one booth were nymphs and swains buying garters, with amorous posies, some only with the humble request, 'When these you see, remember me.' Others with a poetical and more familiar, 'Be true to me, as I'm to thee.' Under another booth, for the pleasure of bold British youths, was Admiral Vernon in gingerbread. Indeed, he appeared in many shapes there, and the curate of the parish carried him home in a brass tobacco stopper. I was a little concerned to see him lying in passive gingerbread, upon a stall with Spanish nuts, but the politicians of our age are wonderful in reconciling the interest of nations. I assure you there was a great deal of company. Many hearts did I see exchanged for fairings of cherry-colored ribbon, and one Simon more polished than the rest presented his damsel with a fan, with the intent, I presume, not to give coolness to the matchless dame. Of politics and the opposition to Sir Robert Walpole, we now gain a glimpse in a letter of Mrs. Donnellan, S. of January 14, to Elizabeth. It is certainly believed that the king has sent an offer of a reconciliation, and that tempter Gold, to the prince by the Bishop of Oxford, whose answer was that while Sir Robert, who he apprehended had raised his Majesty's resentment against him, was at court, he could not appear there, but that if he was removed, he would fly without any other conditions, but to have the happiness of throwing himself at his Majesty's feet. Frederick, Prince of Wales, then on very bad terms with his father. Thomas Secker, born 1693, died 1768, afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury. The Duchess, writing on January 23, says, Sir Robert carried the question by 3 votes. In the same letter she says, I am just come from court, where I saw your incomparable cousin kiss hands for the government of Barbados. Now he certainly goes. I will pay my civilities to him in hopes of getting some shells. This was Sir Thomas Robinson, who, having almost ruined himself with his improvements at Rokeby, and his enormous and frequent entertainments, applied for the governorship on economic reasons, and continued governor till 1747. Long Sir Thomas Robinson, as he was called to distinguish him from another baronet of the same name. See note at end of book on him. On February 4, the Duchess writes in bad spirits to Fidget. The Duke was ill with the gout, and her little girl, Lady Fanny, had had a convulsion fit, for which she was blistered and blooded within 12 hours. Drastic treatment for an unfortunate infant not a year old. In this letter we read, the king sent Sir Robert word that he had no more orders for him, and that he must resign, but that he made him Earl of Orford. Others report that upon his losing the election of Baynton, Rolt, and Sir Edmund Thomas, he went to the king and told him the current ran so strongly against him he could no longer be of service to him, but that he would come into the House of Lords. Lord Wilmington is to act as First Lord of the Treasury till affairs are settled. It is said the Duke of Richmond has given up, that Sir William Young and Winnington are to be turned out, Harry Pelham to be the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and there is a patent drawing for Miss Walpole to take the place of Lord Orford's daughter. Earl of Wilmington, died 1743. Charles, 2nd Duke. Miss Scarrett, illegitimate daughter of Sir Robert. Illustration: Emery Walker, Ph., Sc. Sir Thomas Robinson, 1st, Baron Rokeby. On February 9, Mrs. Pendarves writes the following. Clarges Street, February 9, 1742. My dear Miss Robinson will think me very dilatory in obeying her commands, but the uneasy situation I have been in, surrounded by sick friends and servants, must make an excuse for me. Burnet, I hope, is safe on your table, and has by this time given you some entertainment. As for the fringe, it should have been sent to you sooner, could I have found it, but it was buried under such a variety of rubbish it was like digging in a mine to find it. Don't let these delays discourage you from making use of me again, for no one can take more pleasure in being your humble servant than I do. This is asserting a bold truth, and would draw on me numbers of challenges if I published it. I should not be afraid of accepting the combat where my cause was so good. Our letters crossed on the road. Your observation on retirement is very just, and all your thoughts show the good use you make of retirement, but I wish for my own sake to draw you out of it. I am not so unreasonable as to expect to hear often from you. I can't justly make that demand, but if you were in town, I should endeavor to have a great deal of your company. Let me know when I may hope to see you. At present, I can give you no very inviting reason for coming. As to the entertainments of the place, all parties are out of humor. Everybody conjectures something. Nobody knows anything, but that Sir R. Obert W. Alpole kissed hands yesterday as Lord Orford and his daughter as Lady Mary, that he resigned yesterday and goes to Houghton in a few days. His faithful services to his king are well rewarded. I have been interrupted by two favorites of yours, Lord Cornbury and Mrs. Donellan, and to recommend them still stronger to your favor, they have prevented your having a dull long letter. I send the fringe enclosed. If I wait till my spirit is more alert, you may want your apron, and think I have quite neglected your orders. I will run any hazard rather than give you just cause to complain of me, and am with great sincerity. My dear Fidget, yours most faithfully, M.P. P.S. My sister desires her best compliments. Mine attends yours and all your family. Mrs. Dews, her sister, and Sir John Stanley, her uncle, had been ill. Bishop Burnet's History of the Reformation. On February 11, the Duchess writes, Great changes have been wrought today. Mr. Sandys has kissed hands as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Lord Carteret is to be Secretary of State. Lord Harrington, President of the Council, Mr. Pulteney and Lord Winchelsea are to go to court tomorrow, and all affairs are to be transacted by the advice of Pulteney and Pelham. Lord Cobham has hindered the prince coming to court, but it is to be hoped he will be persuaded to the contrary. The Duchess of Norfolk is to have a masquerade next Wednesday, so that I am in the greatest of hurries to get ready. I am to be knight. Afterwards Earl Granville, born 1690, died 1763. William, 1st Earl, born 1690, died 1756. Afterwards Earl of Bath, born 1684, died July 8, 1764. Daniel, 8th Earl, born 1689, died 1769. Sir Richard Temple, made Baron Cobham, born 1669, died 1749. On the same day, Mrs. Donellan writes that the Duchess of Norfolk's masquerade employs the gay world as much at present as the court places does the ambitious. The Duchess, Lady Andover, and Penn have their tickets. Poor Dash fears she will not have one. The Duchess is to represent night, and you know she has stars to adorn it and make it bright as day. Lady Andover and Penn are to be dressed after Holler's Prince. I have desired they make this house their place of meeting, and shall desire the same of all my acquaintance, which will give me all I care for of a masquerade. Wife of 9th Duke, née Mary Blount. Delia Dashwood. Another peep at the masquerade is gained by a letter from Colley Scott to the two Robinson sisters. The Princess of Wales was the finest figure that ever was seen. She had a vast number of jewels and was in Queen Elizabeth's dress. The Duchess of Portland, S, was very odd and pretty, her upper part was night, and the lower moonshine. Augusta of Saxe-Gotha, wife of Frederick, Prince of Wales. The Duchess writes early in February. My dearest Fidget, though I shall have the pleasure of seeing you soon, yet I can't help conversing with you as often as it is in my power. I am but just come from Sir Hans Sloane, S, where I have beheld many odder things than himself, though none so inconsistent. However, I will not rail, for he has given me some of his trumpery to add to my collection, and till I get better they shall remain there. The Duchess of Marlborough's memoirs are come out. I long to read 'em, and here she has given my grandfather a character, entirely worthy of herself, to show posterity how very different they were in all circumstances of life. If she makes her character to answer his, she has given him a great foil which his virtue did not require. Swift, S. 4 last years of Queen Anne are coming out. I don't hear they are yet printed. Eminent physician and naturalist, born 1660, died 1753, then living at Bushington House, Chelsea. Her account of her conduct, Mr. N. Hooke helped her to write it this year, was not printed till 1758. Elizabeth now went to London, and in February writes this interesting letter to her father in Kent. Sir, I thought it would be agreeable to you to have an account of the mighty and important proceedings of both houses yesterday, so I have sent you the question, which was debated in both houses with a good deal of warmth. It was brought into the House of Lords by Lord Carteret, who spoke 2 hours in opening. Lord Carlisle and Lord Westmoreland spoke with great warmth, and Lord Carlisle was very bitter. Lord Halifax seconded Lord Carteret. Lord Talbot said in answer to the Duke of Marlborough's motion, that it might be voted that an attempt to inflict any kind of punishment, etc., etc., that he would not say that all persons were interested that spoke in favor of Sir Robert, that they appeared to be so, and upon being called to order, he said with heat that he was used to speak truth, and he did believe, by the most sacred oath, that they were so, and that he was ready to give any man satisfaction that would require it. All moderate men voted with the majority in both houses. Lord Cornbury and Mr. Harley spoke in favor of Sir R. The latter said that though Sir R. had pursued a relation of his without evidence, and caused his imprisonment, and thereby the shortening of his life, he could not, as he had differed from him in all his measures, copy him in that, and so withdrew with his brother and many others who had great disobligations to the member. Mr. Skipper would not vote against the great man, for it seems there was no proof nor evidence of the accusations. I think the majority was 290 against 190 in the House of Commons. Many of the country interests did not vote at all. They did not break up till 3. The House of Lords at 1 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Sandys opened very well, and Mr. Steefox spoke on the other side extremely well. I may by the next post be able to give you a further account of the matter, but this is all I have yet heard, for the members of Parliament are half asleep today. I am, sir, your most dutiful, etc. John, 2nd Baron Carteret, afterwards Earl Granville, Th. Earl of Carlisle, Th. Earl of Halifax. Alluding to the impeachment and imprisonment of Robert Harley, 1st Earl of Oxford. Afterwards 1st Lord Sandys of Amersley, father of 1st Baron Holland. On the other side of this folio letter, in another handwriting, is the question. The House was moved that an humble address be presented to His Majesty, most humbly to advise and beseech His Majesty that he will be most graciously pleased to remove the Right Honourable Sir Robert Walpole, K.T., of the most noble order of the Garter, First Commissioner of His Majesty's Treasury, and Chancellor of the Exchequer, and one of His Majesty's most honourable Privy Council, from His Majesty's presence and counsels for ever. And a question being stated thereupon, after long debate. The question was put, whether such an address shall be presented to His Majesty. It was resolved in the negative. Contents 47, proxies 12, 59, not contents 89, proxies 19, 108. Then it was likewise moved that an attempt to inflict any kind of punishment on any person without allowing him an opportunity to make his defense, or without proof of any crime or misdemeanor committed by him, is contrary to natural justice, the fundamental laws of this realm, and by ancient established usage of Parliament, and is a high infringement of the liberties of the subject. After further debate, the previous question being put, whether that question shall now be put. It was resolved in the affirmative. Then the main question was put, and it was resolved in ye affirmative. Contents 81, not contents 54. Elizabeth, in a letter to the Reverend William Frayne, gives us an insight into the opera of that period. I was at the opera on Saturday night, where was all the world. I was very well diverted between the opera and the audience, or I ought rather to say the spectators, for they came to see and not to hear. I heard the elephant was the finest thing in the opera, but that was contradicted, and the burning of the temple was preferred to it. To accommodate everything to the absurdity of the town, the dancing is rendered more ridiculous and grotesque than ever. I was thinking if the court of Augustus could have seen the polite part of our nation, admiring a wooden elephant, with 2 lamps stuck for eyes, and poor Scipio and Asdrubal could have risen to have seen themselves covered with silver spangles, and quavering an Italian air, what an honest indignation and scorn would they have conceived at us. My sister P. is abroad. I am confined again by a little feverishness. I thought as it was a London fever it might be polite, so I carried it to the ridotto, court, and opera, but it grew so perverse and stubborn, so I put it into a white hood and double handkerchief, and kept it by the fire these 3 days, and it is better. Indeed, I hope it is worn out. On Saturday, I intend to go to Goodman's Fields to see Garrick act Richard Roman III. That I may get one cold from a regard to sense, I have sacrificed enough to folly in catching colds at the great puppet shows in town. I must tell you advice is to me this morning that Anson had taken 3 ships laden with silver and is going to Chagger, and from thence to Panama. Vernon and Wentworth are to go with him, and Trelawney is to accompany them to reconcile their resolutions. David Garrick, born 1716, died 1779. Made his first appearance on the stage in 1741. Admiral Lord Anson, born 1697, died 1762. Eminent naval commander. At this period, Morris Robinson lost his beloved college friend, a Mr. Carter, a most promising youth, from smallpox. Morris attended him until his death and was almost inconsolable for his loss. Chapter 4. Correspondence with Lyttelton, Passam, Lord Bath. The Lisbon Embassy Dialogues of the dead Lord Chesterfield Earl Furs executed William Robinson's Marriage Tunbridge Wells the Stanley family Ned. The groom Lord Bath's character Lord Mansfield. Montagu's Maine. Sophocles Hagley House rebuilt Dr. Monsey's Ways Allen Ramsay. Portrait painter letter to Duchess of Portland Macpherson's Highland poems. Bishop Sherlock's letter Dr. Young George Bowes. Funeral Miss Bowes Greek plays and Shakespeare green tea and snuff death of George Roman II, George Roman III. King George Roman II. Wilfloods at Newark. Great ladies avarice the king's first speech attendance at Courta fashionable dentista, languid campaign bishop. Sherlock's letter to the king billets du Chesterfield. S. Bon Mott, an impetuous lover of fourscore Monseys, fresh doggerel George Colman, the elder 227. Chapter 5. Admiral Boscan's illness and Deathwortley Montagu's death. Montagu Minerva. Voltaire's Tancred Macpherson's Fingal Lord Bath's gift to Mrs. Carter. Dr. Young's letters. Another dialogue of the dead. An anonymous letter. The British Museum. A country gentlewoman Jestners. Mort Dable Lord Bath's character. The future Queen Mrs. Montagu's advice to Tom Lyttelton Monsey's bloom-colored coat. Dr. Young's resignation. Lord Bath's portrait. The coronation lady Pomfret Lord Bath at Sandalford position of ministers. An act of humility. Widows. Weeds the Bass Blues and Shells. Lawrence Sterne 273. Appendices. Long Sir Thomas Robinson. Sandalford Priory, Berks. Denton Hall, near Newcastle on Tyne, Northumberland. Index. List of illustrations. Volume Roman II. Mrs. Montagu frontispiece. From the engraved portrait by C. Townley, after Francis Reynolds, in the possession of Mr. A. M. Broadley. Photogravure. To face pay. Tea and coffee in the bathroom from the drawing by John Nixon, in the possession of Mr. A. M. Broadley. The circus, at Bath from a drawing by Thomas Malton, in the possession of Mr. A. M. Broadley. The King's Bath, at Bath from a drawing by Thomas Rowlandson, in the possession of Mr. A. M. Broadley. Philip, 4th Earl of Chesterfield from the picture by William Hoare, R.A., in the National Portrait Gallery. Photogravure. David and Mrs. Garrick from the picture by William Hogarth, in the possession of His Majesty the King. Photogravure. George, Lord Lyttelton from a picture by Unknown, in the National Portrait Gallery. Mrs. Mary Delaney from the picture by John Opie, R.A., in the National Portrait Gallery. Allerthorpe Hall, Yorkshire. Kinnears Middleton from the mezzotint by Faber, after the picture by Eckhart, 1746. Photogravure. Benjamin Stillingfleet from an engraving by V. Green, after Zoffany. Mrs. Elizabeth Carter from the picture by Sir Thomas Lawrence, P.R.A. Dr. Samuel Johnson from the picture, painted for Topham Beauclerk by Sir Joshua Reynolds, P.R.A., in the possession of Mr. A. H. Hallam Murray. Edmund Burke from the picture by Sir Joshua Reynolds, P.R.A., in the National Portrait Gallery. Dr. Edward Young from the picture by Unknown, in the National Portrait Gallery. William Pulteney, 1st Earl of Bath from a picture by Sir Joshua Reynolds, P.R.A. 1761, in the National Portrait Gallery. Photogravure. Lawrence Sterne after the picture by Sir Joshua Reynolds, P.R.A., in the possession of the Marquess of Lansdowne. Photogravure. Elizabeth Montagu. The Queen of the Bluestockings. Chapter 5. 1743 Journey to London, letters chiefly from Sandalford Priory, from Bath, and from London the death of her child. At last the longed-for day arrived for Mrs. Montagu and her sister to set out southwards. Mr. Carter, the faithful old steward, insisted on travelling with them instead of his son Edward, and the description of his excitement and anxiety shown by his expressions are very characteristic. Arrived at Doncaster on January 8, Mrs. Montagu writes to her husband and mother, stating that she could not do so before, as this was the first South post she had met. The letter to her mother is dated Doncaster, Saturday the 8th, January. Dear Madam, I arrived here this evening, without having suffered any inconvenience or fatigue in my whole progress. We were met on Thursday in Leaming Lane by a messenger from Capt. Twicross to tell us the waters were out at Burroughbridge, and that we could not pass them, so I applied to my guide, Mr. Carter, and a wise man is certainly never out of his element. He told me I might go to Kirby Hill and there get a warm lodging, though not an elegant one, which he thought would be as well as turning back. For my part, one assured him I had rather have my bed stuffed with flocks than my pillow with care and disappointment, and agreed to go on to the place he mentioned, and then send a messenger to see if the waters were fallen. The dove returned with an olive branch, and we went on to the waterside there to prevent fear, for danger there was none. We got into a boat and navigated through Mr. Williamson's gardens. His melancholy yews just showed their formal heads above the water. Himself a melancholy shade too, was almost in as bad a way, for the water was quite to his door, so he could get no amusement from the rest of the world, but what he saw from the windows. We were safely landed at the door of the inn. The coach came through the water without getting any wet inside of it, and we all rejoiced that we had been more afraid than hurt. Mr. Carter, in his care, often bid me be of good courage. As there was not occasion for any, I could not be disgraced for want of it. From our first setting out I have not been less entertained than guarded by him. He has really acted the part of Sir Roger de Coverley all the way. His benevolent heart breaks into such honest and affectionate expressions, you would think he was talking to his family wherever he is. At the oak tree, he was, I saw, shaking hands with every creature. I stopped to speak to a servant of Mrs. York, S., who met us with her compliments, and could hear Mr. Carter praising the strong beer, thanking the landlord, wishing many good things to a boy who was stuffing a luncheon of bread and butter, thanking heaven for good weather, and commending the road, all in a breath. At Lord Castlecomer's inn he would stop for the horses to eat. He said a sort of grace to it, praying it might strengthen them to the end of their journey. Then he extolled the inn, the landlord and his wife, not forgetting a Lisle lass that stood at the gate. All the way we went in the boat he commended the boatmen more than an envious person would have done Christopher Columbus, for exploring leas and lands unknown. At Boroughbridge he made the funeral elegy of Mr. Mann, but not to wrong the living for the sake of the dead. He said the handsomest things to mine hostess, the civilest things to her daughters, the most honorable things of her son, and the most affable things to the chambermaid, that ever I heard in my life. At Aberforth he was not less kind to every creature, nor less indulgent to everything, and he is the same still. and I doubt not but will be Sir Roger de Coverley to the end of the journey. I am really pleased by reflection, and though I don't see everything in his point of view, I am delighted at his happiness. Like the bee he gathers honey from every flower, nay, weed, which to common taste have no perfection. I wish I could think as well of all mankind as he does, but he deserves to think better of it. Benevolence is built so much on faith that those who think very ill of people in general will never do them much good. For service often arises from trust, and we cannot trust those whom we dare not believe. Leaming Lane, a stage 218 miles from London. Boroughbridge is on the River Ure. The end of this letter is lost. Mr. Montagu, being unable, from the Chancery cause coming on, to meet his wife, dispatched a servant named Griffith, but he, falling ill at an early stage of the road, deputed another person to meet her. A most dutiful and affectionate letter occurs here to Mr. Montagu, but too long for inclusion. Mr. Carter, having seen them safe to Leicester, left them there, where Sarah Robinson had an attack of illness which delayed them a day. When well enough, they proceeded by way of Harborough, Newport Pagnell, Dunstable, etc., to Dover Street, London. Mrs. Frayne and Mrs. Botham, Mrs. Stern's sister, Lydia, both expecting their confinements, entreated Mrs. Montagu to stand godmother to their future babes, to which she consented. Mr. Botham was then rector of Yoxall, Staffordshire, and chaplain to Lord Aylesford, whose daughter Mary, Lady Andover, was Mrs. Botham's most intimate friend and patroness. She was also a friend of Mrs. Montagu, to whom she constantly wrote tidings of Lydia Botham's frequent illnesses and pecuniary troubles. Heneage, 2nd Earl of Aylesford. Wife to William, Viscount Andover, son of 11th Earl of Suffolk. The Chancery suit Mr. Montagu had been engaged in was occasioned by his claiming the guardianship of his unfortunate first cousin, Mr. John Rogers, who, owning large estates at Newcastle-on-Tyne, and East and West Denton near there, besides much other property, had now been a lunatic for some years. It will be seen in the pedigree that Mr. Montagu's mother was a Sarah Rogers. This table will elucidate the relationship. John Rogers equals Margaret Cock of E. and W. Denton. Dow, of Henry Cock, merchant, Newcastle-on-Tyne, +++ John Rogers of Denton equals Eliz. Ellison, Sarah equals Hun. Charles Hall and Newcastle-on-Tyne, M. 1684 at Rogers. Montagu High etc. Sheriff of Lanchester. Sheriff of Northumberland, D. April 16, Durham 94, D. 1709. 1686 1709, D. 1721, ++ John Rogers and Delaval, Sheriff of Dow. Northumberland 1715-16, Sir John Delaval, B. 1685, D. June 24, 1758. D. Jan. 3, 1723. Edward equals Eliz. Crew John, Jemima equals Mr. Meadows Montagu Robinson, B. 1694. Died afterwards, B. 1692, B. 1720, SP Sir Sidney D. May D. 1800. Meadows, 1775. Evidently, he was a lunatic 40 years, and bedridden 10. Illustration. The Reverend M.W. Peters R.A. Pinks, Emery Walker Ph., S.C. Morris Robinson. Old Mr. Rogers had bought East Denton land and collieries for 10,900 from the Erringtons in 1689, who had long had the property. In December 1705, Mr. Rogers bought of Sir James Clavering his share of the West Denton property. The history of Denton Hall will be given further on. Young John Rogers appears to have had fits as early as 1718. He married in 1713 Anne de Laval, who died in 1723 at Seaton de Laval, and he seems to have become deranged soon after her death. As long as his mother lived, he was well cared for, but she died in 1733, and the last 9 years he had been gradually getting worse, and a set of designing people surrounded him. I have a letter of his written to his parents, apparently on going to Oxford in 1705, which is so curious that I insert it here. It is addressed to John Rogers Esker, at the house in Newcastle upon Tyne, these. Dear Father, I hope since that I am fallen into the hands of a gentleman, who is not only a stranger to you, but to all my relations, that you will do me the favor to write to my tutor, which I am sure he can't but take exceeding well, having never heard from any of my friends since I removed Heather. I had noticed by my mother you had ordered me £40, and wonder that as yet I have not heard from John Nicholson, that I fancy Mr. Atkinson's letter has miscarried. I see Mr. Fremantle here on Sunday night, who set forward for Newcastle on Monday morning, that I fancy you will see him before you receive this. We had one man executed here on Saturday morning who was taken here just a little before our assizes by 2 smiths. He had been twice put in the Gazette for a highwayman, and those fellows took him, hoped to receive the reward. The fellow knowing himself to be a great rogue, and that if he escaped here they would have had a habeas corpus to remove him, sent for the man whose horse it was he had stolen, to come to challenge his horse, and was indicted for it and pleaded guilty, hoping I suppose to be transported. There was a great interest made at court for to save his life, but all would not do. But by this he has balked the fellows it took him of their £40. So with my duty to my mother and yourself. I am, dear father, your dutiful son, John Rogers. Oxon, August 18, 1705. Mr. Montagu was made guardian and manager to Mr. Rogers and his estate. Uneasy as he was at leaving his wife in her present situation, he was obliged to go to Newcastle to see into affairs. Sarah Robinson, who had gone home, was quickly summoned to return to her sister, to which her parents rather unwillingly gave their consent. Mr. Montagu writes each post, as often as he could, most affectionate letters to his wife. As he rode all the way, disliking a carriage, we see by his letters the time the journey took. March 19, he writes from Nottingham, having been 4 days reaching there. He says, if J was mounted as J ought to be, J could without much difficulty reach Allerthorpe on Monday night, whereas J must now be content if J get there some time on Tuesday. He bids her divert herself with her friends and acquaintances, and to send him good accounts of her health, as there is nothing under heaven that is so dear to me. But no sooner had Mr. Montagu set out than the Duchess of Portland lost her youngest daughter Frances, just 2 years old, from convulsions after whooping cough. She forbade Mrs. Montagu coming to see her at first, for fear of her grief affecting her in her present condition. Mrs. Donnellan and Mrs. Pendarves were with the Duchess, and did all they could to solace her grief, which was intense. After a few days, however, the 2 friends met and had a sad meeting. To return to Mr. Montagu's travels, he got to Allerthorpe, where Mr. Carter joined him, and they proceeded to Newcastle to Mr. Rogers' house, where 3 attorneys attended to take inventories of the goods, schedules of the writings and bonds, and whatsoever we found in the secretoires etc. of the unhappy gentleman. But more is owing to the dexterity and unintermitting diligence of Mr. Carter in the dispatch we have made than to everything else put together. We have found bonds amounting to near £10,000 value. A general oversight was arranged to be taken by Mr. Carter of the estates and tenants, many of the latter being heavily in arrears in rents. It is characteristic of Mr. Montagu's uprightness in business that, though not obliged to do so, he rendered to Sir James Clavering, Mr. Rogers' uncle, a complete account of his estate, of which Sir James greatly approved, and regretted these steps were not taken 10 years before. A Mr. Gray was put in charge of Mr. Rogers. Mr. Montagu and Mr. Carter commenced their journey home, the latter going to Darnton Fair en route. People rose early for business then. Mr. Montagu states Mr. Carter sat up late last night and rose this morning at 3 and set out at 6 for Bedale, where he will be occupied all day. He adds, he is unwearied, J never knew his fellow. He has lived 3 times as much as any other man no older than he, and has done 3 times as much business and benefited many and hurt none. I wish J could say as much of those who are in a rank of life infinitely superior to him. Truly this is a fine picture of a righteous steward. By May 1, when Elizabeth writes to her mother, Mr. Montagu had returned to her, she and her sister meeting him at Highgate. Mention is made in this letter of Miss Brockman having become temporarily speechless from inoculation. Sarah returns to Mount Morris, and the last letter before Mrs. Montagu's confinement tells of the purchase of a magnifique burse, just in time, as on May 11 Mrs. Montagu gave birth, at their house in Dover Street, to a fine boy, to the infinite joy of Mr. Montagu and his sister, Mrs. Meadows. A young farmer's wife, a Mrs. Kennett, living near Mount Morris, had been engaged as a wet nurse to the child. On May 30 the Reverend William Frayne, to whom Mr. Montagu had written to announce the birth of his child, writes to congratulate him and to say Mrs. Friend had presented him with a daughter that morning. Mr. Montagu had promised to stand godfather if it was a boy, but if a daughter, Mrs. Montagu was to be godmother. To this letter, on June 4, Mr. Montagu replied that his wife and child are doing well, and he says, "The latter end of next week, we intend for the baptism of our infant, and if you were here should be prouder to have the ceremony performed by you than anybody else. For if J may judge from what has happened to the father, J imagine it would be auspicious to the son. I am sure J ought never to forget the share you had in putting me in the possession of the mother, in whom J find my every wish more than completed. In less than a fortnight we intend going to Sandalford, and after that to go on the inoculation, which J hope will have an happy event, which, if so, J cannot be too thankful to Providence. This child was christened Elizabeth. She died young. Mr. Friend had married them. Mr. Montagu's seat near Newbury. He adds his desire for Mr. Friend and his family to visit them at Sandalford, en route home from Bath. The reader will remember that Mrs. Montagu was peculiarly afraid of smallpox, but she had determined, if once a mother, she would be inoculated, so that she should be able to attend to her child if it ever had the disease, and to prevent separation from or infection to it if she herself took the disease in the natural manner. When her dread of it is recollected, it will appear a heroic deed on her part. Her mother, Mrs. Robinson, was far from easy at the idea of the inoculation taking place in the summer heat. Meanwhile, the little boy was christened John, though he soon acquired the nickname of Punch, their own familiar peep-show, as the fond parents deemed him, and is only twice mentioned in the letters I have as my little Jack. In a letter of June 21, from the Duchess of Portland, who was at Welbeck with Lady Oxford, she mentions, "The Duke of Kingston has been in the utmost danger, so great Dr. Hickman has refrained sleeping part of a night, not without the assistance of barbecued hog, tokay, etc., 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 to keep up his spirits, to enable him to go through the immense fatigue of waking a few hours with his patron." She adds, "Thank God the children are all well. I hope your little man is so. My best wishes must ever attend the dear boy." He died in 1773, when the title became extinct. Mrs. Montagu went to recruit at Sandalford with Mr. Montagu, preparatory to removing the child and establishment there, as she writes to her sister Sarah, who, with Mrs. Meadows, is left in Dover Street in charge of the son and heir. "I really long to have you here. I think I may say you never saw anything so pretty as the view these gardens command. For my part, one would not change the situation for any I ever saw. There is nothing in nature pretty that they have not. The prospect is allegro, and as mirth with the eye chose to live, I am glad it is of that kind. The loathed melancholy of Cerberus and blackest midnight, born in Stygian cave forlorn, dare not appear in this little paradise. There is a charming grove where your reveries may wander at pleasure. You may allegorize like Spenser, or pastoralize like the lesser poets. There are roses and honeysuckles hourly dropping to put you in mind how small a part of time they share, that are so wondrous sweet and fair. And this will whisper to you, de coglier damar la rosa. Indeed, my dear Saul, these pretty things are mere toys, as are all things in this world, but a true friend. I am thankful for the benefits of fortune, and pleased with them, but really attached only to the person who bestows them. My benefactor bestows favors with more pleasure and more complacence too, than most people receive them with, and this gives the relish to favor. For as Ophelia says, gifts grow cheap when givers are unkind. I hope the young plant thrives under your care. Pray write every post, and say all you can about the boy, for as insignificant as he seems in his swaddling clothes, it is more interesting to his parents to hear of where he went, than to hear of all the feats of Hercules girded in his lion's skin. Then she orders a dozen bibs to be made for the babe, of fine damask, the pattern of Lady Betty Bentinck's pinned to my embroidered quilted petticoat. Sandalford Priory is 2 miles south of Newbury, Berks. It was originally founded by Geoffrey, 4th Earl of La Perche, and his wife Matilda of Saxony, between the years 1193 and 1202, dedicated to St. Mary and St. John the Baptist, and placed under the Austin canons. But Mr. Money, in his History of Newbury, states the recluses of Sandalford are mentioned in the pipe roll of the 26th of Henry Roman II, 1180, so that a body of religious had existed there or near before the date of the building by the Earl de la Perche. In the reign of Edward Roman IV, circ. 1480, a dispute arose between the prior and the Bishop of Salisbury, in whose diocese Sandalford lay. In consequence of this dispute, the monastery was forsaken, and the king, at the instance of the bishop, Richard Beauchamp, gave it to the Dean and Chapter of Windsor. In the 26th of Henry Roman VIII, it was stated to be in their possession, valued at £10. His ancestor accompanied the conqueror to England. In the time of James I, 1615, Sandalford was declared to be a separate parish, and unrateable from Newbury, but the chapel being dismantled and unfit for use, £8 a year was ordered to be paid to the rector of Newbury, which entitled the occupants of the priory to a seat in the Newbury Parish Church, which has been continued ever since. The lessees from the Dean and Canons of Windsor appear, from a paper of my uncle, Lord Rokeby, to have been, early in the 18th century, the Pitt Rivers of Stratfieldsaye, by whom the lease was sold in 1717 to William Craddock, Esquire, after an intermediate alienation. The lease was purchased in 1730 by Mr. Edward Montagu, grandson of the first Earl of Sandwich. A letter of April, 1733, of Mr. John Rogers to his aunt, the Hun. Mrs. Sarah Montagu, at Sandalford, about the death of his mother, Mrs. Rogers, and her leaving her sister £10, and each of her 3 children a ring, is in my possession, and shows she was then living or staying with her son Edward. The chapel is erroneously stated in several works, vide Tanner, etc., to be destroyed. It was disused, not destroyed, though the bells, seats, and the tomb of the crusading knight had disappeared. As we proceed further into the manuscripts, we shall see it was used as a bedroom or rooms. Probably Count Thomas de la Perche, son of the founder, as his father was buried at St. Denis Nogent. Thomas died in 1217. For a description of the tomb, etc., see note at the end of this book. The situation of the priory is charming, the principal rooms fronting south on a slight eminence, sloping to the river Aleborn, now called Inbourne, which crosses the highroad just below the lower lodge and skirts the south side of the park. On the east the ground slopes to a wooded valley, down which are many ponds, dating from the monks' time, some of which were joined together by Mr. Montagu, afterwards more by his widow, to form lakes. Many fine trees surround it in these days, and at the time of Mr. Montagu's first living there, seem to have been exceedingly numerous. Also walled gardens, which are now removed. Beyond the valley to the east, the ground rises in a wooded ridge. The village here mentioned must have been a few cottages near the mill on the west, which existed where Sandalford Lodge is now built. These have all long ago disappeared. To the Duchess, Mrs. Montagu wrote in raptures of the beauties of Sandalford, but in the middle of her description states, "Here was I interrupted by a parson, his wife and daughter, and I shall not be reconciled to Prunello and Grogram again a great while. They robbed me of those hours I could have dedicated to your grace." Prunello was the woolen stuff then used for clerical gowns, Grogram a coarse kind of taffety, a mixture of silk and mohair, applicable to feminine attire. Mrs. Botham writes on July 8 that as Mrs. Montagu was unable, when her baby was born, to be applied to, she had given him his father's name, John. Lydia Botham had 2, if not 3, daughters, but this was her first son. From Sandalford, Mrs. Montagu returned to London, intending to be inoculated, but in a letter of July 12, she informs the Duchess that Dr. Mead considered she had better defer the operation till the heat of the summer was over in September. In the same letter, she states that Mrs. Meadows and herself had called on the old Countess of Granville, who appears to have been a most garrulous old lady, and Mrs. Montagu says, "She fell with all her violence on my complexion, and behold, she certainly by her description takes my forehead to be tortoiseshell, my cheeks to be gold, my eyes to be onyx, and my teeth amber. All these are precious things, but Mr. Montagu not having so rich a fancy as King Midas, I know not whether he would like such a wife. Your grace may believe I was extremely mortified." The good woman says Mrs. Meadows looks better and younger for being married, but for me I am pale and green, and describes me as worse than the apothecary that lives about the rendezvous of death in Caius Marius. She is of opinion that lying in has spoiled my face. True it is I have furnished a noble pair of chops to the little boy, and if mine are a little the lanker for it, I scarce grudge it. Grace, Viscountess Carteret, and Countess Granville in her own right. Further on she says, "Thank you for your kind inquiry after the young Fidget, who loves laughing and dancing, and is worthy of the mother he sprang from. As for Mrs. Donnellan, she is well. Mrs. Delaney is better than well." Mrs. Pendarves had been married on June 9 this same year to the Reverend Dr. Patrick Delaney, afterwards Dean of Down, and an intimate friend of Swift, S. Dr. Delaney, born 1686, died 1768, made Dean 1744. The Montagus, accompanied by Sarah Robinson, now moved with the child to Sandalford. A letter to the Duchess of Portland of July 26 says, "Sandalford near Newbury. Madam, if I was as good a poet as Boileau I would complain of Elembers de Landers, and also of Elembers de la Campagne, and of the still greater embarras of travelling from one place to another. When I had the happiness of your letter, I was so encompassed with boxes, trunks, and portmanteaus, and even that lesser plague of bandboxes, that I could not give myself the pleasure of writing to your grace. Bag and baggage, we arrived here on Thursday night. First marched the child crying, nurse singing, and the Abigails talking. Mr. Montagu, my sister, and myself brought up the rear. We had fine weather and a pleasant journey. We took a boat from the inn of Maidenhead Bridge and rowed round his grace of Marlborough's Island. I had the pleasure of reflecting on the agreeable morning I had spent there with you." Nicholas Desprez Boileau, born 1636, died 1711, French poet of note. Monkey Island, see ante. Further in the letter, she states the Duke had planted some cannon on the borders. "Mrs. Meadows has promised to take the child while I am sick, and I am best satisfied that it will be with her, for I am sure she will take care of it, and thank God. It is a very strong, healthy child. Indeed, were he otherwise I should not leave him, for I think when they are sickly, no one can be tender enough for them but a parent." Then the third Duke of Marlborough, meaning when she was to be inoculated. She says, "Dr. Courtier dined with us the day before we left town. He was more elated with having a letter from you than he had been dejected with the overthrow of the French. He looks well, and his mind is the seat of tranquility. Donnellan promises to come down here soon. I hope she will stay till I go to London to be inoculated." Alluding to the Battle of Dettingen, fought in June, 1743. In alluding to a lady who had excellent sense and wit, but a want of softness in her manners, she adds, "This is of great consequence to a woman to keep off disagreeable manners, for the world does not mind our intrinsic worth so much as the fashion of us, and will not easily forgive our not pleasing. The men suffer for their levity in this case, for in a woman's education little but outward accomplishment is regarded. Some of our sex have an affectation of goodness, others a contempt of it from their education. But the many good women there are in the world are merely so from nature, and I think it is much to the credit and honor of untaught human nature that women are so valuable for their merit and sense. Sure, the men are very imprudent to endeavor to make fools of those to whom they so much trust their honor and happiness and fortune, but it is in the nature of mankind to hazard their peace to secure power, and they know fools make the best slaves." A letter early in August to the Duchess, who had now returned to Bulstrode from Welbeck after visiting Matlock, says, "I was in hopes to have heard when you would come to town. I wish you may come up to us soon after the 24th August of this month, which is the time I propose for going to London for inoculation. I think there is no danger of hot weather after the middle of September. Dr. Mead says it is the best time for me. Matlock must be well worth seeing. We have nothing here of the wild and uncultivated sort. I intend to go and indulge reveries at an old castle where Chaucer made his fairies gambol, with as much grace and prettiness as the muses of old on the hill of Parnassus. The castle is on a rising just above Newbury, and commands a pretty view of the country. The prospect is of sufficient extent to let the poetic fancy soar at pleasure among the beauties of nature. Pray, where is Pen? Will she produce a sprig of bays? It must be a little Master Apollo or a Miss Minerva from parents of such art and science. I have sent your grace a copy of a letter Lord Orford sent to General Churchill. If ever he was to be envied, it was when he wrote that letter. It seems to come from a mind pleased with everything about it, and easy in itself, amidst the refinement of luxury and expense, without the madness of intemperance or inconveniences of prodigality. Donnington Castle, Mrs. Delaney's old pet name. Alias the great Sir Robert Walpole. General Charles Churchill, commonly called Old Charles Churchill, to distinguish him from his son, who afterwards married Mr. Edward Walpole's daughter. He was the illegitimate son of James Roman II and Arabella Churchill. The end of this letter is missing. Lord Orford's letter, written in an unknown hand, is thus. Houghton, June 24, 1743. Dear Charles, Lord Orford's letter to General Churchill. This place affords no news, no subject of entertainment for fine men. Men of wit and pleasure about town understand not the charms of the inanimate world. My flatterers here are mutes. The oaks, the brooks, the chestnuts seem to contend which shall best please the lord of the manor. They cannot deceive, they will not lie. I in sincerity admire them and have as many beauties about me as fill up all my hours of dangling, and no disgrace attends me from 67 years of age. Within doors we come a little nearer to real life, and admire upon the almost speaking canvas all the airs and graces which the proudest of town ladies can boast. With these I am satisfied, because they gratify me with all I wish and all I want, and expect nothing in return, which I cannot give. If these, dear Charles, are any temptation, I heartily invite you to come and partake of them. Shifting the scene sometimes has its recommendation, and from country fare you may possibly return with a keener appetite to the more delicate entertainments of a refined life. I am, dear Charles, etc., Orford. P.S. Since I wrote the above, we have been surprised with good news from abroad. Too much cannot be said about it, for it is truly matter of infinite joy, as it is of infinite consequence. Lord Orford is here alluding to the Battle of Dettingen. The Duchess, in a letter of August 26 from Bulstrode, says, "Thanks for Sir Robert's letter, I had never seen it." In alluding to the tiresome etiquette and interference she suffered from at Welbeck under Lady Oxford's despotic rule, she says, "I please myself that my children will love me better, as my covetousness will not be obliged 'em to pay me court, and as I shall have no suspicion of their duty, but be convinced that their motives proceed from disinterested love, and by that means we shall each of us be happy." Was the Duchess of Marlborough possessed by one good quality? I should think she deserved pity more than the poorest creature in the street, not to have one child, but what wishes her dead, nor capable of knowing the enjoyments of friendship. We propose being in London Monday se'nnight. Sarah, the celebrated Duchess of Marlborough. On Thursday, August 25, Mrs. Montagu took a sad leave of her little boy and started on her journey to London, sleeping at Windsor at the house of her sister-in-law, Mrs. Meadows. Mr. Montagu remained with the child till the time his wife should be inoculated, when he was to join her in London, and Mrs. Meadows was to take charge of him. Sarah joined her sister in London. It will be remembered she had had the disorder. As inoculation is now out of date, I shall extract from the various letters the mode of procedure. Arrived in Dover Street, Mrs. Montagu is told by Elias, the Duchess's porter, then a most important domestic magnate, his mistress was coming to London on Monday. She therefore writes to beg the Duchess, the Duke, and Mr. Achard to dine with her that day, at 4 or 5 according to their convenience. Business, however, prevented the Duchess leaving Bulstrode for a week, but she is re-invited, as Dr. Mead says Mrs. Montagu will not be infectious till the disease appears. Meanwhile, in preparation for the dreaded operation, she was dosed, then blooded. Another dose or 2 of physic is all I shall want, and then proceed to meet that distemper I have been running from these 24 years. It is at present my misfortune the smallpox is so little stirring they cannot find a subject. She writes to the Duchess also in another letter. Though Dr. Mead, Dr. Coates, Mr. Hawkins, and the subaltern of the physical faculty, the apothecary, have been smallpox hunting this week, they have not procured a subject for me. She urges the Duchess to dine, as I shall be as well till 7 or 9 days after the operation as ever I was in my life. The Duchess had been out of order with hysterical fits, and states she was ordered to drive in a chaise. Of this vehicle we gain a glimpse from this allusion of Mrs. Montagu's in answer to the Duchess. A chaise is health, spirits, and speed. A lady must lay aside her hoop, her laziness and pride, before she is diminutive enough for a chaise. A portion of a very beautiful letter, written by Mrs. Montagu to her husband before he joins her. I copy. Dover Street, Tuesday, August 30. My dearest, happiest moments I have spent since I parted from you were those I employed in reading your letter. Accept the sincerest thanks a grateful and tender heart can make to the most kind and generous love. While heaven shall lend me life, I will dedicate it to your service, and I hope our tender engagements shall not be broke by the cruel hand of fate. Notwithstanding the distemper I am going into, I have great hopes of my life, and a certainty of my love to you as long as that life shall last. Your kind behavior and conversation has made my being of such value to me that I am taking the best means to preserve and secure it from hazards, but let not the experiment cost you an anxious thought. It would be a reproach to the laws of nature if one as virtuous as you are should not be sure to be happy. I trust you shall ever be so independent of a weak woman, who can serve you in nothing but wishes. Could I reflect back the happiness I receive from you, I should tremble at my own importance to think of sinking from happiness to insensibility, and nothing might overcome my little courage, but to imagine I left you a portion of sorrow and regret as a burthen on all your years to come, would not only afflict but even distract me. The same day that she wrote this letter to her husband, she writes a note to Mrs. Donnellan, who had joined her brother, the Reverend Christopher Donnellan, at Tunbridge Wells. He, having been ordered to drink the waters, and having crossed from Ireland for that purpose, Mrs. Montagu says, does not your brother think he is in Babel? How does he like English women with French dresses and French manners? In short, what does grave good sense think of Tunbridge? By Mr. Montagu's desire, Dr. Sandys was added to the previous MDs. A day or two after this Mr. Montagu joined her, and she was inoculated on September 3. On September 7, Mrs. Montagu writes to Mrs. Donnellan, my very dear friend, as the time that passes between the expectation of a matter of importance and its happening is not a time of the greatest pleasure and tranquility, you will be glad to hear it is 4 days since I was inoculated. I am still well and in perfect good spirits. It would be a sign of levity, as I should be sorry and ashamed to find in myself to be disturbed at the approach of a distemper I have been seeking. The Duchess of Portland spent the day with me on Monday, and was here again with Lady Wallingford yesterday, and I expect her grace this afternoon. In the meantime, I hope to hear from you, and my sister will give you intelligence of me. Dr. Mead and Dr. Coates attend me. I have given them on their prescribing 2 guineas apiece, but I am told when Dr. Mead attends constantly, 1 guinea a day will be enough if he comes only once a day, but I wish you would be so kind as to inquire and let me know when you write to me. And I will beg you to order your maid to buy 2 dozen wheat ears and send them by the hay coach. Mr. Montagu never saw any, so if you please to tell your servant to send them with the feathers on. I am extremely glad to hear Mr. Donnellan finds benefit by the waters. Your family in town flourishes much. Mr. Percival is a young beau, Mrs. Percival has grown almost a toast, and for Mrs. Shuttleworth, she is a perfect beauty, she has a bloom like 15. I never saw anyone look so fresh and jolly. The town is full of reports of the discontent of the army. It is almost feared the English and Hanoverian should fall upon each other. A gun going off while the captain was at dinner, he bade General Honeywood go and see what was the matter. The general brought word it was nothing, upon which the great captain sent Hanoveria, an officer, who brought word it was the musket of a soldier upon guard. The captain then cried he could have no truth from the Anglize H, and that the Anglize H had no discipline. The Duke of M, Arlborough H said they had as much discipline as the Hanoverian S, for that coming by their quarters, a ball went under his horse's legs. Mr. Hawkins comes every day to dress my arms, though the wounds given for the inoculation are very trifling. He does not think from the appearance of them I shall be ill yet. I shall be glad when the proper period for it arrives, but must wait with patience. It is said people do not know themselves, but by the little anxiety I have about myself, one would imagine I knew myself to be of as small consequence as I really am. My dear little babe is perfectly well. Wheat ears are delicious eating. They are migratory and only frequent certain counties. They appear to have been more plentiful formerly. Sussex and Surrey are favorite localities. These are Mrs. Donnellan, stepfather and her mother. Mrs. Shuttleworth was evidently a relation. The surgeon. To this I subjoin, a portion of Mrs. Donnellan's answer from Tunbridge Wells. I received your comfortable letter, writ with the spirit of a Christian, a philosopher, and a woman of true fortitude. Since you don't expect any appearance yet, I may venture to write, or if you should not be quite well, my letter is of no consequence and may be thrown by. I will allow all your reasoning for yourself to be very good, and will not dispute with you now, whether you are of consequence to the world or not. I will only beg you to act as if you were, and take care of yourself for the sake of the few, and let the world come in for its share of you by and by. I am of opinion 1 guinea a day is sufficient from a private gentlewoman to any physician in England, if he makes but 1 visit. I know all our family, and greater than us never gave more either to Hollands or Wilmot. Indeed, if they prescribe twice, they must be paid twice, but that I hope and believe will not be your case. I am not acquainted with anyone who makes use of Dr. Mead, but I suppose he is feed like other physicians of note, and I think raising these sort of things on one another when they are already high enough by conscience is wrong. Our company quits us apace, but as there is not one body but Lady Sunderland and Miss Sutt and Lady Catherine Hanmer that I care particularly for, and they stay, I am quite easy about the matter. I generally take a rural walk with my maid and man, and I am just returned from the rocks, whose natural beauties strike me more agreeably than the labored work of a palace. My brother rides every day, but walking does not agree with him. No one here cares for a walk that carries them further than Todd's room or Chenevix's shop. In the evening, I conform with the world, and play at whisk, roly-poly, or what they will, and make them wonder that a person who has a guinea in their pockets and can perform at such entertainments should prefer wandering in fields and woods with company little better than the creatures that inhabit them. Nay, Judith Tichborne, 3rd wife of Charles, Earl of Sunderland, remarried Right Hun, Sir Robert Sutton. A famous fancy shop. On September 12, Mrs. Montagu writes to the Duchess, who had returned to Bulstrode, to say Mr. Hawkins did not believe, from the appearance of her arms, she would have the smallpox. Dr. Mead and Dr. Coates had attended the day before, expecting to find inflammation, but the wounds appeared healed. From this it appears the surgeon attended the wounds daily, and doctors occasionally. The very next day, September 13, Mr. Hawkins pronounced there was no longer a chance of the smallpox. Mrs. Montagu writes to the Duchess, "As Anacreon, who swallowed many a hogshead of the juice of the grape, was at last killed with a little grape stone, I who have missed the dire disease, am grumbling with the toothache." The Duchess writes to Mrs. Montagu to beg her to think that though the smallpox has not appeared, she is as much secured as if it had. On September 15, as a wind-up to the inoculation, Mrs. Montagu was blooded. On Saturday we went to see Mr. Pope's garden and grotto to Hampton Court and Bushy Park. She writes to the Duchess, and on Wednesday she was intending to pay a visit to her parents at Mount Morris, Kent, before returning to her child, for whom, she says, her heart sickens. On October 8 she proceeded to Sandalford, leaving Mr. Montagu, who had business to follow in a few days, and she writes to the Duchess from the inn at Maidenhead Bridge. In this letter she says she has great difficulty in squeezing the cotton in the ink bottle, which I am forced to do before each word, and as my pen is as prodigal of ink, as the bottle is sparing of it, after I have been half an hour replenishing my pen, one inconsiderate blot squanders it away. This alludes to the strange habit of having cotton placed in the inn inkstand, under the delusion that it made it last longer. The whole writing of the letter is thick and blotted. She also mentions, "My sister set out for Bath this morning, with Mrs. Coates. Poor Madam Sally's stomach is greatly out of order, and her nerves are often affected, but I hope the waters will do her good." Pope's villa and grotto at Twickenham. Mrs. Coates was the doctor's wife, and a sister of Lord Irwin, a great friend of Sally, very small in stature and pretty, familiarly called the Little Madam. The two ladies, accompanied by Mrs. Coates' footman, set out for Bath, diverging from Newbury for a night at Sandalford to see Punch. A passage from a letter of Sarah's will show the perils of the road. They travelled in a post-chaise. A man set out with us from London, and kept us company about 7 miles. He often asked the footman who we were, and whether we were going over Hounslow Heath. To the last he made no answer, but after being tired with his curiosity told him we were only ladies' maids, upon which he forsook us, either being too proud to accompany Abigail's, or supposing we had not money enough to make it worth his while to go on to Hounslow Heath with us. We had one postboy that pleased us extremely. He sung all the way. Our pleasure did not arise from any music in his voice, but from seeing him so happy, and admiring the power of a contented spirit that could make a person so joyful, that was at the caprice of anyone, without any greater advantage than a shilling's reward, and who is always to be jolted almost to death by the only creatures that are beneath him. Almost shaken to pieces, they arrived at their lodgings at Mrs. Elliot S. in the Orange Grove, Bath. Sarah describes the rooms as small but comfortable, looking down Wade's passage and into the coffee house, which is a guard to the windows and very often prevents their approach. She grumbles at the expense of their journey, but says provisions are cheap, fowls 1 shilling each. Jenny, her maid, had traveled by coach, a postchaise of that time only holding 2 people. Here is a passage worthy of Fielding. Jenny traveled down unspotted and pure with the old parson, who gave her no comfort, but one spiritual kiss upon getting to the end of their journey. Both Mrs. Coates and Sarah suffered from the hardness of the postchaise, and Sarah also hints that other visible effects had been incurred which would last for days. Hence fleas, if not worse, must have existed in it. Mrs. Montagu, in writing to condole with them, says, "It is a daring mind that ventures in a postchaise. I wonder the partisans of these vehicles do not establish a broad bottom and a competent share of cushion." The vehicle was, from what I make out, a 2-wheeled chaise. Mrs. Coates' footman had been directed to call, on his way back to London, on Mrs. Montagu. The style of speech of a servant of this period is shown in this passage. "Mrs. Coates' man called very civilly and brought me your last letter. 'Pray, Mr. Thomas,' says I, 'did you leave the ladies well?' 'Yes, and very merry, madam.' 'They had a good journey, I hope?' 'Yes, a very merry, madam. They were not at all afraid.' 'No, nothing but very merry, madam.' 'Were they not tired when they came to their inns?' 'No, always very merry, madam.' At last Thomas's account made me so merry, madam, I was forced to retire to laugh. Your nephew gets his share of sunshine every day. His teeth tease him and produce the dew of sorrow on his little cheeks sometimes. But in a moment it is forgotten, and he is always lively and in continual health. He is thought to grow like his mother, so I think I may cease to be handsome with a good grace, as I have transferred it to my offspring. Your nephew is in his birthday suit, laughing so I can hear him through the doors. The usurpation and authority of those bandages called garments he is too full of Whig principles to approve of. There were no babies' carriages in those days, so little Punch drove out daily in the chariot, not to be confounded with the coach, a much larger vehicle. In the same letter it appears that the good old Yorkshire steward, Mr. Carter, had had a bad fall, and the house in Dover Street not being large enough, Morris Robinson was trying to secure them one in Bruton Street. Mrs. Montagu, having suffered from weakness and hysterical fits, was recommended to ride daily a pastime which was agreeably varied by the cutting of new walks through the Sandalford woods, and the continual amusement afforded to her and Mr. Montagu by the contemplation of their child's 2 precocious ways. A few details of life at Bath may prove amusing. Sarah writes to her sister that the waters agree very well with her, but that people are amazed at her walking between each glass. She had found a companion in Mrs. Wadman, Lord Windsor's sister, whom she had met at the pump room, as they drank the waters about the same time, and both were fond of walking. The Reverend W. Frayne and his wife were at Bath, and Sarah goes to hear him preach a charity sermon. The best I ever heard. I am going to dress to the best of my skill and power for the sake of His Majesty. This is kept as his birthday, and there is to be a ball and supper tonight. The men have subscribed on purpose. Mr. Simon Adolphus Sloper is to be my partner, and has sent me his tickets, which will carry in Mrs. Frayne also. Mrs. Coates, cold is too bad to go. The Archbishop is much censured for going away so soon. He has not tried the waters long enough to know whether they would be of any use to such an extreme case as his. Mrs. Potter would let her husband see nobody but herself, and took his duty of preaching upon herself. She tempered it with a comfortable compliance, and when he used to say, "I am sure I shall die, I wish it might be at home," "To be sure, my dear," answers the good wife, "it is proper you should die where you like. If you choose it you shall go and die at Lambeth." Mr. Sloper lived at West Woodhay, near Newbury. John Potter, born 1674, died 1747, Archbishop of Canterbury. At one of the balls Sarah did not dance, but she said she did not regret it, having no inclination to dance with any man but Mr. Pitt, and that I have not acquaintance enough with him to expect, I can only cherish my hopes of future good fortune. At another ball she dances with Mr. Vanberg, a very pretty sort of man, but our affections to him are quite platonic, as he is in love with the youngest Miss Nash. This must have been the sister or daughter of Mr. Richard Nash, Beau Nash, the despotic master of the ceremonies at Bath. He was not well at this time, and Mrs. Montagu sends her kind regards and condolences on his health. Amongst other people mentioned at Bath by Sarah were the Duke of Hamilton, Lord Berkeley, Mr. Powlett, and Mr. Bathurst, son of Lady Selina, the two Offleys, Mr. Greville, and Lord Robert Carr, said to be very handsome. Last night, in the middle of the dancing, we drank tea with a gentleman who had invited about 20 of us some days before. They give tea now almost as much of common days as they used to do on Sundays. Afterwards, Earl of Chatham. Richard Nash, for 50 years master of the ceremonies, Bath. Sarah says she is going to play shuttlecock with a Mr. Amiens at the end of this letter, and in the next she states, I played at shuttlecock about half an hour, there were 5 couple of us. In truth, I played so much better than any in the room, I put them all in amazement, but it was rather owing to their bad play, and to my being matched with the 2 men that played the best than my superior skill. In my last I mentioned I was going to the ball. There was a table of sweetmeats, jellies, wine, biscuits, cold ham, and turkey set behind 2 screens, which at 9 o'clock were taken away, and the table discovered. Above stairs, there was a hot supper for all that would take the trouble to go up. I think this was Mr. Amiens. The ignorance of some ladies of this period is shown by Sarah in the following extract. A lady told us last night that Miss Molyneux is so great a mathematician that she can instir Greek, and that often a dozen of the most learned men of the kingdom had puzzled their wise heads about a piece of Greek and could make nothing of it. They proposed to send it to Miss Molyneux, and she instirred it alias construed it, and returned them her instauration. While Sarah was at Bath, Mrs. Montagu wrote frequently to her mother at Mount Morris, much, naturally enough, about her child, about whom the fond grandmother was never tired of hearing. A little sentence gives a clue to his looks. If my father has drawn a blue-eyed simpering cherubim, you may fancy him not unlike your grandchild. The child's eyelashes are black and long, and he has a laughing look in his eyes, blue, like my father. He was still toothless, and suffered much with his gums, which made his mother already uneasy. Mr. Montagu had just taken some prodigious-sized carp from a fish pond at Sandalford, and was throwing 3 of the old monks, ponds, or fish stews into one large one. Mrs. Donnellan writes from Bulstrode on October 21 and says her brother is now going to Bath, where he will stay with their relations the Mountraths, and that Sarah Robinson, if she meets him, she must make the advances all the young ladies do, as he is a grave, stiff parson. Dr. Young and Lady Peterborough were at Bulstrode when she wrote, Th. Earl of Mountrath and his wife. Née Anastasia Robinson. In a letter to the Duchess of October 25, Mrs. Montagu describes the gardens at Midgham, the seat of Mr. Poyntz, near Aldermaston, to which Mr. Montagu carried me last week. I had no small expectations of them, both from report and the known sense and genius of the owner. Over the door of a little grotto he declares for retirement in open fields, caves, and dens, with living waters and woods. Statues of the Muses adorn his walls, their arts adorn his mind, and inspire him with the elegant, ingenious gratitude that gives this public demonstration of honor to them. Every venerable oak has a seat under it from whence he takes the sacred oracles of meditation. The gardens are of uneven ground, prettily diversified with hills and valleys. There is a fine basin before the house that is always well supplied with water and inhabited by fish. I did not see Mr. Poyntz's house, as it is not anything extraordinary. It would have been an impertinent curiosity to desire it, as they visit here when in the country. Right Hun, Stephen Poyntz, Lord Treasurer. Mrs. Donnellan writes for the Duchess as well as herself in reply, Lady Oxford being there, and all the usual writing hours given up to playing Pope Joan with her. In this letter, alluding to Punch, watching with pleasure the color of his bed curtains, she says, Master Wesley, who is the most extraordinary child for sense I ever knew, at 3 months old, used to be put in a good humor with a suit of tawdry tapestry hangings. This was Garrett Wesley, afterwards Earl of Mornington. He was Mrs. Donnellan's godson, born 1735, died 1781. The Duke of Portland had the misfortune to break his arm at the end of November, just as the Reverend Dr. and Mrs. Delaney had arrived for their first visit since their marriage on June 9. In writing to condole with the Duchess, a typical story of a footpad is given by Mrs. Montagu. The Duchess had just set up keeping bees at Bulstrode, and Mrs. Montagu intended to do the same, but laments she cannot have anything of a menagerie here. There is no trusting anything out of doors. The town of Newbury is a melancholy example of the decay of trade. There is misery and poverty and lawless necessity in an unhappy abundance. We have robbing upon the commons here very frequently. A poor laborer who has been digging in our garden last week was very oddly preserved from a wound by a buckler made of cheese, like Sardella in the rehearsal. The poor man had 5 shillings in his pocket when he was stopped by a footpad. He did not care to surrender his wealth, and so resisted. Another robber came to his comrade's assistance and stuck a knife several inches deep into some cheese and bread he had over his bosom, in a wallet betwixt his coat and waistcoat. We had a highwayman taken by a French dancing master a little while ago. When the dancing master carried him before the Justice of Peace, the justice asked what day of the month he was robbed. "Ah," says the dancing master, "me can no tell dat," but turns to the highwayman. "But you do know, I pray tell, monsieur, for you must know what day you did rob, and I pray you now be so civil as tell de gentleman." Which, as the highwayman denied the fact of the robbery, was as good a blunder as one could desire. The highwayman has since cut his throat, but is likely to recover, only to try the hempen collar. Menagerie was the name given to a collection of birds, from rare fowl to pheasants, etc. Mr. Montagu had started that morning, December 1, for the meeting of Parliament, Mrs. Montagu accompanying him halfway to reading. A letter of December 3 of Mr. Montagu's shows the state of politics in the House. "I have been making what inquiry J could about the state of public affairs, and can learn nothing that is agreeable to one who loves Great Britain, and is more concerned for his country than the fatal lecto R of H, Anov R. For though the ministry have been at variance about some of the treaties mentioned in the speech and in the Privy Council, they came to division, where Lord Carteret and his friends were only 4, and the opposers, J, amongst whom were Mr. Pelham and Lord Chancellor and others. Still matters have since been so far made up amongst them that it is said they all agreed, by the mediation of Lord Orford in the speech and address, which is reckoned to be Lord Carteret's, and after a division in our House. The address was carried by a considerable majority, the yeas being 278 against 149 noes. Mr. Pitt exerted himself against the address with his usual eloquence, and with great acrimony against a minister, whom J need not name. After J shall tell you that in his invective, he said what he meant was not against the ministry, but against one who was a minister, and had renounced Great Britain, who had eat of a certain tree that the poet tells us makes people forget everything, even their country, but he hoped the people would never taste of the fruit of the same tree. Nor after his example forget their country. Mr. Pelham is to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sandys pay master of the army. The Duke of Marlborough has resigned. He resigned his commission in disgust. A letter of December 4 of Mrs. Montagu to the Duchess makes the following comments on the new edition of Pope's Duchess, to which he had just added a 4th book. "We got Mr. Pope's new Duchess printed, but I think it differs little from the old one. The new hero is certainly worthy to have the precedency over all foolish poets. I like the last Duchess for exposing more sorts of follies than the first did, which was merely upon bad poets and bad critics. I am always glad when I see those fops who have translated their manners and language into French foppery, well ridiculed for the absurd metamorphosis. To ridicule wrong-placed pride is of great service, for if it was not done this land would be overrun with conceit, for here people are proud of their vices and follies and iniquity. And as long as pride arises from such stocks, we shall never want an increase of it." Milton says, "Not profits more than self-esteem right placed, and surely it is true of that pride that makes us disdain vice, but that which makes people glory in it is as pernicious. The British vice of gluttony is openly professed so much. One can hardly dine at a fashionable table where eating is not the discourse the whole time, and treated of as an affair of the utmost consequence." A satire by Alexander Pope, Kali Sibber. In a letter of December 8, after congratulating the Duchess on the Duke's recovery from his broken arm, Mrs. Montagu adds this description of the learned Mrs. Pocock. It is interesting, in contrast with that of the lady who insters Greek. I have been petrifying my brain over a most solid and ponderous performance of a woman in this neighborhood. Having always a love to see Phoebus in petticoats, I borrowed a book written by an ancient gentlewoman skilled in Latin, dipped in Greek and absorbed in Hebrew, besides a modern gift of tongues. By this learned person's instruction was Dr. Pocock, her son, skilled in antique lore while other people are learning to spell monosyllables, but Hebrew being the mother tongue, it is no wonder he learnt it. His gingerbread was marked with Greek characters, and his bread and butter instead of glass windows was printed with Arabic. He had a mummy for his jointed baby, and a little pyramid for his playhouse. Mrs. Pocock lives in a village very near us, but has not visited here, so I have not had an opportunity to observe her conversation, but really I believe she is a good woman, though but an indifferent author. She amuses herself in the country so as to be cheerful and sociable at 80, is always employed either reading, working, or walking, and I don't hear she is pedantic. She always carries a Greek or Hebrew Bible to church. I desire your grace to make 10,000 apologies for me to Mrs. Delaney if it is true I have robbed her of a good name, but I hope you only said this to put me in terrors. I desire my best compliments to her, Dr. Delaney, to whom I wish very well, though I have offered the shadow of a great injury in seeming to deprive them of each other. Daughter of the Reverend Isaac Mills, rector of Hickler, a very learned man. Reverend Dr. Richard Pocock, eminent Orientalist, Bishop of Meath, born 1704, died 1765. Dr. Pocock added the E to his name. Newton. This was caused by Mrs. Montagu, in a fit of absence, having addressed a congratulatory letter to Mrs. Delaney as Mrs. Pendarves, her former name, which caused much mirth in the Bulstrode circle. Mr. Montagu writes on December 8. We had yesterday a motion of consequence in the House, which was to have an humble address presented to His Majesty to forthwith dismiss the Hanoverians in the British pay, which occasioned a fine debate and was carried in the negative by a majority of 50, the numbers being 181 against 131. The same is to come on tomorrow before the House of Lords, and Lord Sandwich is to begin, which J doubt not he will do in the best manner. Dr. Frayne, who, with his wife, was invited to spend Christmas at Sandalford, playfully bids Mrs. Montagu to write him a sermon to preach before the king, as he will have to do in a few weeks. The year ends with Sarah and Morris Robinson and the Fraynes staying at Sandalford. The first letter of interest in 1744 is one from Mr. Montagu to his wife, written February 23, from London, whither he had returned for the meeting of Parliament. After alluding to parliamentary debates and elections, and to the failure of the new tax proposed upon sugar, which was carried in the negative by a majority of 8 only, to the great joy of those concerned in the sugar colonies, and the duty is to be raised on the surplusage of the tax which was given upon spirituous liquors last year, he says. The danger of the pretender, if we may believe our wise and vigilant ministers, is not yet blown over. It is said that a few days ago several French men of war were seen off Rye, and that the pretender's eldest son has been seen walking about publicly at Calais, and is styled Charles III, his father having relinquished his rights in his favor. But people seem to be little affected with any apprehensions of danger, and what the designs of the French were, a little time will discover. Whatever they shall prove to have been, J am heartily sorry for the alarm, and whatever ground or no ground there has been for the rumor of an invasion, J am afraid it will be made use of as a pretense for a further plundering of us, an invasion of our pockets, for J cannot forget what J have heard before J sat in the House, that a member, I think his name was Hungerford, should say the pretender was the best wooden leg a ministry ever had to beg with. And perhaps the present may have as much inclination to make use of it as ever any of their worthy predecessors had. Tax on spirits passed 1,742.3. On February 25, Mr. Montagu writes, Since my last the King has sent another message to the House, with some intelligencies concerning the invasion and the French King's answer to Mr. Thompson. Our agent in Paris in relation to the removal of the pretender's son out of France, in pursuance of treaties which in substance is as follows, viz. That engagements entered into by treaties are not binding any further than those treaties are religiously observed by the contracting parties on all sides. That when the King of England shall have caused satisfaction to be given on the repeated complaints that have been made to him of the infractions of these very treaties, of which he now demands the performance, which violations were committed by his orders, His Most Christian Majesty will then explain himself upon the demands now made by Mr. Thompson in the name of His Majesty. Besides this, there was a long affidavit of a master of the packet boat read, letting us know that he saw a young man who was called the Chevalier, and said to be the pretender's eldest son, with another young man, his brother, that there was arrived their Count Saxe, who was to bring over here in transports 1,500 men, together with several particulars too long to be inserted here. The House addressed His Majesty to augment his forces both by sea and land as much as be necessary, and that they would defray the expense. An express arrived yesterday that Sir John Norris with his squadron was in sight of the French fleet, that he stood off Romney, and they were at Dengeness, that he weighed anchor and would endeavor to come up with them and bring them to an engagement if possible. It was this morning reported he had demolished them, but this wants confirmation, as well as the news of Admiral Matthew S. having beat the Toulon fleet, with which there has been an engagement. Louis Roman 15. The English resident. Maurice Comte de Saxe, born 1696, died 1750, Field Marshal of France. Admiral Sir John Norris, died 1749. Admiral Thomas Matthews, born 1681, died 1751. On February 9, Mrs. Montagu and her sister now joined Mr. Montagu in Dover Street, leaving little Punch at Sandalford with regret. On the way their coachman, who had met them at Hounslow with their own chaise, ran a race with a coach and four and overturned them, but they were none the worse. In fact, being upset in a carriage in those days seems to have been little thought of. A letter of March 4 of Mrs. Robinson from Mount Morris says, Sir John Norris is returned into the Downs, and all our fears are over. I heard that the people of Romney and Lydd had their most valuable goods packed up and put in carts ready to drive away, if they saw any occasion. For my part, one was very composed, never thinking there would be any occasion to put myself in a stickle. I am so good a subject to His Majesty that I can't conceive any people would be so foolish to assist France with setting up a popish pretender. A letter from the Duchess states that she has been reading Lord Bolingbroke's dissertations upon parties, and desires Mrs. Montagu's opinion on them. She laughs at the idea of the invasion and says, Cecil, the pretender's agent, is taken up, and likewise Carl, and some say Lord Wimes, others his second son Charles. James, 5th Earl of Wemyss. In a letter to Mr. Frayne, Mrs. Montagu mentions meeting at a drum of Mrs. Mainwaring S., my cousin Septimus Robinson, dressed as gay as a lover, but whether that was the footing he was upon, I do not know. Septimus Robinson was a brother of Mrs. Frayne, and, as his name denotes, was the 7th child of William Robinson of Rokeby. He was born in 1710, was educated at Oxford, then entered the army, and served in the 45 under General Wade. He left the army in 1754, became governor to the Dukes of Gloucester and Cumberland, brothers of George Roman III, and eventually was made usher of the Black Rod. He died unmarried in 1765. In the same letter she states, Lestock and Matthews are now examined before the Parliament as to their conduct in the Mediterranean. It is said by some who have read it Thompson's new play is equal to Otway's Orphan and Rowe's Fair Penitent. James Thomson, born 1700, died 1748. Poet, author of The Seasons. Thomas Otway, born 1651, died 1685. Nicholas Rowe, born 1673, died 1718. Poet laureate. She adds, In the morning all throng to the Senate House, and at night to the playhouse. Those who bewail the poverty of the nation in the morning part with gold for 2 hours, entertainment at the oratorio at night. Those who talk of taxation, did they but see how full of powder, and how empty of thought the heads of the Hydra appear to be, they would fear nothing from so spruce a set of senators. I think the town was never so gay or so fond of amusements. Garrick was acting King Lear then. On March 31, 1744, the Duke of Portland wrote to announce the birth of his second son, Lord Edward, saying, Lord Edward Charles Bentinck died 1819. I should be wanting in regard to the long friendship which has existed between you and my wife, were I not to give you the earliest notice of your friend. She was safely brought to bed of a boy this morning, at 3:15. She and the child are as well as can be expected. The Montagus now returned to Sandalford to visit their child, leaving Sarah in Dover Street to await her father's arrival from Kent to fetch her. A passage in the following letter throws a light on the vehicles in use at this period. Passing through Hyde Park, we saw capering horses with creatures on their backs more whimsical than themselves. Between London and Kensington were many pert folk in single horse chairs, who seemed proud of the government of the humblest machine, saving a wheelbarrow, that ever the art of man contrived. One of these chaises had like to have suffered by contending with his Grace's coach and six. Towards Uxbridge we met a leathern vehicle called a flying coach, a most intolerable counterfeit, for in fact it merely crawls. We passed 2 or 3 traveling wagons laden with many a ton of humanity, the savor of which would have made the delicate nostril a misanthrope. Our dear little fellow is all alive and merry, and more grown in length than breadth. Query, was it originally Hyde Park? Dr. Frayne, now made a prebendary of Westminster, in addition to his living at Whitney, in this year sent a present of Whitney blankets to Mrs. Montagu and a Whitney rug to Sarah Robinson. On April 8, Mrs. Montagu writes to thank him and says, Your kind present is significant of the warmth of a friend. I think there is great analogy between friendship and a blanket. We have been here, Sandalford, almost a fortnight, much diverted with the humors of Punch, who grows a merry fellow. I like my little comedian so well, I shall be sorry to change him for the great comedians. My little actor has no artifice but hide and seek, nor plays any tricks but innocent Beaupep. I hope now Lord Carteret is going to take a young, handsome lady his politics will take a milder tone. Have you seen Dr. Gregory and his bride? When I saw the doctor at Mrs. Knight's, I did not apprehend he designed to be our dear cousin. His second wife, Lady Sophie Fermor, daughter of First Earl Pomfret, married April 14, 1744. This is the first mention of Dr. John Gregory, afterwards such an intimate friend of the Montagus. He was the son of Dr. James Gregory, an eminent physician, by his second marriage with Anne Chalmers, and grandson of James Gregory, who invented the Gregorian telescope. His bride, who, judging from the above, must have been a cousin of the Robinsons, was Elizabeth, daughter of William, 13th Baron Forbes, by his wife Dorothy Dale. Lady Forbes lost £20,000 in the South Sea bubble. Dr. John Gregory became a distinguished physician and an author of note. Frequent mention of him will be made later on. She had beauty, wit, and a large fortune. A daughter of his married A. Allison, and was mother of the historian. In the same letter, Mrs. Montagu urges Dr. Frayne to write and congratulate the Duchess on her second son's birth. The Fraynes had just commenced a friendship with the Portlands. Mrs. Robinson asks her daughter, who had now returned to London, to buy her a lutestring gown, but as I have a tabby of a dark brown, I would have my lutestring pretty light. This gown, from a further letter, appears to have cost 6s. 9d. a yard, and Mrs. Montagu suggests she should buy a French trimming of Mademoiselle for the same, a slight pretty thing for a guinea. A capucin Mrs. Robinson had ordered, she says, I like my capucin much better than that which was shorter, and it is quite good enough for the use one makes of them. Probably a hood with a deep cape, as in a previous letter the garment is described as always ugly, but useful. Mrs. Robinson says, I suppose you have had your promised visit from Mrs. Middleton. I believe the doctor would give something to be in the state of widowhood once again. She is queer and ill-tempered, and he heartily tired with it. Mrs. Kinnear's Middleton No. 2. Mrs. Botham, Mrs. Lawrence Sterne's sister, had been in London, and Mrs. Montagu had written to her mother. Mrs. Botham is really quite well behaved. She is not anything of the hoyden now. I believe she is one of the best wives and best mothers, and an admirable housewife. I bought a very handsome quarter lace cap for my godson, and presented her with it. Mr. Botham wants to be a king's chaplain, and I have offered her my interest with her Grace of Portland, who by means of Bishop Egerton and others could easily get it for him. To this her mother replies, Mrs. Botham was Mrs. Robinson's niece. I am much pleased with the character you give of Mrs. Botham. I always thought her one of good understanding and good temper, and as to her giddiness, I hope it is partly wore off. I should have been pleased to have seen her at Horton, if her time had admitted. She always had a cheerful, agreeable disposition. I much fear his being chaplain to His Majesty, if he should succeed, will be no advantage to him, for as I take it, must occasion London journeys, and without good interest he may be no nearer preferment. I believe his income is but small, and his family increases very fast. I wish they have not a spirit of generosity much superior to it. They keep a good deal of company, and of the expensive kind. At a party at the Duchess of Portland's, the bride, Lady Carteret, is thus described by Mrs. Montagu. She came in a sack and a nightcap for which she made an apology, and said she had a cold. I suppose she designs to carry her dignity high enough by this particularity of dress. She is handsome enough, has a good air, a genteel, easy address without any mauvaise honte. In a letter of Sarah's, May 10, thanking her sister for a fan, she reminds her she was then at Mrs. May and Tooke's court in Cursitor Alley, Chancery Lane. She also mentions buying a tabby gown, 7S, 3D, a yard at Wells and Hartley at the Naked Boy and Woolpack in Ludgate Street. Mrs. Montagu replying says, I am glad you like the fan. There are some worn at present that exceed the flails of a mill. Coates has one that makes an eclipse of her little person whensoever she pleases to flirt it. I have been buying finery for your nephew, a famous pink satin coat, and 2 flowered lawn frocks, extremely fine. Punch, being now turned a year old, was to be weaned, and many were the anxieties and qualms of his mother on that occasion. Her mother wrote wise advice to her on the subject, with her experience of a large family. After this she adds, He must be most delightful now he runs and prattles. He will look a little angel in his finery. I find you are still a house hunting. As to the house you mention in Grosvenor Square, I think the fault of it cannot be in the goodness of the house or situation, for, as I take it, they are all calculated for large fortunes. It gave me great joy to hear my Robert got safe to Bengal. I hope by the end of the summer we shall have him safe here and poor Pig with him. Poor Pig was a pet name for Charles Robinson, who suffered from weak eyes, and had accompanied his brother on this voyage for health's sake. The weaning of Punch was successfully carried out, and we learn from the letters from Mrs. Montagu to her husband, who was still detained in London, that he was fed on milk porridge, bread and rusks, and drinks milk and water all day. A letter of Mr. Montagu's of June 7 mentions meeting the Duke and Duchess of Portland coming from church at the banqueting hall, Whitehall, and accompanying them home. Mr. Carter, the faithful steward, and his son Willie, who had just returned from the war wounded, were in town. Yesterday I waited on the Duke of Montagu about our young hero, W.M. Carter, who will get made a lieutenant, which does not give us the same satisfaction as a captain's commission would do, but the Duke said they would not do it for him. I am to consult with his agent, Mr. Guerin, about it. John, 2nd Duke of Montagu, born 1705, died 1749. Married Mary, 4th daughter of Duke of Marlborough. The regiment was probably the 2nd horse, which the Duke then commanded. The Duke was a relation of Mr. Montagu, S., both being descended from a common ancestor. Writing to Sarah Robinson, Elizabeth says, Your nephew continues his manlike behavior, and scorns to weep over a trifle. He is quite well, and has been dancing in his shirt on a blanket spread on the ground. He dances after a droll manner. For not being very firm on his legs, he reels about when he gets out of his common pace, and he flourishes his hands and legs, and is just a little merry drunken Bacchus. Mrs. Kennett, the wet nurse, was about returning to her farmer husband in Kent. Mrs. Kennett will soon be restored to her husband. We are to make up her salary to £50. I have given her a good deal of clothes too, the brown silk night-gown, a brown camblet, 2 short cotton gowns, and I have dyed my purple tabby blue and added 2 yards of new to it, which will make her fine. The first mention is made in this letter of Mrs. Detamere, of whom more anon. This poor woman appears to have been in a good position of life and well known to the Robinsons, but unhappy circumstances had placed her in great distress. Mrs. Montagu says, I have collected 3 guineas for her and put her on a scheme of working blonde caps. I sold one for her for 7s. 6d. That cost her only 18d. I am to lend her £5 to lay out in ribbons and get her customers, and she is to work muslin aprons which I will find the materials for, and when she sells them I am to be repaid. I wish you would devise a pattern of sprigs for an apron for Mrs. Detamere to work. I dare not let her have the same as Mrs. Meadows' apron, but I think to get one of monkeys and squirrels. Mr. Montagu's sister. Writing to Mrs. Donnellan on June 7, Mrs. Montagu says, "The country is now extremely delightful. All nature is in bloom, every being joyous and happy. It seems to me impossible that any citizen of so fair a world should harbor any gloomy care in their breast. It is a vain pretense we make to delicacy and taste, while we prefer a dirty town to the country in the fine season. All the arts of luxury cannot invent any pleasures equal to what one receives from soft air, moderate sunshine, a gay scene of prospect, and the music of the feathered songsters." Sir William Temple says his 3 wishes were health, peace, and fair weather. I have often thought that saying not the least wise of many of his admired sentences. Sir William Temple, born 1628, died 1699 at Moor Park, Surrey, patron of Swift and his Stella. Mr. Carter, the faithful North Country agent, was now at Sandalford, and on June 15 Mrs. Montagu writes to her sister, who was staying at Chilston in Kent with the Thomas Bests. Mr. Best had married Caroline alias Colley, Scott, of Scott's Hall, the intimate friend of both sisters. A most happy marriage it appears to have been. Your nephew is really a droll fellow. Mr. Carter is half bewitched with him. At the first salutation old Trusty had tears of joy. He cries out, "Bonny bairn, ye are a fine one, we'll worth it, we'll worth it. I warrant he's think of me when I be dead and gone. I'se make all tea improvements I can for him. Thank God he's have a bonny estate when all comes in. God send him to live to an ood man. Oh, my lady, he's brave company. God's blessing light on him." Thus he ran on for an hour. The child grew immediately fond of him, cries after him, and will beat away even the nurse, if she takes him away from Mr. Carter. A nickname of Mr. Carter, S. The Duchess of Portland had promised to give a dozen orange trees from Bulstrode to Mrs. Montagu, which she was most anxious to have. These trees were to be sent to the Red Lion at Slough, where the Newbury carrier was to take them up. They arrived, after the following vicissitudes, safely. The poor wagoner who was to have brought them was unhappily killed some days ago by a loaded wagon falling on him. His servant foolishly left the orange trees because he said he had no room for them, and at 9 o'clock at night they brought us word the orange trees were left at Slough. We immediately sent servants with a cart who traveled almost all night and brought the trees safe, the next day. They have not received the least damage. They are blooming, full of fragrance, says Mrs. Montagu in her letter of thanks. She also asks for Mr. Achard to instruct her as to their culture, whether they should be nailed to the wall without pruning their heads, and thirdly, what size the tubs should be for those that are to be kept in that manner. Mr. Achard's instructions were sent, but alas, are lost. Mr. Montagu being obliged to go to the north to attend to business of his own, and as trustee to Mr. Rogers, Mrs. Montagu had determined on accompanying him and taking Punch and her sister Sarah with them. It was with some difficulty she obtained leave of her parents for her sister's company, as they considered she had been so much away from them. Sarah was desired not to come in the stagecoach from Horton, but buy a postchaise or chariot at Mrs. Montagu's expense, and ask Matt to lend you his footman to ride by the chaise. You know it will only cost you 3d, a mile more. Your nephew has just had his pink satin coat tried on, and he was so fond of it, he scolded and fought everyone who approached him, lest they should deprive him of his new clothes. He has just learnt to make a bow with a good grace, and he is very lavish of it. Mrs. Donnellan writes from Hampstead, where she has taken lodgings for her health, on July 4, and she describes Admiral Anson's booty being taken to the bank thus. I went yesterday morning to London. I found all my folks gone to see the show of Anson's wealth carried to the bank, so I went to my Lord Egmont, S., and saw 32 dirty wagons pass by, guarded by a number of tan sailors, but we had the pleasure of knowing or thinking those dirty wagons contained what makes all the pursuits of this world. The Duke and Duchess of Portland stayed a day longer than they designed to see this show. The King and all the royal family were spectators. The tars were very happy and dressed themselves in the Spaniards' fine clothes. Admiral Lord Anson, born 1697, died 1762, Earl Egmont, a relation of Mrs. Donellan, stepfather. Commodore Anson had been absent from England 3 years and 9 months. He had intercepted a Spanish treasure ship, Nuestra Señora de Cabadonga, loaded with treasure, etc., to the value of 313,100 sterling. Altogether, he obtained £500,000. Mrs. Donellan continues, I have not yet heard from Mrs. Delaney from Ireland. They were stopped at Chester by the Deans having a return of ague, so you see though a fine preferment may cure, it cannot preserve from future evils. The yacht was ready and they hoped to sail the next morning. Lord Carteret had just made Dr. Delaney, Dean of Down. Sarah Robinson was to stay in Dover Street a few days to prepare for her northern journey before joining the Montagus at Sandalford, and Mrs. Montagu gives her many commissions. Mr. Montagu desires you would be so kind as to buy him a purple tabby for a waistcoat and a handsome gold lace to trim it. He has got a pretty Coventry stuff coat making up here and would have a purple tabby waistcoat to wear with it. Please to consult Morris both as to the quantity of silk and lace necessary, and also what kind of buttons would be proper. Get pink satin enough for a pair of shoes for your nephew, for he wants a pair of shoes for his silk coat. Get me coarse canvas for the 2 little armchairs in the dining room in Dover Street, and buy me shades in purple worsted to do them in Irish stitch in squares. There must be some white thrum for a stitch in each square. I should be glad if you would buy me a pink French paste cross and earrings, the best you can get at Chenevix's. After ordering some table linen to be brought, 6 tablecloths, 3 dozen napkins, 2 pair of sheets, 4 pair of pillowers, my gold lutestring gown and my white sack with the flowers, and a gold handkerchief, my new hoop please pack up. Pack up paper of all sorts and sizes enough for all our use, and also wax. You will find a stationer's shop in my cabinet of which I sent you the key. Bring a stick of wax for your nephew. Her brother, Morris Robinson. Mrs. Chenevix's celebrated fancy shop. Evidently means pillowcases. In a letter to Dr. Frayne, Mrs. Montagu says, Punch is a fine fellow. He is greatly improved since you last saw him. He is now an admirable tumbler. I lay him down on a blanket on the ground every morning before he is dressed, and at night when he is stripped, and there he rolls and tumbles about to his great delight. Alas, the mother's joy was turned to grief, for in a few days after, Punch cut his first tooth with great difficulty and severe illness. They set out on their journey to the north on July 31, when they started via Oxford, stopping at the Blue Boar there. The following letter to the Duchess of Portland was written from Newbold Verdon, Mr. James Montagu's seat in Leicestershire. He was the elder half-brother of Mr. Montagu by Mr. Charles Montagu's first wife, Elizabeth Forster, daughter of Sir James William Forster of Bamborough Castle, Northumberland. Newbold Verdon had been left to Mr. James Montagu by his uncle by marriage, Nathaniel, Baron Crewe of Stein, who married Dorothy Forster. Newbold Verdon, August 9, 1744. Madam, I did not set out on my journey so soon as we proposed, the letter we sent to my brother Montagu having made the tour of England before it reached him, so we waited for an answer. The 31st of July, we set out for Oxford, where we spent an agreeable day in seeing new objects and old friends. The good people from Whitney were so kind as to come over to see us and show us what was best worthy our attention. The university, I think, is finer than Cambridge, but does not excel so much as I had imagined. Alma Mater, however, presides in great dignity there. I had hoped to have seen Mr. Potts, but was informed he was at Bulstrode, or I should have sent to have begged the favor of seeing him. The mighty Shaw had left the classic ground to take care of his glebe in the country. The 1st of August we went to Stowe, which is beyond description. It gives the best idea of paradise that can be. Even Milton's images and descriptions fall short of it, and indeed a paradise it must be to every mind in a state of innocence. Without the soul's sunshine, every object is dark, but a contented mind must feel the most sober certainty of waking bliss. The buildings are indeed in themselves disagreeably crowded, but being dedicated to patriots, heroes, lawgivers, and poets, men of ingenuity and invention, they receive a dignity from the persons to whom they are consecrated. Others that are sacred to imaginary powers, raise pleasing enthusiasm in the mind. What different ideas arise in a walk in Kensington Gardens, or the Mall, where almost every face wears impertinence, the greater part of them unknown, and those whom we are acquainted with only discover to us that they are idle, foolish, vain, and proud. At Stowe you walk amidst heroes and deities, powers and persons whom we have been taught to honor, who have embellished the world with arts or instructed it in science, defended their country and improved it. The temples that pleased me most for the design to which they were consecrated were those to ancient virtue, to friendship, and to liberty. On Saturday last we arrived at my brother Montagu, S., who has made this place one of the most charming and pleasant I ever saw. The gardens are delightful, the park very beautiful, the house neat and agreeable, and everything about it in an elegant taste. My brother has made great improvements. It was a very bad place when Lord Crewe left it to him, and had no ornament but fine wood. Now there is water in great beauty, grand avenues from every point, fine young plantations, and in short, everything that can please the eye. But nothing gives me so much pleasure as the obliging and friendly reception of the master, who has entertained us in a kind and elegant and magnificent manner. The regularity and order of the family, and the happiness that appears in the countenance of every friend and servant, gives one pleasure to observe it. I am, Madam, your Grace's most obedient, humble servant, E. Montagu. The Reverend Dr. Frayne and wife. Frequent mention is made of Potts in the letter, but no clue as to who he was. Dr. Thomas Shaw, divine and antiquary, also conchologist, born 1692, died 1751. Stowe in Buckinghamshire, the magnificent seat of Viscount Cobham. Alluding to numerous temples and monuments in the gardens. In this are the statues of Greek sages, by Scheemakers, erected by Lord Cobham for busts of his political friends. After leaving Newbold Verdon, the Montagus went over Thoresby, the seat of the Duke of Kingston. In a letter to Mrs. Frayne from Allerthorpe, where the Montagus had arrived on August 16, Thoresby is thus described. A fine place enough, but does not deserve what is said of it. The cascade is not pretty, it is regular and formal. The lake from which it is supplied is fine. The verdure of the park is not good, nor are there fine trees. Our last stage was to York, where we saw the assembly room built by Lord Burlington. It is prodigiously grand and beautiful. The second Duke of Kingston, called by Sir Horace Walpole, a very weak man of the greatest beauty and finest person in England. Designed by Richard, 3rd Earl of Burlington, celebrated as an amateur architect. He built Burlington House. In a letter to the Duchess of Portland of August 19, Mrs. Montagu said her boy had borne the journey well and was quite well. She intended to leave him in Mrs. Carter's care whilst she accompanied Mr. Montagu to Newcastle, where the air was not healthy and roads very bad. Alas, a few days after, poor little Punch, in cutting another tooth, was taken with convulsion fits and died. The exact date I am unaware of. Lodge, in his Peerage of Irish Peers, states he died on August 17 and was buried at Burneston. The date of the day is wrong, as will be perceived by her letter to the Duchess. My grandfather simply states he died of convulsion fits, occasioned by teething, no date, but as Mrs. Frayne wrote to condole with Mrs. Montagu on September 3, it must have happened soon after her letter to the Duchess. As no parents, from their letters, could have adored an infant more than the Montagus, it may be judged what a blow this was to them. Many sweet passages about this child have I suppressed from want of space. He seems to have been of a too precocious nature in mind and body. He was so large he wore shoes big enough for a child of 4. He ran alone and talked, and mimicked people's manners and ways, and was only 1 year and 3 months old. Our little cherub, our sweet angel, as his father constantly writes of him. The noble way in which both his parents supported their anguish will be seen by future extracts from letters. Dr. Frayne's fine letter of condolence to Mrs. Montagu is endorsed at the back. Letter from Dr. Frayne on the unhappy loss of my son, and is much worn with constant reading. He had lost 2 children, and was then threatened with the loss of his father, whom he adored. The poor Montagus, much as they desired children, never had any more. I sometimes think that this poignant and irrevocable loss turned Elizabeth Montagu's thoughts more strongly to literature and knowledge of all kind. She sought to occupy her mind as a solace for grief, but she never forgot her loss, and every now and then the bitterness of it is shown in passages in her letters. His body was moved to Winchester Cathedral eventually, and is buried with his father and mother there by her will in October. The Reverend Dr. Robert Frayne died August 9, 1751. The Duchess of Portland writes on September 7, 1744. My dearest and most amiable of friends, could I have thought I should have given you a moment's relief or abated the anguish of your affliction, I should before now have written to you, but I found myself too much affected to be able to say anything to lessen it. Thank God, my dear friend, your health is good. My dependence is upon your good understanding and submission to the divine will, for no one can have a higher idea of the deity than I know you have. Everything is in his disposal, our blessings and our afflictions, and he never chastises us above what we are able to bear. This affliction would have been still more grievous had you been out of the way. You might have thought some neglect had been the cause, which now you are convinced was not in the power of human means. There is no misfortune, but what God Almighty discovers his mercy in some means or other, even in our most bitter calamities. But why should I tell you this, that know and think so much better than I can do? It is a great comfort to me that you are well, and I hope you will endeavor to keep so. Miss Robinson has been most excessively kind in giving me such frequent accounts of you, for which I shall ever esteem her, and be her most humble, grateful servant. What would I give to be with you, my dear friend, that you might pour out your whole heart and utter all your grief, but it is never in my power to be of any service to those I love. Adieu. God bless and preserve you from any future ill, but that he may heap many blessings on you is the ardent wish of one that entirely loves you with the utmost fidelity and will ever be yours. This shows Mrs. Montagu was not away at the time of her child's death. Illustration: Thomas Hudson Pinks, Emery Walker Ph., S.C. Margaret Cavendish, Harley 2nd Duchess of Portland. To this letter, Mrs. Montagu replied. Allerthorpe, September 16, 1744. I am much obliged to my dear friend for her tender concern for me. I would have wrote to you before, but I could not command my thoughts so as to write what might be understood. I am well enough as to health of body, but God knows the sickness of the soul is far worse. However, as so many good friends interest themselves for me, I am glad I am not ill. I know it is my duty to be resigned and to submit, many far more deserving than I am have been as unfortunate. I hope time will bring me comfort. I will assist it with my best endeavors. It is in affliction like mine that reason ought to exert itself, else one should fall beneath the stroke. I apply myself to reading as much as I can, and I find it does me service. Poor Mr. Montagu shows me an example of patience and fortitude, and endeavors to comfort me, though undoubtedly he feels as much sorrow as I can do, for he loved his child as much as ever parent could do. My sister has been of great service to me, and on this, as on all other occasions, a most tender friend. I am much obliged to you for wishing yourself with so unhappy a companion. Your conversation would be a cordial to my spirits, but I should be afraid of being otherwise to yours. Adieu, think of me as seldom as you can, and when you do, remember I am patient, and hope that the same providence that snatched this sweetest blessing from me may give me others. If not, I will endeavor to be content, if I may not be happy. Heaven preserve you and your dear precious babes. Thank God you are far removed from my misfortune, and can hardly fear to be bereft of all. I am, ever your Grace's most affectionate, E.M. The Duchess then had 5 children alive. Lady Andover wrote from Charlton, Wilts, by Highworth Bag, to condole with her friend. In this letter she mentions that her friend, Lydia Botham, Mrs. Lawrence Sterne's sister, had nearly died at the birth of a daughter, Catherine, but was better. Matthew Robinson wrote and implored his sister to accompany her husband to Newcastle. He says, books and thought are the food of melancholy, and lovely places, however beautiful the dwellings of it, but a town entirely strange to you, and new company, would bid fairest to dissipate your thoughts. He signs himself Matthew Robinson Morris, having adopted the latter, the maiden name of his mother, as her heir to the Mount Morris and Monk's Horton estates. Mrs. Donnellan, writing from Bulstrode on September 24, mentions, I have brought down a screen to work in snail for the Duchess, and for my retired hours, Carte's History to read, for Sir Paul Davis, who is a chief actor, was my great-grandfather. The Reverend Thomas Cart, born 1686, died 1754, chaplain to Bishop Atterbury. No further letters do I possess till October 23, when Mrs. Montagu writes to the Duchess and states Mr. Montagu had started riding to London on particular business. He hated wheels and always preferred riding. Mrs. Montagu and Sarah had been prevailed on to visit Mrs. York at Richmond in his absence. The great Duchess of Marlborough's death, which had just occurred on October 18, is commented on thus. How are the mighty fallen? O vanity of human things! The Duchess of Marlborough is now not worth a groat, nor does pride glow any longer in old Granville's heart. The old countess had reckoned with pleasure the riches Mrs. Spencer was to possess, and no doubt pleased herself with the hopes of seeing it, little imagining Clotho had twisted their line of life together. The Countess of Granville died October 27, 1744. Hun, John Spencer was grandson of the Duchess of Marlborough, married to the daughter of the Countess of Granville. While staying with Mrs. York, Mrs. Montagu writes to the Duchess, Your Grace may not think we have any public diversions at Richmond. I must assure you we went to a fine raree show. An orrery made up some part of it and gave a dignity to the whole. However, it was an emblem of life. The first scene was all gay figures and dogs and ducks and horses and coaches, and every object was new and striking. Then came Mademoiselle Katharina with all the airs of a celebrated toast, turned her head about with a measured grace, smiled, curtsied, and flirted her fan. When everyone had enough of that, we went to study the world. We observed its motion, saw the revolution of a few years, and while we rather admired than understood its movements, were almost weary and yet loath to retire, there was presented the figure of time mowing us all down, and so we made our exit. A show enclosed in a box. Mrs. Montagu and Sarah set out on their journey to London, and a letter to the Duchess from Northampton, November 17, shows the state of the roads then. I am here in a whole skin, thanks to the care of our coachman and the stuffing of our coach seats, but never was poor mortal so jumbled, jolted and dragged through such roads. I never saw such roads in my life as between Harborough and this place. We were obliged to come a nameless pace that is slower than a walk. Mr. Montagu is to meet us tomorrow. He expected our being at Newport tonight, but we did not get to Northampton till after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, though we got into the coach at 7 in the morning. In a letter of November 23, the Duchess says, I have read a sermon of Swift S. upon the Trinity, which I like extremely, and wish you would read it, and give me your opinion of it. At Bulstrode at this time were Lady Wallingford and Miss Granville. On the same day, Mrs. Robinson writes from Mount Morris and congratulates her daughters on their safe arrival in Dover Street. She mentions the cattle plague then beginning, thus, Our epidemical distemper is madness, which, thank God, has not yet reached the human species, but reigns among horses, cows, hogs, sheep, and dogs. Of the latter we have been one out of pocket, but our new tenant has lost a cow, and has a ram uncommonly freakish, which they suppose is going the same way, and J. Smith a hog or two, and the country people take so little care of their dogs when they are bit, as is very injurious to their neighbors. Ours was a greyhound, which will prevent Mr. Robinson's coursing till he recruits his loss with another. Poor Mrs. Robinson, only 3 weeks after this letter, wrote to her daughters to say she had a swelling in her breast, which had formed some 10 weeks back, and which she had hitherto concealed and feared was cancer. She wrote to Dr. Cheselden, the famous surgeon, to tell him, and he desired her to come to town. Dr. William Cheselden, born 1688, died 1752. Mrs. Montagu writes on December 17 to the Duchess in great distress that it was a cancer, but that not sticking to the ribs, it may be taken out without danger. He, Dr. Cheselden, has behaved to her with great gentleness and care, and has made her very easy. She bears her misfortune with great fortitude. She is neither afraid of death or pain, but says she is contented to suffer what Providence pleases to ordain. She will not suffer us to be in the house while the operation is performed. They assure us there is no danger of her life, but it is terrible to think of the pain she must undergo. The operation was performed successfully, but must have been shocking to bear, the use of anesthetics not being then known. The 2 daughters nursed their mother, and the affectionate Mrs. Donnellan assisted, though herself in great trouble at the ill health of her stepfather, Mr. Percival. On Christmas Day, Mrs. Montagu writes a good report to the Duchess, whose London porter, Elias, called daily to inquire. In the letter mention is made of Marshal Belleisle being taken prisoner, as he was going to the King of Prussia, his papers and attendants all seized. Duc de Belleisle, French marshal, born 1684, died 1761. Thus end the letters of 1744. Since my last letter to you by Sunday's post, we had our meeting at York on Tuesday the 24th, where there was the greatest meeting of peoples of all ranks and degrees that J. believe was ever known upon any occasion. Of the nobility there was present the Lord Carlisle, the Lord Malton, Lord Lonsdale, Lord Falconbridge, Lord Fitzwilliam, and perhaps some others who may have escaped my notice, together with Sir Coniers Darcy, Mr. Turner, member for the county, Mr. Fox and Mr. Wentworth, members for the city of York, and all the gentlemen of the county, together with the clergy. There was the utmost unanimity and spirit imaginable, and after a meeting at the castle, where the Archbishop made a handsome speech on the occasion, an association was entered into with an address to the king, and subscription made of near £20,000, and which when the whole of the collection shall be made, will J. believe amount to much more. With this money there are to be raised several companies of foot, consisting of 50 men each, and they will be officered by gentlemen who will serve without any pay, among whom is my friend, Sir R. Graham, but it will be some time before these companies can be raised, and made useful, which would not have been otherwise, if the militia had been kept up and exercised as the law directs instead of being ridiculed and rendered contemptible these last 50 years for purposes J. need not tell you. I wish this misfortune would for the future learn us more prudence, and make us settle the militia, which is the only constitutional force, and agreeable to our liberty, upon a better footing than it has of late been, but J. know too much of mankind ever to hope to see it in this country. This rebellion has made a most rapid and surprising progress. Edinburgh was taken before it was believed there was almost any such thing. The disbelief, however, of the people was no excuse for the Minister, whose measures have been the cause of it, for not crushing it at the beginning. The conduct of our General Cope is much censured for suffering himself to be surprised by the enemy, who in a short time overcame, and J. wish Wentworth who is sent may have better success than he had at Carthagena. Mr. Ridley, the mayor of Newcastle, has taken all proper precautions to secure the town, and if we are rightly informed, has, with the promise of £10,000, gained all the Kiel men, who are computed at 15,000 men. The county of Durham has raised the militia, and General Oglethorpe is at York raising a regiment of gentlemen volunteers. About 15,000 Dutch are J. believe got to barrack, and J. hope we shall soon have the regiments amounting to upwards of 6,000, which are lately landed in the Thames from Holland, by means of all which force J. flatter myself a speedy end will be put to this unhappy affair, and peace restored to our island. I desire you will not let yourself be concerned more than you ought at these unhappy times, nor imagine us here in greater danger than we really are, for if the enemy should be for coming this length, we should have notice enough of it, and as we are at present unprovided with force, must take to flight to save ourselves. I am in very good health and spirits, and run no hazards but what others as deserving and better than J. do run, and hope your good sense and greatness of mind will preserve you from being more concerned than other people are, or you ought to be. I desire you will add to all the other testimonies of your love and affection to me, what J. now ask, which at all events will make me easy. I will take all opportunities of writing to you, and am, with my compliments to dear Miss Sally. My dearest angel, your most affectionate husband, Edward Montagu. P.S. I subscribe to 100. Th. Earl of Carlisle, Th. Baron of Malton, R.D. Viscount Lonsdale. Should be Viscount Fauconberg, St. Earl Fitzwilliam. Afterwards 6th Earl of Holderness. James Edward Oglethorpe, born 1698, died 1785. 1733 founded Georgia, which he named after George Roman II. The next letter from Mr. Montagu is written from Allerthorpe, on September 29, after having received his wife's earnest appeal to be allowed to join him. This sentence shows his affection for her. You have ever been my pride, Jay have loved and honored you with the tenderest affection, and will continue to do so as long as Jay live. But Jay now adore you for the greatness of mind, joined with the utmost regard shewn to me in a letter which might have well become a Roman lady. The happiest days that Jay ever passed in my life have been with you, and Jay hope heaven, after these storms shall be blown over, will grant me the long enjoyment of your charming society, which I prefer above everything upon earth. I cannot consent to the danger you might run by coming to me, however glad Jay might be to have you with me, but must desire you and conjure you without any further difficulty or hesitation to go to your father's in Kent, where you will be amongst those who best love you, and are most capable to defend you, till Jay can come to you there myself. The defeat of Cope is a very great misfortune. Everybody censures the conduct of the general, as well as the behavior of the soldiers. We have since the battle heard no more but that the rebels are encamped at Preston Pans, near where the battle was fought. On September 30, from London, George Lewis Scott writes to Mrs. Montagu, still at Tunbridge Wells. Since my last I have seen 2 officers, who were in the engagement of Saturday se'nnight, and I have had a pretty distinct account of our dispositions, so that I could send you a plan of that affair. It seems agreed both by these officers and by the general's letter that our men were seized with a panic at the rapid motion of the Highlanders, so that their officers attempted to rally them in vain. The military chest and all the baggage was taken. What the loss of men is cannot yet be known. I find Captain Stewart is not killed, but only taken prisoner. Our civil panic here begins to subside a little. General Wade's army will probably be near Doncaster by this day se'nnight, so that we hope Yorkshire will be protected. We are in no apprehensions for Berwick or Newcastle, nor is the castle of Edinburgh in danger for want of provisions. Besides the ordinary stores, the governor swept all the markets in town the day the rebels left it to meet General Cope. The provost, I hear, is in the castle, so that I hope he will be able to wipe off the aspersions so liberally thrown upon him. There is no certain news of the further motions or schemes of the rebels. Today, I was told they intended to march for Northumberland, and expected to be there increased 10,000 men besides £100,000 in money. I give no great credit to my author's intelligence. He is of a suspected family and speaks as he wishes. This is all I have been able to pick up for you, and I hope your fears begin to subside a little. But if I endeavor to diminish them for the north, I shall now on the contrary try to increase them on the south. I mean as to your going to Mount Morris. I saw a Sussex gentleman yesterday, who tells me they are frequently alarmed by privateers on their coast, and what should hinder a few desperadoes from landing in the night and doing as they pleased on the coast. I own it would give me a vast satisfaction to see you and Miss Robinson in Dover Street again. Field Marshal George Wade died 1748, edat 75. On October 1, Mr. Montagu writes from Allerthorpe. My dearest love, since my last to you, we have heard nothing of the advancing of the rebels, who, we have advice, are not above 5,000, and most of them very shabby fellows. A spy has been taken at Newcastle, said to belong to the Duke of Perth, on whom was found a letter concealed in his glove. The contents are not yet made public, no more than those of the letters found also on another person at the same place. The former has cut his throat, but is not dead. We are very quiet in these parts. The captains are raising their men, and General Oglethorpe is getting together a flying squadron of volunteers, amongst whom are Mr. Tanfield of Calthorpe and Dr. Chambers of Ripon. Captain Twycross is lieutenant to Sir Reginald. I hear the Dukes of Bedford and Devonshire, and others are set out for their respective counties to raise men to assist in suppressing this rebellion. R.D. Titcheler, Duke of Perth, born 1720, died 1746. He ends by entreating her to go at once to Horton, as Mount Morris was more generally called in the family, and that till the country was safe, she would not blame his staying north as long as he could be of any service. This letter hastened Mrs. Montagu's and Sarah's departure from Tunbridge Wells. Writing to the Duchess of Portland on the eve of starting, she asks her if she has received a fan with Dr. Young's picture in his riding accoutrements. I have taken the liberty to send you some Tunbridge ware, which in your magnificence you will despise, but I desire it may be sent to your dairy, and their humbler thoughts will possess you, and churns of butter, prints, and skimming dishes will appear of consequence. I have sent you baskets for your goodyship to put your eggs in, also for feeding your poultry. On October 5, George Lewis Scott wrote to Mrs. Montagu, then at Mount Morris, a long letter, a portion of which I copy. His handwriting, though small, was clear and exceedingly elegant. He chaffs her and Miss Robinson at taking refuge near the sea, and says, "If I were captain of a privateer, and had 50 stout fellows to second me, I would carry you and your whole family off in spite of the unconquered county of Kent." After this, he suggests a vidette, a sentinel on horseback at a proper distance from the house, who may gallop home and give you timely alarm. Your horses should be ready saddled. The army under Marshal Wade is not to rendezvous at Worcester till the 12th instant. If the Highlanders have begun their march as it is supposed, and that their chiefs get their men to cross the borders, no easy task, because of the prevailing tradition among them that none ever get back again, they may be in Yorkshire as soon as our army. I am sorry that county is not better prepared, but alas, it is not easy to be prepared in a country rendered so artificially unwarlike as England. What signify all the speeches of the orators, or rather of our ignorant, perhaps knavish babblers in Parliament against the army? What has been the consequence of their insisting so often, contrary to common experience and common sense, that our navy was a sufficient security? They only misled honest gentlemen. Their frothy words will not restore tranquility and public credit, nor repel the Highlanders. The Roman orators were also warriors. Even Cicero was, I believe, a better general than most of ours, who have not forgot the art of war, as Miss Robinson suggests. They never learnt it. Apropos of generals, the following lines were made and repeated by a lady while asleep. Her husband set them down, and astonished her with them in the morning. She remembered nothing of the matter. Say what reward shall be decreed for deeds like those of Sir John Cope. Reason and rhyme have both agreed his ribbon should be made a rope. You say, madam, you have wasted, not spent your time at Tunbridge, your health restored, and your reflections show me the contrary. Mr. Montagu now proposed returning from the north, thinking matters were on a better footing, and intended fetching his wife from Mount Morris, but Parliament being summoned, was forced to remain in Dover Street. Mrs. Montagu proposed joining him from Kent on October 27. In a letter to him on the 25th, she states, "The smugglers here are all patriots, it seems, which is very fortunate, for they assemble in formidable numbers." Mrs. Robinson, being threatened with a renewal of cancer in her breast, was persuaded to accompany Mrs. Montagu to London for advice. In a letter to the Duchess of Portland at this period, Mrs. Montagu states, "The learned faculty have given us better hopes of my mother's case than I could have expected. They say it is not yet cancerous, and that it may be many years before it hurts her. Your Grace was excessively good in sending me the receipts which I have sent her, and also the walnut medicine." The walnut medicine, from a letter of the Duchess, appears to have been made of the lining of the nuts. In a letter to Sarah of November 8, Mrs. Montagu jokes about Mr. Scott being in love with Sarah, but his appetite being little diminished by it, as he had just eaten most of a chine of mutton and 2 large apple dumplings. He seems from other letters to have possessed a large appetite. She then adds, "I think it is time to tell you all the news I have heard about the rebels. God knows it is not very good. 5,000 Irish brigadiers from Dunkirk are embarked in order to land in Scotland to assist the rebels. Ligonier is sent for, Marshal Wade, who thinks he has forces eno, and the Dukes of Bedford, Richmond, Rutland, and some others march in person to him immediately. The Pretender is at Kelso on the borders of England. The Dutch troops are not to be depended upon, and ours are very drunken and licentious. The Parliament has not done anything remarkable for some days. On Thursday, they had the Pretender's declarations read, and after a conference with the Lords, ordered the declaration to be burnt by the hands of the common hangman. John, Earl of Ligonier, born 1678, died 1770. Field Marshal, distinguished in Marlborough's campaigns. Th. Duke, born 1710, died 1771. Duke, born 1701, died 1750. Duke, born 1696, died 1779. Amongst Mr. Montagu's papers endorsed by him, a letter of Mr. Stanley's to the Duke of M., meaning John, 2nd Duke of Montagu, his relation, is the following. Boughton, November 17, 1745. My Lord, I received your Grace's commands by express yesterday morning by 6 o'clock. I immediately wrote a letter to old Mr. Squire and his son, and expected an answer last night, but to my surprise John Goodwin came in without one, they being both in Huntingdonshire. And I expect every minute an answer which was promised by Mr. Squire. Mr. George Robinson I waited upon, and he expressed great satisfaction at your Grace's kind favor of being made captain-lieutenant in your Grace's own troop of horse, and returns your Grace his most dutiful thanks for the same. Your Grace is pleased to mention that the new raised regiment will soon march northwards, at which both regiments have expressed much uneasiness. The men say they had no need to leave their houses and families to go for soldiery, that they and their forefathers have lived quietly and happily under your Grace, and your forefathers as tenants for hundreds of years, that they would never have engaged to the wars with anybody but your Grace. When they listed, it was only to go along with your Grace to fight for you, and that they would go with nobody else. The Northamptonshire men are in the same story. They say if they had wanted to quit their professions to be soldiers, they might have had £5 a man to list in the Guards, or £4 a man to list in a marching regiment. But they chose to list with your Grace for nothing, out of regard for you, and to go with you and fight for you, and nobody else. I believe one reason which made the people more uneasy is, that at the time they were raising, it was maliciously insinuated amongst them that your Grace's name was only made use of to get them to list, and that they would be drafted and turned over to other colonels, which made many backward in listing, and many of them are still apprehensive of being served so, and declare if they are, they will sooner venture being shot for deserters than serve. And it has cost us much pains and many good words and a great deal of coaxing to bring them into temper. And we have told them that in fighting in defense of their king and country, wherever your Grace shall order them is the true way of serving your Grace, and that they may be assured they will not be drafted and turned over to other colonels, and they seem now to be pretty easy for the present, and I believe will march cheerfully and willingly enough, when and wherever your Grace shall please to order them. Give me leave, my dear Lord Duke, once more to offer myself and 50 men, quite volunteers, to bear our own expenses, to wait on your Grace, if you must expose your person to danger, wherever you shall please to command us, and clothe ourselves in what manner you like best, and shall think ourselves happy in hazarding our lives for the preservation of yours, who are so dear a father to your country. It being half an hour after 11 o'clock, I dare not stay any longer for Mr. Squire's answer. I dare venture to say young Mr. Squire would be very glad to accept the favor of your Grace's convey of horse. I have heard him say to that effect. I take the freedom to enclose a letter or two in this packet, and am, my Lord, your Grace's most humble and dutiful servant to command, D. Stanley. John Montagu, 2nd Duke, born 1689, died 1749. Boughton, the Duke's property near Kettering in Northamptonshire. The Duke of Montagu raised 3 regiments, 2 of foot and 1 of horse. The command of 1 regiment he gave to his relation John, 4th Earl of Sandwich. The Duke was Master of the Wardrobe and Grand Master of the Order of the Bath. A letter of Mrs. Montagu's to the Duchess of Portland, dated November 19, says, Carlisle is surrendered to the rebels, who, I hear, behave civilly and not as conquerors. Ligonier is still ill, the Dukes of Richmond and Bedford are set out. Lord Sandwich is aide-de-camp to the Duke of Richmond. I pity poor Lady Sandwich, she endeavors to bear up, but certainly she is in an uneasy situation. I saw her on Sunday, and she is to dine here tomorrow. I suppose you know Sir Francis Dashwood is upon the brink of matrimony. I see him sometimes with his intended bride, Lady Ellis. He is really very good company. This was the celebrated Sir Francis Dashwood, afterwards Lord Le Despencer, the leader of the infamous Hell Fire Club of the sham Franciscan monks at Medmenham Abbey. Mention is made in this letter of the murrain amongst the cattle, which raged to such a degree that people forbore to eat beef or veal or drink milk. A passage in a letter of November 26 to the Reverend W. Frayne, who was then at Bath, reads, The Duke of Cumberland set out yesterday, as did the Duke of Bedford and Lord Sandwich. The Duke of Montagu gave his lordship one of his regiments. Almost all of our nobility are gone to the army, so that many of the great families are in tears. Let it be said for the honor of our sex, there are no drums, no operas, and plays are unfrequented. He married Lady Ellis, December 19, 1745. Sarah Robinson, writing from Mount Morris, states that they were in great fear of an invasion of the French. It filled her with unspeakable terror, as well as the servants, but she says, "My father, you are to understand, is not at all concerned. He is not at all afraid of an invasion, nor don't think there is the least probability of it, but for all that he has ordered everything to be packed up that can be packed." She adds, "I don't know that the French will invade us, but I am sure crossness has, and my father is just miserably out of sorts, so it's a pity but he should stay in the house, he would presently scold the French away." The Montagus had now left London for Sandalford, and Mr. George L. Scott writes the following letter to Mr. Montagu. London, December 12, 1745. Dear Sir, I did not expect so sudden an occasion of writing to you. You need not, however, expect very important news, it being only to inform you that henceforward you may shine in the dignity of FRS, you were elected this evening, and may be admitted when you return to town. We had a very hot alarm this morning of a descent of the French in Sussex. It was grounded upon a letter of a gentleman of distinction in your county. The Secretary of the Customs roused Mr. Pelham with the news at 3, but a more certain and contradictory account came by 8, with us the report subsisted till 2, and then vanished. Thus far, they say, may be depended on, that Dunkirk harbour is filled with ships. If the French can get a footing in Kent, it will be their fault if they do not do us inconceivable damages by destroying our docks and raising heavy contributions. Were it not for some individuals and innocent persons who would suffer on such an occasion, I should not grieve in the least to see some others pay the penalty of their infatuation or dastardly spirit. I only wish the king's forces might be strong enough to take the booty from the French and divide it among themselves. This would be no loss to the nation, and only transfer property from the fools or cowards to the brave. I say the same of the northern counties, through which the rebels have passed. They have behaved infamously. Sullivan, who was in Corsica with Marshal Maillebois, has now felt the difference between modern Englishmen and Corsicans, much to the honor of the latter. These poor people, undisciplined and unarmed, almost with anything but the spirit of liberty, baffled 2 veteran armies. Here a country more extensive than Corsica, better peopled, richer, and either well armed, or such as might have been so if they pleased, and withal well furnished with plenty of horses, has tamely suffered itself to be overrun by a pack of foot banditti, 2/3 of which, by the best accounts, are scarce men, pudet hic opprobria. Our accounts from Scotland are but melancholy. The rebels lay what contributions they please. Some clans, they say, have taken arms, not with any intention to assist either side, but only to plunder. It is now at last agreed upon to bring over the Hessians. What a shame that we should want them! And what a shame that since any man might see we did want them, they were not brought over sooner. I say the same of the remainder of our country. Our administration puts me in mind of the rustic mentioned by Demosthenes, who coming into a fencing school never foresaw a blow, but as soon as he was pushed, he would then clap his hand to the place, and so shift it after another blow, being thus always too late. Our law regiment received His Majesty's thanks much about the time you left this on Tuesday, with an intimation that the rebels being retired, he was unwilling to put us to any further trouble or expense. The frustrating this scheme is placed to the account of the mean jealousy of a certain great man. His family, I hear, on the other hand complain that he should be reproached on this head, when he was totally ignorant of the whole affair, and his being at all mentioned in it, was entirely owing to the indiscretion and impertinent zeal of some silly young fellows, who might fancy to obtain his favor by their conduct on this occasion, but what he totally disapproves of. What the truth of the matter is I know not, but I have my own suspicions, which possibly I may find an opportunity to verify. If they prove true, all I can say is I would not have some men's souls for their estates. My best respects to Mrs. Montagu. I hope she finds the country answer her expectations as to health and every other respect. I am, dear sir, your most obedient humble servant, Geo. L. Scott. 10 o'clock. The rebels set out from Manchester northward, Tuesday last. They have murdered and plundered many. The Duke is in pursuit. The provost of EDR is to be sent to the Tower. Jean Desmarets Maillebois, born 1682, died 1762. French marshal, conquered Corsica in 1739. In a letter of Mrs. Montagu's to the Duchess of Portland at this period, she says, Count Saint Germain was seized some days ago. It is said he had many jewels to a great value, and letters were found directing him how to manage the papists in case the pretender should approach, and in what manner they were to use it. Sir R. Brown offered to bail Saint Germain. A transport ship that was bringing officers over to the rebels is taken. The old pretender had sent his abdication of his crown and orders to Charles to publish the manifestos in his own name. The lawyers offered to form themselves into a regiment to guard the royal family, but Lord Chief Justice Will's friends insisted on his being colonel, which has discouraged the affair. Comte de Saint Germain, born 1707, died 1778. French general. Probably Lieutenant General George Brown. John Wills, born 1685, died 1761. Meanwhile, the fears of a French invasion increased in the southern counties, as will be seen by this letter of Mrs. Robinson's to Mrs. Montagu. December 15, 1745. My dear, before you receive this you will have heard from Sally that she this day set forward for Canty, in order to proceed for London tomorrow morning. Indeed, the frequent alarms we have had for this last week has been too much for her spirits, and I pressed her to go, for she was not able to make herself easy in staying, and yet, poor girl, she went with great heaviness, though she had a mind to it, and Mr. Robinson, though he thought the fright more than necessary, was very easy with it. Yesterday he had a certain account from Dover that Admiral Vernon sent Y letter 1D50 and express last Tuesday. It he had reason to believe it ye French designed landing a great force. It was said 200,000, though it, I think, must be a mistake, at Dover, or on the Kentish coast, and ordered them to keep themselves in readiness to oppose them. 400 men keep watch at nights, and ye inhabitants keep all their best effects packed up to send away at ye first approach of danger. These things much magnified, and told in many different shapes, are sufficient to alarm most people that live where we do, for should any army land on ye coast of Kent, I am told Romney is the most convenient place, as there is a fine flat to land on, and no opposition can be made, as we are destitute of forces, and the people entirely unarmed and frightened out of their wits. We are in the worst situation of any gentleman's house in the county in such a case, for they must pass within 2 or 3 fields of ye house, if not through the yard, and you know we stand very visible, it in such case, which God forbid, we must be great sufferers, they would certainly spoil what they could not carry away, and probably set fire to the house. But as to ourselves, I don't doubt but we are as safe as the rest of the nation, for we have given orders for an express to come away if any landing appears in ye marsh, and should set out in an hour's time, whereas an army would be some days in landing. Nor am I in any fright, no do I believe they dare attempt any such thing, but that ye transports that lay M.A.N. letter 1D49 letter 1D48 at Dunkirk are designed to land some forces in Scotland. Of W.C. aspirated 2 was taken, and brought into Deal yesterday, bound for Montrose, and I think Suffolk would be a better place why in ye Kentish coast, and less guarded. But I will tell you what I have done by way of precaution. I have packed up all ye lining, plate and clothes it could be spared from constant use, and all writings, and they are ready loaded in the wagon, and secured tenants' horses to carry them off. As to furniture, it may take its fate, as I could neither put it up properly, nor get carriages to carry it off on ye sudden, and it would be great expense, and great damage to do it to no purpose. Pray don't be in any fright for us, for you may be sure we shall take care of ourselves so far as not to be caught, and that is all anybody can do. I shall be greatly concerned should such a thing happen, for our own misfortune and those of everybody. Else, for ye whole nation must be sufferers, though some may feel it in a more particular manner than others, as they would be more in ye way of these people. I am much at ease it Sally is gone, as a sudden alarm might have affected her, so as to have heightened my fright, W. aspirated would have been more for her than for myself. There is orders come to ye deputy lieutenants to raise ye militia. We hear it the Dutch ships with Admiral Vernon sailed this afternoon northwards, by which we hope ye fears of this part grow less, or he would not lessen his forces. I think the wind will never be fair for poor Robert, sure they're not still off Galway. Mr. Robinson joins with me in our best compliments to Mr. Montagu, and love to yourself. I am, my dear, Yours most affectionately, E.R. P.S. I was surprised you prevailed with yourself to leave London, as it is thought the safest place. Romney Marsh, close by Mount Morris. By the ancient road called Stone Street. Her 2 sons, Robert and Charles, returning from the East Indies. Sarah Robinson had taken refuge with her friend, Mrs. Coates, in Charles Street. In a letter to the Duchess of December 16, Mrs. Montagu says, I hear the rebels made great havoc at Leavens, which has greatly established the Countess' loyalty to the Hanover succession. Leavens Hall in Westmoreland was the beautiful seat of the 4th Earl of Berkshire, brought him by his wife, Catherine Graham. They were the parents of William Lord Andover, whose wife was the intimate friend of Mrs. Botham. A passage in a letter to the Reverend William Frayne concerning a footman indicates the manners and wages of that time. Mrs. Montagu says, Pray is the young man who you once proposed to me for a servant at liberty now? For my footman thinks my wages not equal to his parts and merits. The servant I part with is very honest, but I cannot bring him to deliver his sincerity in such delicate terms as are necessary in a message. He told a lady of quality who inquired after my health that I was pure stout, and if I am in good spirits he tells people I am brave, that he is likely to establish me as a character of violence. If your youth can carry a message, keep himself sober and clean and stay at home, when he is not sent abroad, they are all the qualifications I desire. He is to have livery and frock every year, and £6 wages the first year, the second 7. He is to put out his washing. Greater threatenings than ever of an invasion arose at the end of December. Mr. and Mrs. Montagu implored her parents to take refuge in their house in Dover Street. Mrs. Robinson, on December 25, says, My dear, I return you and Mr. Montagu my sincere thanks for the kind offer of your house, and should I be obliged to run away of the sudden, I shall certainly make use of it till I can get lodgings. Last night a drunken fellow went through Hanford, and told why letter 1D50 it ye French was landing in the marsh, WH, was presently believed, and 500 men was ready to march from thence this morning, when they found it to be a lie. It is a pity ye country is quite without arms, for the people show great alacrity to defend themselves. Your father has gone to dine with Mr. Brockman, and as he is not returned, the coast was certainly clear when he went over the hill. At Beechborough, Mr. Robinson had armed a number of his tenants and appointed John Cullen, the gamekeeper, as master of the ordnance. This amused Mrs. Montagu, as in a letter to Mrs. Robinson she says, I fancy John has little notion of a gun without a dog, and though a mighty hunter, his prey not being man, he would probably run away or take to covert. I once saw my father arm our militia to take up Jarvis, the highwayman, and I own I thought the warrant the only arms they durst use against the offender. In the same letter, she comments on the prevailing expectation that the pretender would arrive at some particular place. They expected the pretender at Newbury 3 weeks ago. I had a mind to have asked them if he loved eels, for really I don't know any other seduction he would have to have called on them. Lady Oxford wrote one morning to the Duchess of Portland that it was said the rebels would be at Welbeck by 1 o'clock, but did not leave her house, which I think was very wrong, but she is always composed. This is the last letter of 1745.